Good morning. Oh, it's a bit loud. I'll start here. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Woo! Welcome to WalletCon, which is rebranded as Reown. And I just want to say thank you so much for everyone coming out here and taking the time to hear all these amazing speakers that you're about to hear present. And without further ado, I wanted to welcome Jess Hallgrave to the stage for the opening keynote.
Thanks, Michelle. Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Jess Hallgrave. I'm the CEO at Reown. I joined the company at the end of last year, and I was super pumped. I met Pedro over the summer last year through an introduction from some of WalletConnect's investors. And since basically WalletConnect was created, I've been using the product. Back in 2017, I was trying to build a decentralized application and in the NFT space, way too early. But I realized the pain of trying to build something that users could actually use. And so I was just wildly impressed with the ecosystem that we had already built. We had a ton of different wallets, ton of different applications. And having kind of also worked in the payment space, I got really excited about what the potential for WalletConnect could be, which was more than just like the blue Connect Wallet button in the top corner of an application, and actually thinking about like what the future of this industry is all about. And so I was really delighted to join the team. And could not have been more grateful for the last year with everybody. And by everybody, I mean everybody in this room, all our partners, our wallets, our apps, our infrastructure partners, the Reown team, now the WalletConnect Foundation team, because it's a real privilege to join you. So today, we have a ton of amazing speakers. I'm gonna do a very quick overview, just to give you a bit of an update on what we've been doing, and maybe what's to come as well. I'm going to go back. I did that too quickly. These are the crypto poster boys. The crypto poster boy of 2020 and the crypto poster boy of 2024. And for me, these poster boys represent just dramatic shift in the industry that we have. We've come don't stand too close to the speakers. We've come an awful long way. We've seen improvements in regulation. We've seen the market, certainly over the last week, also change with more news. Maybe we actually have a different crypto poster boy. And we've seen amazing progress from an infrastructure perspective. It's been certainly a challenging few years, but I think that we're at the peak, at the sort of inflection point now where we're ready to see a difference. But despite all of this, I think that there's still some major challenges, and that's why we've brought everybody here today. And that challenge is user experience. The infrastructure's there, it's scalable, but it's still like very, very hard for a user to actually use this stuff. We're all here in this room, and so we've probably been inspired enough by the mission behind crypto to go through that pain. The pain of like writing down a seed phrase and putting it under my bed and like hoping that it doesn't disappear somewhere. Or the pain of having like lost crypto in a scam or something like this. And that's because we're excited about the technology. But the reality is that the next wave of crypto users probably aren't going to be like that. They're not there because they're excited about the technology. They're there because they want to be able to use an app. They want to be able to do something. They want to be able to play a game. And so I think that the reality is that they're not going to be willing to go through this pain that we've all been through. We need to make it easier. We need to make it more intuitive for them. And I think for a really long time as an industry, we've held ourselves to this sort of like Web3 user experience standard. But we need to raise the bar. We need to make the bar for user experience equal to or better than Web3, because that's how we're going to make this stuff usable. That's how we're going to get the benefits of this technology, which for me is like choice, control, self-custody, being able to hold my assets where I want, And we need to get that into the hands of millions of people because the institutions around the world are failing people more than ever. And it's only by making this really easy for them that we're actually going to be able to deliver that into the hands of millions of people. And this phrase of like taking crypto to the next billion is like the worst phrase that I think is possible because actually we can't, we can't bring people to crypto. We need to take crypto to where they are. We need to meet them on their standards, what they expect. And people have got used to amazing user experience. Web2 companies have been building and investing and spending millions and millions and millions of dollars to find out what users want. They want less clicks. They want intuitive login processes. They want secure experiences where they're not worried about losing their bank account. And so we've got the blueprint there. We now just need to make it happen. But there's one thing that I do want to call out, which is that we have a choice as an industry in how we make it happen. We can do that in a walled garden way. Apple have had a really successful track record of building things in a walled garden. And I think there are some people in crypto who are taking this approach, which is that we build in a walled garden, we try to capture users. And for me, that's like completely antithetical to this industry, which is about openness, it's about collaboration, it's about giving users choice. And so wherever there is an Apple, there is also an Android. And at WalletConnect, we're here to build that community, the open community, the community that can build together, where everybody is welcome and where we have choice. We're going to have hundreds of different types of wallets. We're going to have hundreds of different types of apps, and we want them all to work seamlessly together. So that's really our mission. The WalletConnect network, which was started in 2018, has kind of been growing ever since then. We solved that first user experience challenge. How do I connect my mobile wallet to my desktop application? And that alone has now grown to over 180 million connections since we launched the next version of the protocol last year. We have 600 different wallet partners on the ecosystem, 40,000 registered projects on the app side of the ecosystem. And we've seen tremendous growth, and that WalletConnect network remains at the core of our hearts and the hearts of the industry, I think, in terms of providing that connectivity to people. But we've made a lot of changes since then. And that WalletConnect network we announced in September is now on the path to decentralization. We've welcomed new node operators into the ecosystem so that we can really start to make sure that this is a resilient, trustworthy, uncensorable piece of technology, foundational technology for the industry. And that's going to be stewarded by the WalletConnect Foundation. We've got some new foundation team members here today. Pedro, who's the founder of WalletConnect, is going to come and talk to you a little bit about that in a minute. And we recently rebranded the company to Reown, and had a lot of questions like, why Reown? What is Reown? And for me, Reown is about the fact that we have an opportunity right now to take back the ownership of the internet from the incumbents. The internet was always promised as something that was open, but the way that it's manifested in Web 2 is that we have these giants who control it, who control our data, who control our assets. And it's time for us to take back that ownership and reown the internet. And so on the Reown side, we're going to continue to build some products, partnering really closely with the foundation to make sure that the network fulfills its promise. So let's dive a little bit more into what that ecosystem looks like. As I said, we've got the network in the middle, which is the connectivity between the apps and the wallets. Over 600 different wallets now use WalletKit, which is our wallet side SDK. This provides them with connectivity into the network, as well as a bunch of other things, security features and the like. And on the app side of the ecosystem, we've got our own SDK, Reown AppKit. We've got a number of partners who also use the WalletConnect network, people like Privy, Dynamic, ThirdWeb, ConnectKit, FamilyKit, many others. And then we've got also a number of apps who do direct integrations to the network. So it's a really thriving ecosystem now of people who are able to use this in the way that they need to deliver for their customers. And these are just a few. If we tried to fit 1,000 logos on, we couldn't. But I want to call out some of these who are people who are running nodes, some of our key supporters in terms of the innovation that we're seeing on the network. And I think what I love is that this is so representative of the industry. It's people from all over the world, all different parts of the ecosystem. So I've been told I don't have enough time, so I'm going to start speeding up because I tend to talk too much anyway. So our mission is to build the on-chain UX platform. And what does that really mean? So we have this app kit and this wallet kit. And these are toolkits for all developers to be able to build in Web3. So on the app kit side now, which we relaunched this year, we've got things like email embedded wallets, so I can sign in with my Google account, I can log in with email. We've got the ability for end users to on-ramp directly into the app without needing to go to an exchange and fund their account somewhere else. They can bring their own wallet, of course. This is at the core of what WalletConnect and what AppKit does. They can swap into any token that they need to be able to. So for the first time, instead of creating a wallet, going somewhere else to fund it, finding somewhere else to get the token that I need to interact with that app, I can do that all in one interface. And that, I think, is a real game changer for user experience. And there's a lot more to come that we can make even better there. On the wallet kit side, our focus over the last year has really been on security. We released something called Verify, which allows domain verification, giving users more comfort that they know which domain that they're actually interacting with. And we've got actually some really exciting announcements that are going to hopefully help user experience in Web3 on the wallet kit side coming later today from Derek, our CTO. So this year's been big. We've launched universal wallets. I can take my embedded wallet that's also a smart account to any app that's within the ecosystem using AppKit. We launched AppKit for Solana, having historically been very EVM focused. We are on the path to multi-chain, and more announcements about that coming as well later. We've made really amazing strides into the payment space. I think the era of the stablecoin is definitely upon us. We launched with Stripe, Raise, another gift card platform in the US, so that we can deliver more to even more people using crypto. We facilitated billions of dollars of DeFi access to institutional customers through partnerships with custodian solutions and people like Fireblocks. So this is bringing a different kind of user into the DeFi application. And we launched our Unity SDK as well. And we've worked with people like Ubisoft on NFT drops and Immutable in the gaming space. So it's been an amazing year. But I think it would be foolish to think that our job is done. As I said, there's still a ton of problems within Web3 UX that we need to solve. And later today, you'll hear from some of our amazing colleagues at Reown for things that they're building in AppKit and WalletKit that I think are going to be real game changers. Imagine the world where I can do a transaction, and if I don't have enough native gas, it doesn't matter. There is a solution for that. My transaction is still going to go through. Maybe I don't even need to know what gas is. Maybe I don't even need to know what chain my asset is on, and I can just use it. I can play the game. I can purchase the thing that I want. This is the world that I want to imagine, and I think hopefully it's the world that we can bring to the ecosystem over the coming years. So with that, you'll hear a lot more later, and there are also some workshops downstairs taking place with many of our partners. We've got some incredible partners from across the ecosystem who are joining us today. Also, they will be sharing exciting news. I've heard some of it, and I'm delighted that they've chosen this place to share that news with you as the ecosystem as well. So please stick around, hear those announcements, join the workshops. But for now, I'm going to hand over to where this all started, which is Pedro Gomez, who is the founder of WalletConnect.
Thanks, Jess. So many great things coming to Reown and the AppKit. So much progress has been made in the last year. And as Jess already mentioned, my name is Pedro Gomez, founder and director at the WalletConnect Foundation. And I'm here to share more about how the WalletConnect network has evolved since we first announced, and how the foundation also has some great plans ahead of us. Because since starting WalletConnect, it's been quite a big journey, but it's really great to see that like after all of these years, we have been able to actually achieve decentralization. But decentralization doesn't happen overnight. And I want to make sure that people understand why the foundation exists. Like, the idea of a foundation is that it's here to serve the ecosystem. We're going to develop the ecosystem of developers, apps, wallets, our tooling around what it means to actually have a superior wallet experience. It's truly important for the foundation to be very focused on that. And part of that ecosystem is obviously the network. We will continue to strive for more and more decentralization, but not just stewarding the network for more decentralization, but also to actually have better features, to provide more utility through the network, because decentralization would be nothing if this network wasn't providing the value of what it means to be the wallet in the future. And of course, like, we also want to empower the community, because the community isn't just the apps, the wallets, and the developers that have supported this project for so long. It's also the users that have been power users of the WalletConnect network, and now will truly become owners of what it is, such a foundational piece of infrastructure. And obviously, when I'm talking about WalletConnect, I cannot talk about the foundation that is now going to be driving this. And in September, we have announced Jessen joining the foundation, which I'm very thankful to have him in the team, which he has been leading projects such as Near and Polkadot and Ethereum back in the day. And now we have joining us Jakob as executive director to complete the amazing talent team that will bring forward the future of the foundation. And Jakob, with his experience expanding globally with Revolut and Kraken, I think we have a very strong team here to actually push the WalletConnect network into the right direction. So I'm really glad to be joining by two talented people in the foundation. And yes, in the announcement, we have announced in September the WalletConnect token. That was a big day. Not only we had the announce of the Reown and WalletConnect, we also had the token, which was announced on September 17. A lot of excitement, so much feedback, so much messages, DMs. Definitely my Telegram has gotten not so enjoyable, but I'm really glad that people are reaching out and talking about it. And in the season one, like, we had this massive window between September 24 to October 18, where we closed registrations, and we achieved over 2 million profiles were created as part of this registration. And this is only the season one. With the season one now, we're announcing that in November 26, as many people have asked, you will be able to go and check your profile, and you will be able to claim your airdrop if you're eligible. So this is a big deal, because in November 26, you'll be able to finally check your eligibility. But as I mentioned, one great thing about this airdrop is that people were able to create their WalletConnect profile. So maybe we should dive deeper what that means. The WalletConnect profile is quite new concept, but the first thing that we were actually opening up is that people were able to aggregate their wallets into a single profile. And this obviously allowed for eligibility for your airdrop to increase, because we obviously want to make sure that you as a power user have the ability to actually get the best out of this season one. But this also means that you actually have a better understanding of what you can do with WalletConnect. We have added the ability for you to manage your accounts through this profile, but also the ability for you to claim the airdrop for season one and future seasons through the WalletConnect profile. And obviously, we're very excited to see the staking coming live on November 26 as well. Once you claim your airdrop from season one, you will be able to stake it right away. And as you can see in the demo, you can see how smooth the experience will be, where you'll be able to do everything under your WalletConnect profile. And eventually, we will also be introducing the voting. And this is still TBD, but this is something we're working very closely with our partners to allow you to participate as part of the community on the governance of what it is the future of WalletConnect. So let's talk about a little bit of the future. What have we done so far? We have now announced the foundation. We have now announced the token. Season one airdrop is complete. November 26th, you'll be able to claim it. You now have your profile. which is going to be a key component to how, as a user and how, as a developer, you'll be engaged in this community. And staking will be going live in November 26th. We also had our first node operators announced in September, and later this year we will have another wave of node operators joining us by doubling the number of node operators in the network. And we also have Wallet Guide and WalletConnect certified, which is something that I'm going to leave that for later today when I'm going to give another keynote on it. So I'm not going to spoil that one. But what do we have coming next? Like, we have a few things coming soon. So we will be, after launching profiles this year, we will have actually more customization, so you truly make the WalletConnect profile feel more like yours. And also, something that I'm very excited, because the whole point of this network is to incentivize partners. So our service node operators will be able to receive rewards very soon, but not just the service node operators, also the wallet partners. Our wallet partners will be receiving rewards for participating in the WalletConnect network, which is going to be a big component of why this WalletConnect network exists in the first place. And obviously, as many people have asked, when is Season 2? Season 2 airdrop will be coming soon, and as also coming soon will be when the token transferability will be coming. And when I talk later today about the WalletConnect certified, I can assure you that certified round 2 will also be coming very, very soon. So what isn't coming so soon, but like maybe in the near future? We have quite a big roadmap ahead of us. Like, decentralization is a very big part of the roadmap. So one of the big things about WalletConnect is the registration of apps and wallets. Eventually in the future, this registration will happen on chain because we will have app and wallet NFTs for registration. We also will allow your WalletConnect profile to be managed with a passkey, which will make the experience even more smoothly of how you can actually manage all of your wallets together. And then, obviously, as part of the registration of apps and wallets on chain, we also will introduce the concept of payment NFTs, which is something that we briefly discussed on the white paper. And we will drive more and more features. Projects like Reown and Rhinestone and all of the partners have been working together, building smart sessions. We will eventually take this natively to be run under the network. And other features like gas abstraction and chain abstraction will also be coming to the network. And WalletConnect will be driving more and more value as a decentralized platform for all of this technology. The gateway is also something that we're working very closely with Reown to decentralize, and we hope to have very soon a technical paper that describes this roadmap. And chain abstraction is a very big focus for us, because one of the key components of the wallet is for the wallet to eventually not feel like it's getting in the way, but it's actually helping you own and take control of your identity in this new internet. And finally, but not least, we have the permissionless mainnet, something that is the ultimate goal, where not only you have all of these key components making the network more and more decentralized over time, but eventually anyone can join as a node operator, as we described in the white paper. So that's one of the big milestones. And this is pretty much covering like the near to mid to kind of long term for the WalletConnect network, but there's so much more. And this is why we want you guys to be very much involved in this roadmap. And we will have like more and more conversations as part of the foundation with all of our partners to drive what is the future for the WalletConnect network. So I'm really excited to have you, all of you here. And please enjoy WalletCon. Thank you for coming.
How are we all feeling?
That was great.
Louder. Woo! Awesome. Just making sure you're all listening. Yeah, so we're really excited about the WCT token claim and staking, which will go live on November 26th. And as you heard, Derek right here, he's going to give more announcements throughout the conference. So I think you should stick around. It is a bull market, right? So
This will be what, sorry?
we are a little behind, but I wanted to welcome to the stage momentarily Kurt Larson, which is the co-founder of Rhinestone. Woo!
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Just waiting for the slide to load. Can we get the slides up? All right, well, I'll start with an introduction. So, hi, everyone. I'm Kurt. I'm one of the co-founders at Rhinestone. We build infrastructure and tooling for modular smart accounts. And today I'm going to be talking about a new emerging thesis called the account-centric developer platform. I'm also going to be announcing some builder incentives, and so stay tuned for that at the end. But in order to get into this new account-centric developer platform thesis, I first need to define what is a modular smart account. So on the left here, we have a monolithic smart account where all the features are integrated into the account, and only the development of this account is closed in the sense that only one team can contribute to those features. So a great example of a monolithic account is the Coinbase Smart Wallet. And then on the right side, we have modular smart accounts. So modular smart accounts take this concept of a minimal kernel that stores state for the user, and also like a mapping function to these external smart contracts that we call modules, and they can extend the feature set of the account. And most major accounts today are modular. And so what do we mean by modules, or what can these modules actually do? So there are roughly 4 major types today. The first are validators, and validators are what determine what signatures are valid on the account, so essentially account authentication and authorization. The second is executors, and this allows developers to build custom execution logic on the account. The third are hooks, so these hooks can hook into this execution pre or post and enforce different conditions or constraints on that execution. And finally, we have fallbacks, which essentially is a way to future-proof the account and allow for new functions to be handled by that account. So in terms of some examples, the most simple example of a validator is passkeys, and that's become very common today. So essentially using the biometrics of your device to sign transactions on an account. But a more kind of, out there example, which Vitalik talks about a lot, is quantum safe signature validators. And so with modular accounts, when this becomes an important feature, this is something you will be able to add to the account to bring quantum safety. For executors, we have DeFi automation. So you can create the ability, for example, to have automated rebalancing between DeFi positions, DCA, TWAPs, etc. And there are many teams exploring this. A great example of a hook, which no team is working on, would be to have a ZK KYC hook, which can essentially provide some kind of civil resistance by only allowing certain executions on the account if you have the right ZK KYC credentials. And then the final one, fallback. So there is one concrete example, or there are a couple, but the one I'm going to refer to is the CowSwap fallback module that sits on the safe. And essentially this allows for off-chain signatures by making the safe ERC 1271 compliant. So this is an example of a fallback module. So there are many teams already unlocking innovation with modules, and these are just 2 examples that we have today. So on the left-hand side, we have Cluster, which was actually bought by Biconomy recently, but I was too lazy to update the slide. But for Cluster, they're building a cross-chain transaction orchestration protocol, if you want to call it that. I'm sure they have a better name. But the key component is this ITX module, or I think they're calling it super transactions now underneath Biconomy. But essentially, this module allows a user to sign the root of a Merkle tree, and the leaves of the Merkle tree are encode essentially instructions for transactions across multiple chains, networks, etc. And so this module is a linchpin component to enabling the Cluster protocol to orchestrate these transactions across multiple chains. And so the chain abstraction thesis is what they're going after there. The one on the right is Gnosis Pay, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, but they require 2 modules for their protocol to work with the safe account. The first is the roles module, which allows the protocol to withdraw funds from the safe account when the user transacts with their Gnosis Pay card. And the second is actually a time lock module, and this is what ensures that the user is not able to double spend the protocol. So these are just 2 examples today. But you don't need to be a Solidity developer to tap into the power of modules. And there are these kind of building blocks that are being built by many teams in the space. Rhinestone is one of them. And the two I want to highlight today, the first is Smart Sessions, which Pedro mentioned, and we've been working super closely with WalletConnect and the Reown team on this. But essentially, this module allows for on-chain permissions to be created by the user and granted to a dApp or some off-chain service. And so this can be super powerful for just improving general UX, but it can also be great for things like I want to delegate to some external service that is doing some complex thing on my behalf. So maybe this could be like an AI agent that is investing on your behalf. The second is, and actually one thing to highlight is that at 11:30 we will be doing a workshop on Smart Sessions. So if you're keen, definitely come by and we'll get into the technical details on that. The second is resource locking, and this is a new module type that has started to take off. And essentially this allows users to make credible commitments that can be consumed by either an off-chain service or another on-chain protocol to allow for new products to kind of take place. So for example, this could be cross-chain intents, this could be new credit-based systems that are linked directly to the account, or it could be an off-chain order book. There are many different examples where resource locking is very powerful. So these are, these are core components that are available to all developers through tools like the Module SDK and other developer frameworks that are out there. Cool. So essentially what these modules allow is for any developer to tap into the programmable account validation and execution of this smart account. And so this is what enables this account-centric developer thesis to start to play out. And so under a protocol-centric model, you have validation and execution logic that is tightly coupled with the settlement layer. In this account-centric model, you have the validation and execution logic becoming more tightly coupled with the account, and hence allowing the application developer to become truly protocol agnostic by building on this building on this account-centric platform. Cool. So this introduction of modular smart accounts is transforming the AA stack and essentially introducing this module layer where these composable components can be built that can extend the feature set of the account and natively bring more features or unlock new product experiences at the application layer. But no developer wants to build modules, build like an implementation of a module the same time or like repeated times for many different account vendors or account types. So we require some kind of interoperability layer that makes the smart account stack a unified, interoperable, and composable stack. And this is the role that Rhinestone plays. I won't get into the details of how we do this, but there are many different tools and services that we provide to unlock this experience for developers. And maybe just to make sure the point is hitting home here, with the prior two examples I talked about Cluster and Gnosis Pay. And so without this interoperability protocol, you have the example like Gnosis Pay, where essentially the protocol only works with the safe account because it is tightly coupled with these specific safe modules. And so this restricts the distribution that these developers can get through their protocol with all the different emerging account types. And so what Cluster has been doing is working closely with us and with Biconomy, of course, to adopt ERC 7579, to adopt the services and tooling that we're developing at Rhinestone to ensure that their protocol is can be maximally distributed across all these emergent account types, including EOAs with EIP 7702 coming early next year. Okay, and the final thing I want to say before we jump into the builder incentives is that smart contract development is like building hardware. So in this diagram here, you have in the center the software development cycles, which are fast and iterative. And on the outside, you have hardware, where essentially you need to have a ton of testing and security that is front-loaded before the product goes live, when it becomes immutable and essentially irreversible. And this is very similar to smart contract development. I would say smart contract development is much closer to hardware than software when it comes to these development cycles. But security audits are also super expensive. And so another thing that Rhinestone is doing outside of our tooling and infrastructure to enable teams to build these modules is also helping subsidize these security reviews. So we've been working super closely with the Key, Spearbit, and Renaissance on the audit of these core modules that I mentioned earlier. And we're going to be spinning up a 500K audit fund for developers that are building monetizable applications where modules play an integral role in unlocking that application, but also developers who are building public goods that can become core modules that are applicable to many different applications. So just as an example, it was just last week that I had a team reach out to me to say, well, we're building ZK technology that can extend smart sessions to enable private session keys. And so this is an amazing opportunity to get a core module out there that can be applicable to many different applications and help fuel the network effects around ERC 7579 and these modular smart accounts. Okay, so if you're interested in getting involved and you're keen to learn more, please scan this QR code, check out the Notion. There is a form there it's very simple, it's 4 questions. Fill it in, and yeah, we'd love to chat, hear more about your idea, whether you're super early in the design and planning, or whether you're a product who's further on in your development and thinking about how you can bridge to smart accounts through this kind of module landscape. But that's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Lazo. So as you heard, there is a 500K audit fund. I would suspect that a few of you guys would want to speak to Lazo, who's right there now, regarding the fund. It's probably more strategic for you to speak to someone that's also invested in you while getting your auditing services, right? So next we have Kiln widget, which is sorry, we have Joe Hoffman, head of product at Reown. I'm so sorry. It's Lazo. We have Lazo Sabo at CEO of Kiln. I would like to welcome him on the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Woo! How are you? Do you have the energy today? Woo! And yeah, I mean, it's not Joe this time, but can you hear me well, or is it a bit loud? I guess yeah. You turn off the sound. So I wish, and I'm certain you wish, you attended the iPhone keynotes more than 10 years ago when it was launched. But guess what? Even better, you're at WalletCon today, attending Kiln's keynote on how do we integrate with the WalletConnect ecosystem. But first of all, who knows about Kiln? Raise the hand. Kiln, okay, not too bad. And usually, people, developers, know us a little bit less because we integrate with the main platform so that we can offer staking and DeFi to their users. So we are the leading rewards management platform. In that case, we integrate with Safe, with MetaMask, with Trust Wallet, but also brands like Fireblocks or Vanek. In fact, we are also the largest staking provider on Ethereum, running more than 4.6% of the Ethereum network. So the past year, we talked to more than 50 wallets. Some of them are customers, and we realized there was at least 3 major pain points they faced, and most of these wallets would face at least 2 of these pain points. First of all, the lack of expertise by integrating and monetizing staking and DeFi. Second is they lack front-end resources. They also lack engineering resources in general. And last, the users are seeking more yield-generating products. The other thing we realized is that staking is much more mature in terms of TVL and adoption than the DeFi market. In fact, it's 2.5 times the TVL of DeFi, and it's 10 times the revenue that is made through staking versus DeFi. The other shocking stat is that I think we all agree that stablecoins found product market fit. There's 170 billion of stablecoin in circulation today, mostly USDT, USDC, though the stablecoin war has already started. So if you have a stablecoin, a natively yielding stablecoin, keep it going. But less than 4% of these stablecoins are bearing interest. If you compare it to the staking market, for example, you have more than 50% of stakeable assets that are staked. So DeFi still need to grow. It's still a very immature market, and stablecoins need to yield a little bit more. Savings in stablecoins need to happen. And we think that the main reason for this is when you go to one of your favorite wallets, nobody is offering you stablecoin rewards for two main reasons. First of all, it's hard to offer for wallets, right? You have to integrate with 15 or more DeFi protocols. Then you need to get the appropriate reporting custom to each of these protocols. You need to deal with deployment, with management of smart contract if you want to monetize. And if you want to monetize, often what do? You have, if you can, and most of the time you can't, have a commercial agreement with the DeFi protocol, or there are referral programs, but these referral programs are not great. And when they exist, for example, Uniswap sunset their program lately. So this is why we introduced Kiln DeFi over the summer. Kiln DeFi is a way for wallets to integrate with more than 12 different DeFi protocols with 9 different stablecoins, and this is growing as we speak. In fact, I think we had two other DeFi protocols since I started this presentation. So it's going very fast. And it's a way for wallets, and you will see any front end to monetize DeFi, put the commission fees via vaults that we deploy, and then we're working on rebalancing. So you will be able, on the app, on-chain, to rebalance from any yield position to the other in one transaction. And you might think, well, this is all beautiful, but as a front end, as a wallet, how long will it take for me to integrate? Weeks, as I mentioned, we have limited engineering resources. Well, if I told you that you can integrate staking and DeFi in any front end in less than a day. You said Uniswap? You said widget. This is Kiln widget. Even better. Integrating with the wallet ecosystem so that any users can interact with DeFi and staking very easily. I have a little video there, so I'll show you exactly what we mean when we mean widget. I think you can play it. It's going to be fast, so please be focused, and I'll try to point out all of the capabilities of the widget. Aha. So here you see the widgets. You can pick and choose the product you want to offer to users. Is it DeFi? Is it staking? Is it 32 ETH or pooling, right? When you talk about Ethereum staking, there's a reporting dashboard. So we'll take the example of the Reown logo, right? I put the Reown logo there. I match with the very nice color of the Reown branding. In that case, this beautiful pink color, you can put it in dark mode. You can change it, the rounding of the widget. You can change the overview, seeing if you're happy. Well, okay, maybe you're happy. Oh no, okay, let's put a last purple color on this widget because this new branding of Reown, well done to the designer, did it, now matches completely. So you can now copy and paste the code snippet of the widget, and you will integrate it, you'll paste it in your production environment. Then you just have to specify the URL on which you want to see this widget live. So we'll look at the previous URL, the Kiln widgets. Okay, that's the previous version, nice. But now you're going to deploy the new version, the Reown one, on the Reown URL. So you put the Reown URL there, and boom, easy. In less than a few minutes, you have deployed your widgets. And by integrating with the WalletConnect ecosystem, you can push your users from any front end to interact stake or interact with DeFi from their favorite wallet. In that case, I'm going to use MetaMask mobile app, scanning the WalletConnect QR code, approving that I'm connecting to the widget. I'm now connecting to the widget. I'm going to deposit 10 USDC on a compound pool that gives you 30% APY. Well, this is not an investment advice. Then you approve this deposit. And you're done. Any users has deposited through their favorite wallet, in that case MetaMask, to your new widget. So if you are any front-end and you have users and you want to monetize this user base by offering rewards, either staking or DeFi via all these protocols, you can now do it. The best example is this widget being in production via Safe. So now on the Safe dashboard, you can easily stake 32 ETH, but more to come. And they were the first meaningful partner to integrate this widget. So, as an example, my mother was never coded. She could integrate the widget in less than a day. And I'm sure I hear what you're saying right now. It's like, well, how can this guy on stage could have built all of this? Well, I wish I did. But that was the result of one of the best, if not the best, team in the crypto industry, and some of them are here today. I want to shout out to the Martins, right? I'm French, so not every French are called Martin, but there's a lot of Martins in France, for sure. Maxime and the rest of the team. Also, big shout out to the WalletConnect / Reown team for organizing this event. Jess, Pedro, Derek, Raman, Saman, and the rest of the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lazo. So Kiln widget is now compatible with WalletConnect. So connect with the team, whom you already know. They're getting off stage now as well to find out more and make staking as easy as possible. I would like to welcome Joe Hoffman, who's the head of product at Reown, on stage now to give a keynote on the Reown app kit. Welcome, Joe.
Hi, everyone. WalletCon. So, hey, I'm Joe Hoffman. I'm the head of product at Reown, and I'm super excited to talk to you today about what we've got coming up. You know, I spent a lot of my career working on improving the user experience across all kinds of different products, whether it was in Web 2 or now Web 3. And that's super fortunate and super lucky because at Reown, that's what we do every day is we obsess about user experience, how to improve it, and ultimately make these experiences way better for everyone to use. And we do that through the lens of our toolkits. So we have two toolkits, AppKit and WalletKit. If you're not familiar with those, AppKit is for app builders, WalletKit is for wallet builders. And every day when we look at how to improve these user experiences and deliver solutions to builders, we're doing it through the lens of choice, control, and composability. So how can we extend out new problems, new solutions, new innovations to builders so that they can ultimately serve their end users way better? Now, you're going to be hearing about WalletKit in just a little while from our CTO, Derek. We have a really exciting vision and roadmap there to learn more about. Today, I'm going to be talking to you specifically about AppKit. So if you're not familiar with, oh, we got the wrong slides. Okay. Wrong slides, but I'll keep going. So on the AppKit side of things, if you're not familiar with AppKit, it is the #1 chosen, most used toolkit for builders of apps to get their users connected to their apps, onboard them, and ultimately get them interacting successfully with their apps. And what we've done over time is extend this out quite a bit to have other capabilities. So for example, the users can select any wallet of their choosing to get their users connected. We support every wallet basically. If the user doesn't have a wallet yet, they can create an embedded wallet. They can either do that through an email address or a social login. And then we've also got on-ramping features once they're connected. So the user can fund their wallet, have the funds there to get going, and then we also have a swaps feature as well. It doesn't stop there, though. We also support lots of new functionality and lots of new features and standards that are coming to Ethereum and other chains so that we can make sure that builders have everything they need in order to be successful. So here's the little demos of what I was just talking about as we get caught up. And so what have we been working on the last few months? What have we been thinking about? There are other problems to solve. There are always new problems to solve. And so we are thinking about topics such as multi-chain. You know, AppKit has its roots in the EVM ecosystem. We love EVM. There's lots of other layer 1s and layer 2s out there. There's lots of other builders that we ultimately want to serve. There's this concept of user access. So how do we meet users where they are? We can't force users to do anything. We're going to have to see what they're doing, what they want, and then deliver problems or solutions rather for them. We're thinking about fees, that concept of gas. You know, all of us are crypto native, and gas is still a pain point because we may not have enough of it in our wallet, we may not have the right token, and so how do we abstract that away and remove that for a regular user who doesn't even know what gas is, and that's going to be a huge friction and pain point for them. We're thinking about permissions. So how do you allow a user to set a structure with an app where they're comfortable with it performing actions on their behalf? And then we're also thinking about insights. How do we empower builders with better information, understanding, and insights into what their users are doing? So first up, let's talk about multi-chain. AppKit is now multi-chain. So we spent the last few months completely re-architecting AppKit, and we've basically got it set up now where, from an architectural standpoint, we can very elegantly add support for new chains. And to that effect, at Solana Breakpoint in September, we announced support for Solana. And so if you're a builder of EVM or Solana, AppKit can help you on both fronts. Or what we're also seeing more of nowadays is builders supporting across multiple chains. So if you're supporting EVM and Solana, AppKit is also the choice for you. What I'm excited to talk about with you today is that AppKit is coming to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the OG. It's how this all started. So we're super pumped to say that AppKit is going to be coming to Bitcoin later this month. We have been talking to many builders in that space. They have all the same problems that the Ethereum builders have, the Solana builders have. They need to get users connected quickly with the wallet of their choosing, get them funded, and get them set up and successfully interacting with their dApps. We've been seeing all the activity in the Bitcoin ecosystem with the new layer 2s, the new DeFi apps, ordinals, BRC20s, and just a ton of new venture capital funding that's been coming into the space. So AppKit for Bitcoin is coming, and it's going to have that amazing same user experience that you can expect and are used to from Ethereum and Solana side of things. I even met a builder last night, and they said, we're working across Ethereum, Solana, and Bitcoin. This is going to be the perfect solution for us. So AppKit is going to be ready. If you're around to use it towards the end of the month and you're willing to be an early tester, let us know. It doesn't stop there, though. So meeting users where they are. We've had builders reaching out to us saying, hey, I'm building a Telegram mini app. I need AppKit. I basically need to get my users connected just like any other ecosystem. A lot of these builders built their apps on other chains, and they have moved over to a Telegram mini app because of the distribution. So we all use Telegram all day. It's got hundreds of millions of users, of which hundreds of millions have tried a Telegram mini app, so they're already familiar with that. And now with some tweaking, we've made AppKit Telegram mini app supportive. So we're super excited to say that, and we've already got some partners up and running using it today. Next up, I talked about fees and that concept of gas. So we've been thinking through this for quite a while, understanding how to solve this, and we've come up with a new product. Basically uses a verifying paymaster solution behind the scenes, where you as a builder can now sponsor fees or gas on behalf of your users. Through the Reown Cloud backend service that we have, you can go into there and set up a policy where you're basically dictating, I want to sponsor this kind of transaction at this point in time on these chains up to a certain amount. So you can set spending thresholds. This is going to be awesome because you can get kind of creative with this. So if you're a DeFi trading app, for example, you could say, hey, over this weekend, I'm going to sponsor the gas on any trades. So you can kind of be creative with campaigns if you're a marketer and think through how to use this to your advantage. If you've got an NFT in the mix in your app, you can think through, I'm going to sponsor the minting of the NFT. And this is all going to be capable through just a plain old credit card processed via Stripe through our backend, so you don't have to worry about moving crypto around as well. So super, super butter smooth user experience. So Kurt talked to us about this a little bit just a minute ago, but Smart Sessions. So we're introducing Smart Session support, and this is a complete unlock in terms of new user experiences that you as builders can offer to your end users.
So this solves the problem that just doesn't get talked about much in crypto, but is totally in our face every day, where if you're a user and you want to execute an on-chain transaction, you have to be physically present at your computer or on your mobile device to approve the transaction and see it go through. With Smart Sessions, you can set up permission structure between you and an app so that it can execute transactions on your behalf asynchronously, as we say. So for example, if I wanted to have a dollar cost averaging strategy set up with Uniswap, I could set permissions that simply say every Friday, take 20 USDC from my wallet and buy ETH. And that policy will continue executing every Friday until I set it to expire or I revoke it or cancel it. So as you as a builder should think through that, you can say, this also unlocks subscriptions, for example, now. I could have a user just set up a $20 USDC per month permission structure, and I'll deliver them my content for a subscription plan. Or you could think through gaming use cases and auto-approving gaming type in-game transactions. Limit orders. There's tons of new use cases that this totally unlocks, and that we will have support for natively through AppKit. We're thinking through insights. So we've heard from builders just time and time again that they feel like they're flying blind in terms of knowing who they're serving and who their end users are. So Reown Insights is a new innovation that we're releasing that's going to have a blending of analytic type data, so you can see what wallets your users are using, what countries they're coming from, some other data points, but then also you'll be able to see their account addresses, you can collect email addresses so that you can better and more effectively market to them. We're going to continually innovate and iterate on this over the next few months as well to start blending in on-chain data. So for example, we could tell you what the average spending power of one of your users are. We could tell you that if you're a DeFi trading app, for example, hey, about 10% of your users are starting to use this other DeFi trading app, one of your competitors. So that you can use that to make better information, better decisions, and ultimately serve your users better. So between all these different problems that we've been solving, we've got a whole slew of new innovations, a whole new slew of features coming out for you to be able to better reach your users, better serve your users, and improve user experience at the end of the day in crypto, because that's what we're all about here. Thank you so much, and if you want to learn any more about this, you can find us afterwards.
Great job. Thank you so much. So I don't know how many of you are based in Bangkok, but this is like my second time. As a fun fact, do not ever leave a bad review for any reason. It's actually defamation. If you do, I learned it the hard way. Do not do it. Fun fact to break up the flow of things. But on that fun fact note, I wanted to thank you, Joe, for the presentation, and welcome our first panel to the stage as we're getting set up. So building on Bitcoin is the next panel coming up for all of you interested in this panel. Ready to go? Awesome. And as a kind reminder for the folks in the back that are networking, if you can kindly just lower your voices, that would be much appreciated for the speakers on stage. Thank you so much. Round of applause for our next panel. Woo!
I'm joining late, as usual. I'm super excited to have this panel, mainly because, one, there was just a huge announcement on AppKit and being built on Bitcoin. And I'm someone that just crawled into a cave. For the last 3 years, I've only been focused on EVM and alt VMs. And before I crawled into this cave or echo chamber, I always thought, okay, Bitcoin is a store of value, or it's digital gold. turns out there's so many things happening on Bitcoin today, and I'm really excited to introduce some of these builders and people that have been in the trenches. So I'd love to start with some intros.
Okay. So, hey everyone, I'm Ben from Reown. I'm the Director of Engineering. I joined Reown when I think I was employee number 9 back in the day with Pedro, and it's been a great journey up to this point and with all of you today. So I'm really looking forward to having these great people to talk to about Bitcoin and AppKit.
Hi everyone, my name is Alicia Painter. I'm one of the founders of Botanics Labs. We're the most decentralized EVM L2 on Bitcoin in the world.
Hey guys, I'm Kathy. I'm the APAC media lead for Thesis and Mezzo. So Mezzo is also an EVM Bitcoin L2 that utilizes TBTC as its gas token, and we're basically building a dApps hub surrounding Bitcoin TBTC.
Hey everyone, I'm Ken, founder and CEO of Xverse. Xverse is a Bitcoin wallet for Web3. We're the leading wallet for Bitcoin ordinals, runes, and the other protocols that are being developed on Bitcoin right now. So if you're interested in that, go find Xverse.
Awesome. My name is Emily. I'm the CMO of Hype. We're a crypto-native marketing agency. So I'd love to start high level for noobs like me. What even is Bitcoin Fi? And maybe I'll start with Kathy, since it seems like you oversee so many different companies building in that space.
All right. For me, I think Bitcoin Fi is, I would say, trying to, the initiative to build a financial layer on top of, for Bitcoin. So as we know that Bitcoin has been, for a long time, seen as digital gold, aka a store of value. But now I think with the new technology, so for example, like starting from all the node protocols, even BitVM, and more like Bitcoin staking and restaking protocols coming out, the initiative to make Bitcoin as a more productive asset. So for Bitcoin holders to participate in different DeFi activities, for example, staking, lending, and then utilizes Bitcoin to generate more yields. So that's how I understand Bitcoin Fi.
I'd love to go a layer deeper. Why does Bitcoin Fi even need to exist? If we have EVMs, if we have alt VMs, if we have blockchains built purely for smart contracts, why should DeFi on Bitcoin exist? What's your take, Ben?
I think it has a value proposition where I think Bitcoin, based on its history and like the kind of ethos that a lot of Bitcoin holders have, especially I think some of the larger ones, is that maybe they don't want to be involved with what we're so familiar with in the EVM world and that ecosystem, but they want to have something that's native to Bitcoin. So maybe Stacks is a good example here, where it has its own language rather than using Solidity like Rootstock does. And I think it has its own space. I mean, in some sense, will you be reinventing the wheel a bit? I mean, yes, because a lot of this has been done already in the EVM space, but you could probably take the learnings from that too. But I think also it provides a kind of firewalled solution for people, maybe even institutional investors that say, we want to get the best of DeFi without being exposed to the kind of hacks or risks that we've seen in the EVM ecosystem. So I think it has its own kind of space in the market. Yeah.
For the two of you that are actively building on Bitcoin, can you walk me through why you chose Bitcoin versus other chains? Is there any other insights, or do you completely agree with both Kathy and Ben?
Yeah, I think to take a step back, there's what BTC Fi is today and what I think we should be building towards in the future. So BTC Fi, as it stands today, what's really happening is a lot of this Bitcoin is aggregating. Folks are bridging it over to Ethereum and seeking yields. And I think the existence of WBTC as an asset class is a testament to the potential of Bitcoin Fi. And if you think about it, WBTC is very centralized. That is why a lot of Bitcoiners have been averse to engaging in BTC Fi because of the inherent centralization, both in WBTC as well as within Ethereum as a whole. So I think the existence of that as an asset class, the existence and emergence of what is now being labeled as BTC Fi, is a testament to how much potential there is out there. Now, Bitcoin is the elephant you cannot ignore right? Like the election happened, and the #1 headline related to crypto was related to Bitcoin price. It is $1 trillion. It's actually 1.5 now. We cannot ignore it. So we can think of it or let it ossify into digital gold, but that's just going to hold crypto back. Because at the end of the day, it is the only cryptocurrency that your moms and dads know about. And if we don't potentialize it further from a store of value into something much more, I think it's going to hold back the rest of crypto as well. I tell this to a lot of people. Ethereum, at the end of the day, it's the same 10,000 of us at every conference and the same 200,000 users. If we really want to make crypto and blockchain accessible to the masses, if we want to make a meaningful change and transform TradFi into something that is decentralized and brings power back to the people, it will only happen on Bitcoin.
Yeah, so I think maybe some people sometimes forget that this DeFi stuff is meant actually to be on Bitcoin. And people don't remember that Bitcoin actually has smart contracts, right? It's just that it's not as powerful and it's not as scalable. And that's one of the reasons chains like Ethereum and others were developed, so that you could have a more scalable chain to build these applications. And sometimes people joke and say that, Ethereum was actually a test net for smart contracts on Bitcoin. And I think that's maybe true to some degree. And we're seeing that now with several years of tech being built, research, enabling Bitcoin to actually maybe evolve a little bit and have this more advanced smart contract capability with L2s. I think attention, money, builders all flooding back into Bitcoin, where this whole DeFi, the global financial system could be, actually be based on Bitcoin, right? So I think that's the reason we're building on Bitcoin.
And actually, just to add on to that, it's really interesting. Like around the 80 teams that are building on us, they're all EVM builders because we're an EVM chain, but they're all OG Bitcoiners who are so excited to now finally be building on Bitcoin, because that is the reason we're all in this room today.
Thank you so much for the context. So something I was doing to prep for this, just imagining that I came out of hibernation and I'm trying to catch up with what's happening in the Bitcoin world, was I looked at DeFi Llama today and I noticed that there's 3.1 billion staked worth of Bitcoin. And I made sure to check, is it purely because the value went up to all-time highs? But no, it looks like in the last 2 weeks, it went from 10,000 Bitcoin staked to 50,000. That's a 5x increase. I don't know if these charts are correct, wrong, but I'd love to hear from some of you on what is going on, what are people actually doing on Bitcoin, and what are some of the reasons that caused the surge?
I mean, I don't have a sophisticated take on this, but my take is that I think because of the US elections and geopolitics, that a lot of risk got kind of taken out, especially over the last week for people, and they maybe felt more comfortable from having Bitcoin liquid, so to say, to going back to a more long-term view and staking. That's, without having researched it further, would be my naive take on it.
I think Bitcoin staking is actually a fundamental for acquiring and aggregating liquidity for Bitcoin Fi and also Bitcoin L2, because liquidity is essentially really a foundation for a network or for a chain. And I think the growth of I cannot tell because I don't know the actual data, but I think the growth of those staked Bitcoin volumes are mainly steered by the Babylon staking cap 2. That I think 23,000 Bitcoins have been staked into Babylon, and apart from that, a lot of like Bitcoin staking and restaking protocols also accumulated some other like Bitcoins. So that's the main driver for this growth. And for example, for Mazo as well, our mainnet is not live, but we had already launched a pre-mainnet deposit portal, which accumulates around, I think, 2,600 Bitcoin. So to our portal as well, that's also equivalent to around, I guess, $170 million US worth of Bitcoin and worth of dollars. And then I think that's what I guess all the L2s are also doing. So basically, having, to gaining attention, not just capital, but also attention.
We're not doing a pre-deposit, pre-mainnet like deposit contract, but I agree with Kathy that a lot of this is driven by Babylon, right? And the Babylon cap that just came out. And I think a lot of this activity is driven by two main LSTs on Babylon, which are Lombard and Solve. And they're doing really, really great work in terms of being able to attract Bitcoin and make it productive largely within Ethereum and Cosmos ecosystems. There are a lot of trust assumptions involved in all of these, and I think we all need to Dior. But I do think they're doing a great job in terms of attracting Bitcoin liquidity that's never DeFi'd before, which I think is a Herculean task for everyone involved here, and being able to, actually attract meaningful yield. I think especially Lombard is doing a lot of work with Pendle, and so that is a big area of the TVL. But yeah, I think that's the main dynamic that's at play here.
Okay, interesting. Just because a 5x multiplier is insane, and it was literally like hockey stick growth, and that's a lot higher than what Bitcoin or Ethereum appreciated in the last week. So Ken, you mentioned a little bit about research, and Alicia, you talked about current state versus future state. I'd love to understand where are we at today, how is the research coming to fruition, and then we can dig into the nitty-gritty of UX and where we need to go to get to the future state you envision.
Yeah, I think one major theme in terms of like research and development on Bitcoin is BitVM. I think several Bitcoin L2 projects are looking to utilize what's being built with BitVM for their project. So you can see things that were not possible before, like a native bridge from Bitcoin to an L2, now being possible with BitVM. And I think BitVM 2 just came out recently, and now there's actually testnet implementations of it done by several projects already. And I think in the next several months we can see good bridges from Bitcoin to L2s. And I think that's the biggest unlock for these L2s to actually start becoming usable. So I think that's the big thing, at least in my mind right now.
From your perspective, are there any features or main questions that builders are looking to AppKit and Reown to implement?
AppKit in general, or you mean interfacing with Bitcoin? Specifically for Bitcoin. I think it's at least the goal that we have with integrating Bitcoin into AppKit, now that we came from EVM in the first place, then we shipped Solana recently, and now Bitcoin, is to really make it more of a no-brainer UX. Like, it's the reason we'll call like toolkits for on-chain UX, in the sense of I want to be able to use Bitcoin, get the transactions in AppKit directly, do swaps when they're being abstracted without me having to understand, okay, I have to do something completely different to do swaps for Bitcoin versus for Solana versus for EVM, and all this stuff that we kind of take for granted because we work in the industry. But anybody else who's coming to this, it's a complete, oh God, I don't know what to do moment, right? If you encounter that. So that's the main goal for us. And actually, one question I wanted to ask too is, if you don't mind, quickly, I promise, is we have partners coming out to us now. So are you guys going to support stacks, like L2 questions around Bitcoin? So I want to ask, which L2s do you find the most promising amongst yourselves? Because that's the kind of decision point we're at right now. Okay, like which direction do we go in? I think I know Alicia's answer maybe, but yeah.
This is amazing live user research. This is exactly what you should be doing in person at these conferences.
Selfishly, but it's interesting, right? Please.
I think we're probably very biased, but we're actually, obviously, but actually we were big fans of Mezzo and the work that they're doing, so we're very bullish on Mezzo as well. I think there's a lot of room for multiple Bitcoin L2 winners. I think it's far too soon to say, but Thesis are obviously OGs, so we massively respect them. I think in terms of your other question, which is thinking about UI, UX features, I've spoken to hundreds of Bitcoiners over the past year and a half, thinking about what is user experience for them. And it's really interesting. We launched our testnet in November of last year. We were the first Bitcoin EVM L2 to come out with an end-to-end functioning testnet with peg-ins and peg-outs. And a lot of these users had never used MetaMask, so we actually had to include, we will include, obviously, Xverse and WalletConnect very, very soon. But back then, a lot of these folks had never even integrated with any sort of hot wallet. So on our testnet, we actually had instructions as to how to set up MetaMask. And MetaMask actually contacted us like, we're receiving record number of signups from your page. So I think there's a lot of fundamental pieces that we can actually rethink. And I think the larger opportunity here for Bitcoin, right, in the vein of ETH was testnet, is rethinking every single aspect of the ETH DeFi experience or the SOL experience and try to make it just more tangible for an actual end user. So we at Botanics were thinking, okay, imagine someone who's never DeFi'd before in their entire life. What do they need to do? Okay, they need to set up a wallet. Let's explain to them how to set up a wallet. Let's explain to them how to bridge funds. Let's explain to them how a swap works, right? There's so much fundamental education that needs to be done because I do think the 100 or 1000x opportunity is bringing Bitcoiners on board and not bridging over existing users. So I do think there's a massive UI, UX potential just in terms of making this experience better than it ever has before.
That's really interesting because it sounds like you're setting yourself up to capture net new audiences versus purely looking at EVM and alt-VM folks that are experienced with DeFi and bridging over to Bitcoin. So it sounds like also Bitcoiners have never used hot wallets before.
Never. And most Bitcoiners, they'll bury their Bitcoin in their backyard or it's on a ledger, And so those are the two main avenues or interaction, or through sexes actually. So most Bitcoiners actually experience Bitcoin through sexes and not even through any sort of hardware wallet or cold wallet. So it's just a very different mentality. And whenever any EVM builder is like, why build on Bitcoin? I'm like, three things: new users, new liquidity, new vibes, change the world.
So I'd love to dig into that a little bit more. When you are redesigning and rethinking about UX and UI from first principles, from the ground up, what does it look like? What do you think it needs to look like? I'd love to ask Kathy and Ken.
Sure. Yeah, I think Bitcoin is notoriously difficult to develop for and has so much complexity that people don't actually unless you're a developer. The OG Bitcoin wallets like Electrum and some of the other Sparrow, they're extremely difficult to use, and people just go use their exchange wallets and just have a custodial wallet, right? So we're trying to change that, and I think in terms of self-custody wallets, Xverse is definitely leading the way for Bitcoin. And our our goal is to abstract away all these complexity, things like UTXOs, different address types, right? Those things we're trying to get rid of. And in terms of what's coming next, Bitcoin L2s, we're also trying to make that as simple as possible, right? On MetaMask right now, if you wanted to use an L2, you have to go to the network, change network, and connect to a different one. What we want to do is there's no network changing settings that you have to fiddle with. All the L2s are going to be natively supported in Xverse, and transitioning from an L1 to L2 is going to be seamless. And the users don't even need to think about what is the underlying L2. They should just think about the apps that they're using and what they're trying to accomplish, whether it's just transferring some money, stable coins, or using DeFi. So that's what we're doing in terms of UX.
Yeah, I think so. The major challenge for using Bitcoin on UX UI side is that I think historically, as Bitcoin evolved, there are multiple. So from wallet address, right? There are multiple wallet address formats. When you connect to a wallet address, use a Bitcoin wallet address, you'll find Taproot, you'll find nested SegWit, native SegWit, and which are SegWit, and they are all very different. So, and then also there are also different. On top of that, there are also different Bitcoin asset protocol, some different token standards. BRC20 ordinals and runes are more on Taproot, and even if you send Bitcoin to a new wallet address, you need to make sure that which network or which address format it is. So that actually adds a lot of complexity to new users as well. So for Mezzo, we're actually taking a little bit more holistic approach to trying to basically, I would say, attract the users from the users who are the Bitcoin users, right? Who use, as you said, hardware wallets, or they're more active on the Bitcoin network, and also kind of like convert them onto an EVM side of world. Because in Meso is also an EVM compatible chain. The reason why we choose EVM is it's very important. It's very easy because most of the tractions and most of the user and also liquidity is out there. It's more friendly to both users and develop. If we wanted to develop, an dApp on top of Bitcoin, the bridging part, we're utilizing Threshold Network, which is the first and is the only existing decentralized bridge that Thesis has developed, and to bridge the Bitcoin onto the EVM chains. And it's a viable product. It's been live for 4 years. It's been battle tested. So we're just like, for us, it was just like building one more side chain layer on top of the Threshold network, and then to make it more viable and again more easy for both developers and users.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We are running short on time, so I'd like to do a lightning network round, pun intended. In one sentence, can you please tell me what are you most excited about, specifically in Q4 through the end of this year, just because I know in crypto we can think so far ahead. So I'll start with you, Ben.
I mean, again, I'm biased, right? So I'm going to say Bitcoin on AppKit. I'm really hyped about that. I've been working with the team towards that already, talking to partners. I know Ken and Xverse are also most likely going to be involved. And yeah, I'm really excited to shipping that. And so like Alicia mentioned, growing the user base, new frontiers, and really making Bitcoin a lot easier to use, both for users, UX, and DX, so developers too. Like the developer experience is just as complex and varied at the moment on Bitcoin. So I'm looking forward to improving on that.
Bringing Bitcoin DeFi, Bitcoin native DeFi to life with our testnet launch.
So the Meso testnet, the very first version of Meso's testnet will be live next week. So this is what I'm the most excited about. And on top of that, I also agree with Alicia. I'm excited to see more Bitcoin DeFi protocols coming to the market in Q4.
I would say Bitcoin DeFi, and you mentioned that 5x number earlier. I think that's still just money that's already in crypto going to Bitcoin. But with Bitcoin price shooting up as it is right now, we're going to see a lot more money coming in from outside crypto. And that's really going to pump that number up. And I think we're probably going to go to the moon.
Number go up. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And thank you to...
Thank you, Emily.
Thanks, Emily.
There's so many exciting things happening on the Bitcoin ecosystem to build the Bitcoin renaissance. I think we hit an all-time high of, over 81K thus far, and that's huge kudos to the entire industry, so round of applause to yourselves. Woo! And so, with that being said, it's our first break of the day. So we're going to take a 15 starting now. So feel free to go mingle downstairs, grab a coffee, get some bites. And thank you so much. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Hi, guys. Hope you're all recharged from our break. And we have an exciting panel coming up now. I'm sorry, it's a keynote coming up from Lucas, who's the biz dev at Mimic-Fi, who's going to give a product keynote on Mimic. So without further ado, let's welcome Lucas on stage. Woo!
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucas. I'm head of business development at Mimic. Yeah, I hope your week is going well. It's going to be busy, so get ready. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick update on Mimic, and the slides are not working on the large screen. Yeah? It's working here, it's not working there. Yay, okay, cool. Yeah, so what we're going to be doing, what I'm going to be talking today is I would like to introduce you to Mimic protocol. So our mission today is to establish a standardized approach for automating operations. And how we got here is, like, we've been building automation for the past 3 years and improving the way on how users can automate their on-chain operations. And during those years, we've seen a growing demand to standardize the way automation is offered to the customers and to different users. And we've wanted to make it more accessible. We wanted to make it more accessible for both users and for the applications, both in the UX way and also in the integration way. So that's why we've decided to build a protocol. So how the Mimic protocol is going to be built? So we have come with 3 different layers because in order to have an efficient automation, you have to have a good off-chain planning, you have to have best on-chain execution, but you also have to have an on-chain security to ensure that what users intend to automate is performed in the right way. So for the planning layer, we have built a layer of different AI agents that will convert user instructions into actionable tasks through intents. We have got with intents and a network of solvers, as we believe this is the best way to achieve the best execution and best prices for the users. And we followed the Uniswap and across standard for building the intent system. And everything, like last but not least, we have got the on-chain security. So users who want to automate their interactions can put on-chain safeguards to ensure that whatever the planning layer is creating, whatever intents are being created on behalf of the users in an automated way, they are done, with what they intended, within the constraints and safeguards that the user has set. So Mimic protocol is built for everyone and is designed for builders. So in order to achieve, large scalability, we decided to go with a design to offer it to different applications. So how users will interact with Mimic protocol is through different frontends, through different applications, especially DeFi apps and wallets to access the regular users. So through connecting Mimic protocol, wallets and applications will be able to offer a set of different use cases to their users without need of coding any smart contracts or building any complex integrations. They're just going to be able to integrate our API or SDK, and they're going to be able to offer different automation use cases to their users. Same applies for more, I would say, professional finance people, crypto treasuries, funds, asset managers. They might want to use it through regular front ends, or they might want to use it for a little bit more specialized applications like our own front end, different custodians, or asset management platforms. So some of the use cases that users will be able to access through Mimic integration in the wallets. So stuff like limit orders, yield optimization, so you can set moving your position, your assets between different positions in an automated way. Rebalancing, so you just set the portfolio composition, and it will be automatically rebalanced between various tokens. Risk-based exits, one of the most exciting use cases that we've kind of explored, where you can set an on-chain risks and alerts, which will trigger the automation. So, for example, you can exit a position if liquidity in the pool drops, or if like any other on-chain or off-chain alert is being triggered. And things like TWAPs as well, like without any custom coding, wallets and applications can offer such use cases. So yeah, there's many more use cases available, and like we're happy to discuss it. We're here all day. So like we're already, like as I mentioned, we've been building this for the past 3 years, and like we're already leaders in on-chain automation. You can see some of our partners and customers here that we've processed $4.7 billion in an automated way on their behalf. So it's not something that we started building yesterday. And yeah, we're going to be going live in Q1 next year, but we're already have got a I would say a playground demo available. So our team is here. If you find someone in this T-shirt, we'll be happy to show you how you can how automation can work in a more efficient way. And if you're a wallet, if you're an application, to see what sort of use cases you can open up to your users. And yeah, visit our website, mimic.fi, and we have created a POAP to celebrate the launch of, or the announcement of the Mimic protocol. So yeah, I'd love you to mint it. I don't know if we've got any more time for any questions. We've got 2 minutes if anyone's got any quick question. No? All right, cool. Thank you very much. That's everything. Hope you enjoyed.
Thank you, Lucas. So Mimic protocol is switching from DeFi automation infra to protocol, so huge update for DeFi lovers out there. Find Lucas, who's walking past. I wanted to welcome next on stage Alvin Khan, the COO of BitGet Wallet. For those that don't know BitGet, obviously the exchange side, but BitGet Wallet to integrate all of your tokens that are listed on BitGet as well. So Alvin, welcome. Applause.
Well, good afternoon. What a great start to the week. So, yesterday I was on a panel, I think it was around 11 a.m. And before I started, I checked my wallet. Bitcoin was at 77K. After the panel, I think it reached up to 80K. So let's hope at the end of this 10 minutes, we're going to go all-time high again. So as the momentum continues, one thing we're very sure of is retail users are going to come in en masse, right? And in a way, it's already happening through channels like Telegram, which is what I'm going to talk about today. But when they come on board, right, and they are already coming in some ways, we have to be prepared for them, because they are going to come into Web3 in the channels and in ways that are most easy and convenient for them. If you think about it, 5 years ago, what was the norm that you would use in Web3? It's Chrome extensions, right? Today, the norm is actually on mobile apps. Look at the latest innovations like Moonshot, for example. Most of these new innovations are all mobile first. So in a way, we need to be prepared for what is the next platforms for them. This is the growth of BitGet Wallet over the last 6 years. So we were founded 6 years ago. We have always been mobile first. So in a way, we were very early at that time. And you could see that the growth has been really, really exponential over the last 1 year. We were lucky enough to have caught on several trends. For example, in the early part of this year, it was a lot about airdrop meta, right? And so we built a quest system that allows people to do task to earn. We launched our own token together with an airdrop campaign that brought a lot of people. That was kind of the first wave. Now, the second wave, when we went from 30 to 40 million users, was because we caught on the Telegram wave, right? What has happened since then is lots and lots of developers, game studios are all building on mini apps, right, for various reasons. For example, if you're a game and you build it on iOS, you may have, that 30% charge that iOS has on your NFTs. But on a Telegram mini app, you don't have that. So for various reasons, developers are going there, users, there is about 1 billion users on Telegram, and they're starting to learn about crypto, and that's the easiest way for them to get on board. So we caught on that wave about 5-6 months ago. We went from 30 to 40 million users in a span of just a few months, and that growth is not stopping. Of course, the next question for us is then, how do we go from 40 million users to 100 million users, right? As a wallet, we have the ability and the responsibility to bring people on board. Now, at the same time, the questions that we are getting from our Telegram users are very different from our usual wallet users, right? The questions they're asking, what is an MPC wallet? What is a seed phrase? What do you mean by different chains? How is Ethereum different from Ton? You start to realize that many of these are real new crypto users, right? They're very used to having like banking accounts, fintech accounts, but they have no clue what's happening in Web3. And we need to be able to really, really simplify these things, right? From onboarding to on-ramp to security, really need to dumb it down for them. And so in order to do that, in the last 1 month, after months and months of research, we launched 2 new products that will hopefully ease this for them. Now, the first one is what we call OmniConnect. One of the biggest questions that the users have for us on Telegram is, how do I connect to the other chains? Now, why do they have to connect beyond Ton? So today, a lot of the chains are starting to realize that Telegram and Ton are indeed separate, right? A lot of mini apps are building there. Why? Because of the distribution network that Telegram has. And they don't necessarily have to go on chain onto Ton. But the problem is, even to today, most of the mini apps are limited to just Ton connection, because when you go to mini app, you click Connect Wallet, it brings you the Ton Connect, and the only chain you can connect to is Ton. Now, the other chains are realizing this shouldn't be the case, and so we have worked with them. We created OmniConnect. Now, what this does is, from a mini app, it allows users to connect to 500 over chains, depending on which app the chain wants to bring them to. And this is increasing the opportunities for the users and the dApp. I know for matter of fact, chains like BNB Chain, for example, right? They are very, very aggressive in going after mini apps. More and more of these chains are going to start throwing out grants, subsidies for the dApps, which will then funnel down to the users. And so by allowing OmniConnect to get them to connect to other chains, these users can now get more opportunities. The second one, which I'm more excited about, is BitGet Wallet Lite, which is our Telegram wallet. So I mentioned before, 5 years ago, Chrome extensions were the norm. Now it's mobile app on iOS and Android. But in the future, it's going to be a lot more platforms. So this marks the third extension of where BitGet Wallet will live on. It's meant to be really, really simple. And this is great for users because you know the cost of switching between apps ecosystems, right? When you go from Telegram to another app, for example, BitGet Wallet, maybe 50-60% of them may actually lose that kind of conversion. But if you have this, the conversion has been really smooth from what we've seen. The one thing that we want to make it really customized to Telegram is that the users love gamification. The kind of UI and UX they're used to, right, are all these tap-to-earn games. Something really simple, big buttons, big fonts. And most of them, they don't want to know, for example, what is staking, what is LPs, what is slippage, and so on. They want very, very simple UI to do it. And so what is interesting here is, you probably can't see, but at the bottom tab, again, the UI is very clean and simple, but we have this tab called What's New. And what we want to do is, one, we want to bring some of this task-to-earn stuff onto that tab, because that's what they're used to and familiar with. Now, the other thing is we want to bring DeFi to them in a very gamified way. One thing I really believe in is, I'm not sure if the users from, say, Catizen, cats, dogs, whatever, they will actually go to the DeFi protocols apps themselves, but rather, they will probably do these DeFi protocols in Catizen or some of the tap-to-earn games itself. So many of these games will become the mini distribution channels for them. Why do I say that, right? If you look at some of the staking protocols on Ton today, they may not be getting as many stakers as the number of users who are staking in Catizen app itself, because people are already familiar with all these apps. So we intend to bring DeFi to them in more gamified and simple ways. We launched about 1 to 2 weeks ago. You can see, very, very proud to say that we have hit, actually this number is outdated. We've already hit over 8 million users on our Telegram Lite wallet. This is again testament to, again, a lot of the support from the community, but also much from the investment and commitment we've done in Ton and Telegram over the last 1 year. And now the floodgates have opened to all the other chains as well. So I'm pretty sure this number will grow massively. Now, one last thing I want to announce. So we do have a mini app support program. So we are not here just to get the users, but we want to support the entire mini app ecosystem. So Foresight Ventures is one of the leading VCs out there. They have the listings and the investor contacts out there. We have the distribution channels and we have the users. So combined, I think we can help these mini apps grow very, very fast. So that's it for today. Follow us on Twitter. Go check out our new products, OmniConnect and BitGet Wallet Lite. And hopefully when I go down on stage, all-time high. Let's see. All right, see you guys.
Thank you, Alvin. So BitGet Wallet announces their launch of a $20 million Telegram mini app support program. So in case you don't already know, you should find Alvin, who's coming off stage now, to learn more. So next, we have Pedro Gomes from the WalletConnect family, who's the director on the WalletConnect Foundation. Yes, thank you, Pedro.
Thank you. It's good to be on stage again. And I can see the room getting bigger and bigger. I like that. So get cozy. We're going to get talking about wallets. But most importantly, WalletConnect has been built on standards. So we have created a program for that. And this program is focused on working together with the wallets to actually drive collaboration of what it could be to build a better wallet. So we're going to be talking about the wallet guides and the WalletConnect certified. And these are very important things for WalletConnect because as part of this network, wallets play a huge role of defining what it means to use this new internet. The wallet kind of defines your user experience, and you might see different people actually have very different experience to yours, and mostly it is driven by how they use their wallet. Even a lot of the times people are thinking, oh, WalletConnect isn't working. Oh, WalletConnect could have been better. And then sometimes what they're actually saying is, my wallet just does things slightly different than yours. And that's what we're trying to change with Wallet Guide and WalletConnect Certified. While it has kind of provided this shared infrastructure, which is already a massive achievement over these 6 years, to have so many wallet partners using the exact same network and same protocols to connect their wallets, this has opened up an opportunity for collaboration on how we actually define how a wallet should work. So as part of this, it comes in two pieces. It has the wallet guide, which you can now visit already, and WalletConnect Certified, which on top of the wallet guide provides certain criteria that gives you the golden standard for a wallet. So let's dig deeper. When you think about wallet guide, think of it as a directory. Think of it as a website to explore. Think of it as one place where you can find your favorite wallet. And maybe you already have your favorite wallets, or maybe you haven't found out the perfect wallet for you. A wallet can have different standards, different features, certain security measures. There's not a single user that's going to use the same wallet as you just because you're friends or maybe you have the same background. Every wallet is going to fit a different profile because every user will have a different risk factor. Every user will have different preferences about they want to manage their identity and assets. And in this directory, we hope that it kind of helps you explore and find the wallet that's most suitable for you. But of course, as part of this discovery, it's also important to have some curation. And this curation isn't some arbitrary curation where WalletConnect is just stamping approvals left and right. This is a collaboration with wallet partners to find what it is, the industry standard for what it means to build a wallet. Because some features might be experimental, some things might just kind of make more sense for some wallets and not others, but there is a bar. There is what is the common denominator that all of these wallets share that we should consider this is what defines to be a wallet.
And WalletConnect Certified tells you exactly that. So we have our first round of partners that are part of the round one of the WalletConnect Certified. And we're really happy to have been working with all of these partners in establishing a few points of what it means to be a great wallet. And they have met, since we announced this earlier this year, we've been working for months on building this program. And the experience of what people think today is WalletConnect has improved, not just because of the core development team building a faster and more reliable WalletConnect network, but also for wallets to manage and control your wallet connections better. And we have successfully done this with almost 20 wallets, and we look forward to expand and to continuously to work with all of our wallet partners to build a better wallet experience. So for round one, really happy to have all of our partners part of this round. And in round two, we want to raise the bar. We want to continuously raise the bar for what it means to be a golden standard wallet. Starting off, we live in a multi-chain world, and we want to make sure that whether you are an EVM-based wallet, a Solana-based wallet, or a Bitcoin-based wallet, that you are following the latest RPC standards that provide you with more functionality, with more capabilities, and most importantly, a superior user experience. So as part of round two, we will be expanding the scope of what it means to support RPC methods for EVM, Solana, and Bitcoin. Additionally, we have a couple of features that we've been working on for the last year that will be part of this second round. Some features that were part of some wallets as experimental features are now going to be part of the actual round two. And we want to work with the wallets to define which features are actually going to be part of this round two, so that we then establish what are the next industry standards. Some of the features might be, for example, link modes. Link mode that allows you to have a native app on mobile connect to a native mobile wallet without using the internet, completely offline. Or one-click off, where in a single connection, you can verify your wallet and connect your wallets using standards like CWE or CIX. And finally, we've defined a few criteria points in round one that will obviously be inherited in round two. And we're going to expand specifically on the experience around the UX of connection approvals and transaction approvals, making sure that, all of these wallets have a very consistent experience around how you connect, how you manage your accounts, how do you control the chains, and how you sign the transactions. So this is quite powerful because it's not only the fact that all of these wallets use the WalletConnect network, but the fact that these wallets, which you might even consider our competitors, are working together to build each other up, to build a better future for wallet experience as part of the WalletConnect Certified program. And I'm really happy that the WalletConnect Foundation is helping this initiative, because as part of this initiative, we're also working on innovating further. Not only are we setting the bar for what it means to be part of the WalletConnect Certified program, but we're also innovating on some research and development that actually goes towards setting grants for new features. And I would like to announce that the WalletConnect Foundation will be allocating 30 million tokens for chain abstraction adoption, something that is not a certified program, but actually on the innovator program, a future program where we're actually going to have grants for not only wallets who are certified, but are also using the latest features. And we're really excited to have allocated this budget of 30 million tokens for chain abstraction adoption. So this is something that we obviously are working together, WalletConnect Foundation and the Reown team and our wallet partners. So I invite all of you to join us at the workshop downstairs at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pedro. So I just wanted to make a quick announcement regarding the workshops that are happening. As per Pedro mentioned, there is a Ledger workshop that's wrapping up right now. And for those that are interested in the WalletConnect and Reown UX workshop, that's taking place at 1 p.m. And the workshops are right downstairs. So up next, we have Niharika Singh who's the technical product manager for Safe, who's giving a product keynote on Safe. Thank you.
GM, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying Bangkok like I am. I'm Niharika. I'm the technical product manager at Safe. Safe envisions every on-chain account to be a smart account. For those of you who don't know, Safe is a smart account solution that's heavily battle-tested and so far most trusted in the space. I don't want to brag, but we kind of have like $100 billion worth of assets secured in our contracts. So if you're an account abstract developer, this is definitely something you should check out. At my role in Safe currently, I'm building account abstraction dev tooling. And right now, me and my team, we're together actively working on EIP 7702, which I think is at a very amazing bridge between bridging the on-chain UX with EOA wallets. So as a product manager, I like to talk in terms of user stories. And before this talk, 3 top user stories come to my mind. Number 1, as a new user on a new chain, I don't want to manage native gas token to play with an app because on-ramping is painstaking. Second, as a native crypto user, I want to implement some spending limits on my wallet so that I don't get scammed by mistake. Or, as a DeFi power user, I want to have DeFi positions across several chains so that I can manage my positions on each chain in a go. As you can see, these are all smart account related features which are not in any EOA at the moment. So EOAs need to get better, or we kind of have to provide a really easy migration path to smart accounts. And this is where I want to make a pulse check with the audience. How many of you are indeed aware of EIP 7702? I see a few hands go up, but not too many. So I'll take a few minutes to explain what that exactly is. At the moment, your EOA, your externally owned account, is kind of dumb. You can sign transactions with it or send it to the chain, but that's pretty much it. EIP 7702 is an on-chain improvement UX effort to allow your EOA to delegate the signing authority to any piece of code on-chain. It could be any piece of code, or it could be a smart account implementation, such as a Safe. And the user could technically delegate to many codes on-chain or many smart account implementations on-chain. That's up to the user. And with Safe, of course, multisig is so far the most well-known feature of a Safe, but there's a caveat that comes with EIP 7702. Given that the private key is still the super admin of the account, your multisig renders kind of moot. Or if you want to implement some kind of a negative control within your application, that's not possible with 7702 as it is today. So we see that this might mean that, Safe is not best suited for 7702. So we thought about it internally, and the product strategy we landed on is that 7702 is an amazing way to migrate to a full Safe account. What that means is that your EOA is now capable of sending batch transactions and gas-sponsored transactions. So essentially, all your assets within the EOA could be sent to a Safe within a single transaction, meaning within a single signature. You don't have to sign N number of times for N asset classes. There's another use case that we are working on, which is to manage Safe sub-account topology. in which your 7702 EOA delegated safe would be able to spin up several child safes, or we call them sub-accounts. And to manage those safes, you don't need N signatures, you would only need one. And it might sound like an incremental innovation, but in the longer run, we believe that it's going to make a huge impact when it comes to on-chain UX. And we've been thinking about a safe light version since many months, but in light of 7702, I think it's the perfect time to execute on this vision. Safe light will be a heavily gas-optimized smart contract that's very simple, catering to the two use cases that I mentioned, and would ultimately help us or help the community together to supercharge EOAs with 7702 smart account capabilities. Maybe this is not a long-term vision, but definitely a mid-term vision to improve the on-chain UX that we have. And if you're still more curious about what we're doing, then on Wednesday, the 13th of November at 10:30 at DEF CON AA Community Hub, we are hosting a live product demo. Here's the QR code to the Luma. And my senior Solidity developer, he would be walking you through the entire process, starting with an EOA and ending on the Pectra DevNet, sending out batched, gas-sponsored user ops. So finally, if you're an EOA provider, I want to talk to you. In fact, the entire SAFE team wants to talk to you about your needs, how you see the future of 7702 play out. We are quite accessible throughout this week and would be happy to speak with you. And with this, I would close my talk, and I would like to thank the organizers, Aaron, Saman. Thanks a lot, and have a nice day.
Hello, hello, awesome. So smart accounts are the future of UX. If you feel differently about this, but make sure you get the Wallet UX roundtable and have your voice heard. I just want to welcome Sergey next on stage. Sergey Kunz, who's the co-founder of 1inch. This is probably a panel keynote that you don't want to miss. Sergey, without further ado.
So hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. So first of all, I have a question to you all. Who of you is doing martial arts? Hand up. Martial arts, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai. We are in the country of Muay Thai. No one? Trade. So I'm happy to announce a partnership with Bruce Lee Foundation and the daughter of Bruce Lee, Shannon Lee. We tell our message is take crypto seriously. So I will try to repeat it. Take it seriously. Just kidding here on. So today the talk is more about the current problems in our crypto environment, not just DeFi, also crypto, and how we can address them. So did you know that the crypto adoption is faster than the internet adoption? Yeah, back into like 2000. We are actually in the year 2000. If you look on the internet adoption, so we are growing faster. That's why you also should take it seriously. The current problem in the space is, especially in DeFi, user need to really think about what I'm doing and really understand, educate themselves. And often you need, like, for example, if you need to exchange assets, you need to find the right DEX or the right aggregator, yeah? Or you just use 1inch, of course. If you need to go to another chain, to L2, you can, of course, use native layer 2 bridges. It takes long. Now? Yeah, okay. Thank you. You can use aggregators for bridges, but there are some issues I will highlight a little bit later. And then, you have like 3 doors, we call it. You do it by yourself. You trust a centralized entity like the next FTX who gamble maybe with your money. Or you use intent-based protocols. And of course, we suggest from oneinch just use intent-based protocols. There are already some protocols out there. Difference between intent-based protocols and the normal regular transaction is that with intents, the user don't really care how this is going to be executed. The user just define what they want to get. Yeah. The protocol ensures that it's executed properly by professional executors, resolvers, we call them. In regular transactions, you face, of course, problems such as math attacks, sandwich attacks. I personally lost a lot. That's why we started to build at oneinch intent-based protocols to avoid front-running attacks. So the user in a regular transaction need to take care about how it's going to be executed. If the user needs to leverage on Aave, they need to land, borrow, swap, create a leverage position. But there's no need for this. If your position is tokenized, you can just declare, I want 10x on Ethereum. It's going to be executed by professionals. So, benefits. Yeah, you can get also better rates especially for swaps. Yeah, I will also show how we solve it. You have better experience. You don't need to pay for the transaction itself. You just define kind of an off-chain order or off-chain intent, what's it shared then with the network, and professionals execute. It can settle much faster. Because if you send the transaction by yourself, you need to define the right gas price. Maybe you don't meet the current gas price because it jumps. And professionals can theoretically bundle your intent with other intents and just execute much faster in the next block. Use cases. At oneinch, we have limit orders and we have swaps. So there's different other protocols, projects who also follow the path with the swaps, like Uniswapx, for example, also based on our Dutch auction, what we introduced back in 2022. There are some more intent-based protocols like CowSwap, who introduced like protocol, like above balancer, what also help you to like provide liquidity in safety manner, so you don't get sandwiched, what I faced once. We introduced Fusion in December 2022. We have seen already 35 billion of US dollars volume. So it's already a proven solution. It works. Limit orders, actually released 21. Yeah, we were not really happy. We were not really happy with 0x protocol. It was very heavy. We thought, okay, it can be different, and we could build something what can be also kind of extended with hooks. So you can actually build hooks on top of our limit order protocols. We have seen 29 billion of US dollars volume already. The next problem in DeFi, the liquidity fragmentation. If you look on the fragmentation, of course, most of the money is on Ethereum, but you have Tron, you have Solana, you have layer 2s like Arbitrum Base, we have Near, we have Ton. And all liquidity is fragmented across different DeFi networks. But it's actually bigger what we have here. Crypto is much bigger than just DeFi and Web3. We have Bitcoin. Huge amount of money is in Bitcoin. We have also XRP, like people invest in XRP and they sit on the XRPs. They cannot really do something with them right now except going to a centralized exchange and keep it there. We have Sui, for example, network as well, Litecoin, Dutch coin, whatever else, Monero, yeah. So I personally would like to buy some Monero, but I don't want to go to a centralized exchange. So cross-chain volumes right now in DeFi are around 70 bill between 23 and 24. So it's what was breached. Most of the breached assets are, of course, Ethereum and stablecoins, some other coins as well. So crypto volumes in total are around 200 trillion. Yeah, for 23, 24. It's huge, yeah? And we can tap in this market. So if you compare to traditional finance, we are very small. We are at the beginning. We are in year 2000 for internet adoption. Just think about that, yeah? So we see really huge money in traditional finance, and yeah, DeFi is really only one small thing. There are different solutions to improve this situation with this liquidity of fragmentation. This across what was recently integrated also in Uniswap, D-Bridge, Li-Fi, and some others, Stargate as well, Torchain Swap. Great, but there are problems. Yeah, I personally faced bad UX very often by using these different approaches. It's great to have people building in the same space, but I agree also to WalletConnect approach. We need to improve it. Yeah, so there are different bridges for different chains. You need to find maybe the right bridge, or you use the aggregator, and maybe your assets will stuck somewhere in between, because you swap, bridge, and then you need maybe to swap again, and the price impact is too high, and it stuck. So you need to claim it maybe. So lack of transparency, worse rates, and also security risks. We have seen a lot of hacks for bridges, right? So cross-chain bridges, I mentioned already, some of them are centralized, inconvenient, expensive, unsafe. Cross-chain swaps, very often slow, too complex, expensive. And what about atomic swaps? Did someone build something on atomic swaps? I didn't find. But what if we use one-inch fusion intent-based protocol, and we take the atomic swap approach with hash time lock contracts, what was mentioned on first time, I think, on the Bitcoin Talk forum by a guy. We combine these two, we got intent-based atomic cross-chain swaps powered by 1inch. We call it Fusion Plus. Fusion was the initial intent-based protocol, what you use in one single chain. And Fusion Plus, it's seamless, secure, self-custodial. Very important. Our value proposition from 1inch is you interact with 1inch in self-custodial manner. It's gasless. It's extensible. You can build based on our protocol, based on our white paper, on every chain where it's possible to implement escrow service, escrow contracts. Bitcoin with Bitcoin script, Solana works very well, Ton works very well. We are working on Solana and Bitcoin already. It's trustless, efficient, and competitive. They are resolvers, professional market makers who compete between each other. We have specific flow with the escrows. Origin chain escrow is created for the user, and destination chain escrow is created for the user. And after the verification by the application shares the secret, so the user can ensure that they get the funds what was promised to them. This is our Fusion. We call it like engine. Yeah. I'm unfortunately running out of time. I hope I have one more minute. We use smart Dutch auction approach. This is real case. Someone exchanged 12 million USDT to Ethereum on 1inch. If they would do just normal classic swap on the aggregator, they would actually get 135,000 less. So they got extra money here. We have some special techniques for gas adoption, map protection by design, gasless swaps, liquidity from across the entire network. Yeah, that's actually it. Thank you very much. We are happy if you can test and play around with it in the wallet and on the app. And I have one more thing. Participate on our special offerings. You can get some Bruce Lee merch, Bruce Lee and 1inch merch, nunchakos and some drag suits. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here.
Hold on, Sergey. Please stay on stage for 1 second. We want you to perform one more Bruce Lee kick for us.
Okay, let's go.
Awesome. Thank you, Sergey. With your attire, we had to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Up next, we have a hot takes panel on Wallet UX. I wanted to welcome on stage a full stacked panel.
Cool. Welcome, everyone, to this UX hot take panel. It's not hot enough outside. We need to bring the heat inside here. Hopefully, there will be something interesting said today. I'm Dappa Dan. I am a content creator, developer here in this space. And I'm going to allow everyone to introduce themselves, but to keep this like cool to start. Also, I assume a lot of people flew here. So tell me if you saw an interesting film or TV on the flight. What did you watch and why? Go ahead.
On the TV?
Yeah, on the flight. On the flight.
On the flight? I sleep all night.
Oh, wow, okay. Or you just look at the flight map the whole time?
Yeah, just work for a little bit and sleep. Yeah.
Respect.
For the different time zone.
Yeah, fair enough. And who are you?
I'm Troy from OKX. I lead the OKX Wallet and the DEX BD side.
Hi. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jess. I am the CEO here at Reown. I also didn't watch a film on the flight. I was really hoping I could work, actually, something like that, but I had no Wi-Fi. But I did read a book, and I read a book called Tomorrow, 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 which I'm kind of obsessed with right now, and it's about like these young guys designing a video game.
Nice, okay.
Hi, I'm Medha. I lead product for all of the wallet-related things at Uniswap. I also fell asleep the entire flight. I had a really bad flight schedule. It was like 24 hours, and I popped some Benadryl and knocked out for all of them.
That is very impressive. I'm Ryan Jones. I'm one of the product leaders on MetaMask. I can't remember the full name of the movie that I watched, but it's Magic something, and it was about the first creators of the iPhone, or the attempt of creating an iPhone before the internet was even around. Great movie, worth watching. Everyone ended up running a bunch of other companies right after, but it talks about failure and then the creation after.
Okay, great. I watched Dune 2. Thanks for asking, everyone. Thanks for asking. So this is probably not the first time we've ever had hot takes on the UX. So I want to get everyone's take on like what's sort of the most frustrating thing about Wallet UX now, either for yourselves or for users, and why do you think that we haven't like conquered that obstacle yet?
For my experience, because as we know, there's a lot of wallets in the market right now. Each wallet has their own features, has their own unique function. So if you wanted to play all the on-chain stuff, like a campaign, like an airdrop, a lot of things on that, you need to go to different wallets, right? And so I think the user experience is like they cannot experience the on-chain activities in, at least one or two wallets. They can experience that. So this kind of things is a little bit inconvenience, I think. The other things is, when your assets, separated in a different wallets, it's really hard to management, right? And sometimes, for accident, you forgot your passkey, right? You forgot your private key, something like that. It will make you a little bit, awkward and something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. I find there's so many things that I find frustrating, but I think probably the most is the lack of security functionality that's available. I think that we're going to need different wallets for different things. I think that the wallet that I want to buy my coffee with, the wallet that I want to store my retirement savings in, are going to be different. They're going to need different interfaces, different levels of security. So I actually think that we need more variety in wallets, so that I can find the wallet that I want for different things. But the one thing that needs to be consistent across them all is I feel comfortable knowing that I'm sending crypto to the right place, telling me that it's the right smart contract, that it's the right domain, that it's the right person. All of this stuff, I think, is really critical. That's the piece that takes me the most time when I'm interacting with crypto, especially with more than just a few dollars worth of crypto. It's I'm checking, I'm copying, I'm pasting, and all of this stuff, and we need, I think, to solve that.
Yeah, +1 to security, that's a big one. I would say for mine, I'm going to say discovery. I think right now, people are finding tokens through Telegram group chats or Twitter or Farcaster or sometimes even random TikToks. And then I feel going from that to then assessing, is it a safe token? Where can I buy it? What chain is it on? Do I have gas on that chain? All of that leads to so many different steps that actually require some specialized knowledge to be able to do. So I think there's two aspects. There's the discovery part, which is hard. And then once you have an intent, I want to buy this thing, how do I go from that to on-ramping, onboarding to a wallet, having funds, buying that asset, paying gas, etc. So kind of the whole flow.
So being the last one, agree with all the points.
What a hot take.
Very much. But I still think, even though we've been going at this for a very long time, it's actually still a technical limitation. So everything that was called out before, I think a lot of that we're making headroads into, but a lot of that hopefully this next year we'll be able to help solve, but still technologically running into a lot of issues on making it seamless for everyone.
I think the other thing, sorry, I'm going to interrupt. The other part of your question was why are those things? And I think it is technical. I also think that we haven't held ourselves accountable as an industry to fixing some of those problems. For a long time, we've just expected that users will write a seed phrase down and store it safe. And we have this mentality of we need to teach users how to be safe, for example. And I actually think it's the worst idea when you bring someone into crypto and you're hey, use this really cool game. It's amazing. It's really interesting. To get started, what you need to do is get a piece of paper, and then you need, and everyone's what? This isn't how I onboard. So I think we also need this mindset shift, which is I have to really care about my user's experience and design that into the flow.
Could I respond to that?
Yeah.
I generally totally agree.
If it's the hot take, you can definitely respond.
I was yeah, since it's a hot take panel, maybe I'll reply. Generally, totally agree. I think UX is incredibly important. But when you're looking at something like Polymarket, if you look at the volumes over the last week, for example, people were willing to overcome so much friction to be able to get what they wanted. They had to not only onboard onto crypto, but not on mainnet. They had to somehow get on Polygon, somehow build a wallet. Some people had to use the VPN maybe, and do all of these things just to put in a bet. So I do think there's an element of if there's a will, there's a way. But I do definitely agree that if you're a new user, it is so hard to get into that. So I think part of it is about what audience you're addressing.
So, a little bit of behind the scenes in this panel. I got a list of hot takes, but I actually don't know who wrote them. So I'm trying to do a game here to find out who said what on the page. So one of the hot takes actually was that there is probably too many wallets. We have a lot of wallets. And Jess, you just mentioned that that's probably a good thing, but does anyone on this panel think that we may be or having too much choice for consumers or users or being overwhelming them?
Yeah, just like I said before, right? There's a lot of choice for the different wallets. I think, with the well-educated, users, this is not a big thing because, every wallet, their, infrastructure, their function, they're similar. The only thing is, maybe some unique function like OKX Wallet. We have, ordinal markets before. There is the only function in our wallet, at least for 3 to 4 months, right? So at that part, we have the a lot of education things that different, people to try it. But after like 3 to 5 months, the other wallets also have the same functions. So after the well-educated and different wallets have different experiences with the same education things, I think it's worthwhile, and it is a good thing to try different wallets. But for the business side, I think for the wallet innovation things, this is really important to find a new solution or a new feature for the specific wallets. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do worry a little bit about fragmentation. Like, I feel like a lot of what's being talked about at DevCon and in the zeitgeist right now is embedded wallets, and those are great. I am so pro embedded wallets. I think they're so great for a new user, especially those, like you said, they shouldn't have to think about writing down a seed phrase, etc. But I do worry that if every dApp that you use creates an embedded wallet, and then now you have Dust and a bunch of funds in a bunch of different places, your assets aren't consolidated. I hope we as an industry do think about how do users now exit from that ecosystem to be able to kind of take advantage of all the interoperability that crypto dApps offer in general. So I do worry about too many wallets leading to fragmentation.
Yeah, I think you definitely bring up a good point in terms of a lot of these.
We need hot takes.
It's coming. It's coming. I'm last most of the time.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe start this way. But yeah, so a lot of them, though, I feel like they start as more experimentation and they're testing out something new. But what's interesting is they tend to converge because most people realize there's only so many ways as a wallet that you can actually make money in terms of monetizing your users. And so the hard part is even though there are a ton of these different wallets, they all start to look the same over and over. So I'd love to see someone going in and trying something completely new and something different and trying to go and maybe specialize in one area without converging right back. But that's been really difficult until now.
I just want an AI that I can tell to manage my
We'll
stuff for me.
we'll come to that. We'll come to that. It's on the page.
My hot take. No,
I'm curious, a show of hands. How many of you feel like we have too many wallets? Just a quick. Okay, half the room. All right. Maybe 60%, 70%? I don't know. You were going to say something that you agree with everyone that had their hands down and hands up?
How many people use more than 2 wallets? Oh, wow.
Wow, everyone. All right. Literally everyone. Okay. Well, one of the other points, and I think you brought up in terms of discovery, what would you say is the priority of a wallet? Or what's kind of the point if you were to describe it in someone that's not in crypto, right? I mean, we have some wallets that are, about security, some about discoverability, some just want to be really fun and have great graphics. What would you say when you're designing a new wallet? What would be the main priority for you?
You mean design a wallet?
Yeah, if you're going to communicate to a user, you need to use this wallet because of X.
For OKX Wallet, I think, we are trying to build up a really smooth UI, to let people use that, really smoothly and user-friendly. The other things is, I would like to say OKX Wallet is not only a wallet thing. We are going to build up a Web3 station. We want to, let the users to experience different things like our DEX aggregator, like the marketplace, like our DeFi staking yields a lot of onchain products. So we want to, give the users a whole picture for the whole Web3 station, the Web3 things, let them to experience it from, beginning, begin as a beginner or as a professional player. We wanted to, give them the comprehensive experience on that. So this is our, main target. We are not trying to build up, in the specific territory, only for this chain or that chain. We support at least, 100 plus different blockchains. So all the different chains, they have a different ecosystem. We are going to try to bring them into our wallet, let them to know how the ecosystem process, what's the, next trending for in this specific, ecosystem. That's our goal. We are not trying to be isolated in the specific industry. We also have our OKX OS, right? So we are going to help the other projects who wanted to build up the wallet. We provided the technology. So what I think for our for our perspective, we are going to build all things in the industry. Yeah, that's. I think that's our.
Doing all the things.
Yeah.
Nice.
I guess when I think about if I had to explain to somebody what a wallet is, then I kind of start with the whole purpose of Web3, which is that you can, for the first time, self-custody digital assets, right? You can hold your own assets and you're not relying on somebody else. And this is, I think, really important to get across because that's why we're all here, right? For me, I believe that most of the financial institutions are going to fail the world at some point, and I want to be able to control my own assets. And so the wallet for me is the hub of where I can control those assets because that's how I'm using my keys. And somebody asked me the other day, what's a wallet going to be in 2030? And I think it's going to be the place that I can store my assets or store my keys so that I can control my assets. I think it's also going to be the place that I start to do things like control my identity and my data, control my payments. So I sort of think of the wallet as the control center, the security center, the vault for probably my entire life one day, or I hope one day I'll be able to do that, where I can really control who has access to my data and when and what data, where I can control my assets, where I can control my KYC, for example. And so I think we're actually at just the very early stages of figuring out what a wallet should be. And over time, it should be the place that really gives users control.
Yeah. For me, +1 to everything you guys said.
Oh my, this is hot takes.
I'm so sorry. Okay, we need to be more antagonistic in this. They're just really smart. What can I say? What I was gonna say is I think my thesis is much more simple. I think things should just work. That should be the thesis of a wallet. So an example is let's say I went on Twitter and my favorite Twitter trader influencer posted Luna, and I'm oh, how do I get some Luna? I have a little bit of dust in this wallet with maybe some USDC, or maybe I don't even have that. Maybe I have money on my Robinhood account, but it happens to be crypto. How do I get that to now purchase Luna? I shouldn't have to think about anything. I should push a button, I should have the intent, and everything should happen under the hood. And I think a wallet's purpose should be to make that happen in the easiest, fastest, cheapest, and most secure way. But all of the infrastructure advancements that have been happening in the space do lead to that, but I think it's the wallet's job to abstract all of that. And I think you brought up an interesting point about watching that movie about Apple, and I think to Apple, for a lot of this, they're a company that both innovates at the hardware level and at the software level, but in the end, it's just so easy to use. For example, I got my phone stolen in SF Classic a few weeks ago, and I was really nervous because everything was on there, my car keys were on there, my house keys, etc., because everything's digital. But then I was able to just walk into the Apple store, get a new phone, download my iCloud backup, and it was up and running within 5 minutes, and I could send texts on it. That's crazy. That's the mental model we should have for crypto.
Hot take, wallets will be gone. I don't know why we're here. No. I need to say something.
Thank you. Good try.
No, but I think to your point, they'll just be embedded, and that user or the simple user experience, and then truly the power of blockchain, right, is really driving self-custody. And so even Apple and Google are looking at how do you store a lot of that data on device, and so if you can mix both of these things together, it starts to become really powerful.
Okay, I'll try this again then. So you all express your visions of wallets and the priorities, and you all seem to agree on a lot of those points. Is there anything that you feel from that vision or the goals of wallets, either from a technology or whatever we're kind of building with, that is a threat or stopping us from getting to that vision? And that could be someone that's not in this room, so you can say you could disagree with them. So I'll start there. But I'll start with you now, Aaron.
Yeah, so I'd actually say building for the current users in Web3 versus the new users, trying to build.
Who's doing that?
What? I know,
Who's
right?
doing that? Name names.
So that's what we are, MetaMask, trying to build for the current versus new users. So you end up running into a situation where if you're trying to build for that, you have a lot of people who understand blockchain, have spent a lot of time in this space. They really understand how everything operates. They know how to bridge. They know how to swap. They have a bunch of other problems, and if someone's coming in brand new trying to get up to speed, and so trying to work across that dichotomy actually can be really difficult if you're a brand new wallet starting from scratch and not one that was built basically at the same time Ethereum was. Like, it's a lot easier to get up to speed and completely change that paradigm. So I think it's actually a really tough situation that you're in terms of who you're actually solving for. And of course, for MetaMask, we need to solve the problems that our current users have, but we do want to try to find different ways to kind of move forward and push the industry, and that's a really tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I can name some names.
Yes.
I think one of my hot takes is that I feel like user choice is a little bit overrated. We should be building opinionated products. Similar to Apple, they've created certain paradigms and stuff around, like, staying in their ecosystem, their focus on security, et cetera, but there isn't much user choice there. There isn't customization, et cetera. Similar to with wallets, for example. So Uniswap Wallet just launched a bridging feature. We decided not to call it bridging because we're building for the end state where the user doesn't even have to think about what bridging is. Instead, we just called it swapping, and we give them a great route, a great price, and we optimized for that and speed and permissionlessness. So we use a protocol called Across, and we decided not to surface a million different routes to them, because why should a user have to decide what path their tokens are taking to get the end product? They just want the end product. Versus other wallets tend to expose multiple bridging options. I think that that should go away. Another example is gas. I think we all in this room agree that nobody should have to think about gas, but I think current wallets right now do give advanced users kind of options to choose how much gas they want to pay. But like, why? Even me as an advanced user, like, why should I think about the number of, like, the amount of gas that I'm paying for a transaction? I want it to just work, and I want it to be secure, cheap, and fast. So again, user choice is overrated.
Does anyone here?
I disagree?
Yeah, of course, definitely. Does anyone love paying gas here? Anybody? I don't know. Big fan? Okay, big fan. Go ahead.
I'm going to disagree because I think that, like, this is the purpose of having many different wallets, right? Is that some wallets want you to just give them the cheapest route. Some people might be opinionated about the route because they have a security concern about a particular route. And so I think that's where actually, like, we need different wallets to do different things, because many users might want that. There will be some people who don't. And if every single wallet just says, hey, I'm just going to abstract everything away from you, like, actually, as a sophisticated user, I might care about that, because, like, I might have an opinion about a route that I definitely don't want to take for whatever reason. And so I think this is where we need to, like, think about who the end user is of our specific wallet and who we really want to target. And that will prevent this, like, 20 different versions of exactly the same wallet. And history has told us, like, people like opinionated things, but they also want the choice. So, like, and if we can deliver that, I think it's really good. The other thing that I will disagree with, and whilst I love Apple and I am a devout user of Apple, I don't love that they've built it in such a, like, closed garden way. Like, I can never leave Apple because my whole life is on Apple now. And for me, that defeats the purpose of Web3 a little bit. And so I think one of the big challenges for us all is, like, how do we build these amazing user experiences without falling into that trap? Because if we exist in a world in 20 years' time where, like, kind of is we can do all this cool stuff, but actually, like, I'm trapped in the Coinbase world, like, we've really failed. Because the whole point of this for me is that, like, when that institution fails, I can take my assets and I can move them very, very easily somewhere else, because it's like they truly belong to me. And so I think that, like, we have to, like, balance how we move things forward with also not falling into the, like, old mindset of these walled gardens, because then we're, like, not doing what we're here to do, I think, as an industry.
Yeah, from my side, I really like you guys' ideas, like, a lot of things on that, but, our wallet, a little bit, different. We are, centralized exchange-based wallet, right? Even we are, decentralized, non-custodial, right, wallets on that. But I think not all the people, all the users going to buy it. But, on that part of things, I think a lot of things are barrier. It's not between the technology or Web2 user experience, something like that. It is about to, distinguish, the difference between our centralized exchange and the wallet. We are going to, separate the whole products and all the things, all the business, to keep them separated and to give them the different experience on that. So I think, this, and also there is a lot of compliance issue and the regulation requirements, a lot of things we need to concern because, even the wallets, from our wallets, we are totally decentralized, right? But I don't think the SEC going to buy it. Or I think, the government's compliance will chase after us, do a lot of, evaluation, something like that. So I think, for our wallet, we can say the decentralized part and the plus the, the compliance and the regulation, the evaluation, all the things will make us, more mature or, completed in the industry, something like that.
Okay, so to wrap up this session, we heard a little bit about your future visions. We heard some things about AI potentially, or Apple Store experiences. But let's say we do this panel in 5 years' time. What do wallets look like to you? What would you think wallets look like? We'll start down there.
Okay. Hopefully, we do not have extensions anymore. Firm believer that we should get to a point where they're actually infrastructure more than anything else, and they're either living on your singular device or you have some form of a key that gives you access to whatever it may be, and then there's a bunch of different applications that are built on top of them. So the goal, at least in 5 years, is to try to get rid of the extension.
But then where's the little fox going to live, the little fox face?
It'll be with you wherever you go, in
my heart.
one
In
method
my heart.
or another, yes.
For me, I'm hoping that in 5 years, everything is tokenized and that everything you interact with, whether it's online or in person, is tied to some amount of your digital identity, things like that. And then on the wallet level, all the infrastructure advancements lead to an incredible UX, but it's all abstracted away. Users aren't thinking about the chain they're on, the gas that they're paying, all of that. They can just have fun. And I'm hoping in 5 years we have 100x the number of users that have crypto right now. And then the last thing is I'm hoping there's more ways that they can actually use their crypto in real life. It's not just an investment asset, but they can actually pay for their daily copy, their Uber or whatever with their crypto assets.
Like a MetaMask debit card?
That's a new.
Is anyone a user of the MetaMask debit card here? Anyone? Oh, look at that. Product market fit right there.
It's not in the US and LATAM yet, but soon.
Okay.
For those in Europe, can pick it up and buy coffee or whatever you want.
And do you think, to Jess's point, is that a whole other wallet that you need to do the physical payments and another wallet to do, your investments, or how do you envision that world?
That's a great question. Personally, for me, I definitely separate out the wallets and addresses I use for different use cases, but it really just depends on the user you're talking about. I think, one thing I wanted to respond to what you said earlier, totally agree that we should not be building on walled gardens, things like that. But I think the beauty of building in crypto is that the infrastructure is shared, right? We're building on the same block space, we're using the same public-private key pair schemes, et cetera, but people should be competing on the front ends. So that includes wallets. It's fine if wallets are opinionated, as long as you're able to exit. So I think that seed phrase, the private key, is super important because I can just choose to leave and then use a competing front end. So that's kind of what I believe in.
Tell us about the AI that you would
My
like
AI?
us to experience, yes. It's time now.
This is probably just a demonstration of my personality, which is that when I can get an AI that just does everything for me, I'm going to be really delighted. But I think that includes how I manage my assets, right? I want to be able to just give my personal AI, which, by the way, will definitely need to be client side. I don't want that going anywhere else. When I can give some client side AI an instruction to execute something on my behalf, and it knows that if it's over a certain amount, it also needs to tell me, okay, yeah, you can do this, but you have to tap on your ledger or something like this as well. And it's just a really intuitive experience. And yeah, this is my dream one day.
Nice.
Maybe it's longer than 5 years, though, before I can do all of that.
I think that's within a year.
Within a year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's the alpha, guys. Are you dropping something? Is that the announcement?
Yeah. No announcement. But I think if you put together something like a multi-sig and a MetaMask debit card and you give it to an AI agent, right, it can go shopping for you or do whatever you want, and then you have complete control of those assets.
Yeah, I was
going to... Someone can probably just use Cursor right now while we're talking, and by the end of this panel, have like a working app ready.
Well, you only have like 4 minutes left, so good luck. But I was going to say, this is if I can add a little hot take into this, my own hot take, but I think the world of, wallet UX won't improve. But I think we'll just kind of give it up to the AI agents who don't care about UX and UI and pretty graphics and all of these things, and they'll take care of it all. But that's my personal take. But what's your vision of the future in 5 years for wallets?
I think, payment is the number one thing because, as you can see, recently a lot of trending, they're working on the stable coin. They're working on the payments, a lot of things. So I think in the future, this is the number one priority for that because we have all the access in our wallet. There is new utility if you want to do, for the daily life in the real life, right? We cannot stay in the crypto for, for like in our life to have a meals, to conduct everyday, daily life in the different, like window shopping, something like that, right? So we needed to find our solution for crypto payment to make our assets have more liquidity, have more utility. So I think that's the future.
And what's kind of like blocking that now? I mean, we have the MetaMask wallet. I have a physical crypto card wallet that I won't name because they're not here on stage, but I left it at home because like the bridging experience is just not that great. But like, is it a regulation thing? Is it this UX? Like, what's going to get me to start walking around with my crypto credit card?
From my perspective, I think it's the compliance and regulation is the most important things because we have tried a lot of things. We are really be cautious on this because, even you made that happen, but after the compliance and the regulation chase after you, that hurts, right? We have tried that before.
Yeah, don't be chased by the feds. Okay, go ahead.
I would say it's not necessarily as much regulation and compliance. I think it depends on which
side. It's about time we got a hot take from you. The end of it. Thank you.
I think it depends on what side of the aisle that you sit on. If you're in the custodial realm, of course, there's going to be a lot of it. But if you are self-custodial, there's a lot of systems that are especially put into place now that make it much simpler. And so you have the Visas, the MasterCards. They'll take payment in stable coins. And so it's a lot more of a UX perspective. And you have other companies like Borderless and Bridge and Zero Hash and all of those who are making a much more seamless ramp experience where before you had to rely on centralized exchanges that would set it up in every single locale. So I think the technology, again, is like it's finally getting there to a point where you can actually make a very seamless experience and you could give your AI agent access to some sort of assets to then go and make some transaction. So it really depends on what side of the aisle that you're sitting on. But I think regulations have actually come down a lot and it's getting to be a much better situation.
My spicy take is that's not
this
true.
This is good. This is the end take, so this got to be the spicy of the spiciest.
Okay, here's the spicy take. I think the world of self-custodial wallets is like deeply under threat from regulation. We see this in MiCA, which is the travel rule that's being coming into place in January. For many years, there were people pushing that self-custodial wallets should not be able to interact seamlessly with the traditional financial world. And we're just about to see this, where historically I've been able to take from my exchange account, I can just copy and paste the address, and then I can send funds to my self-custodial wallet now. That's getting harder than ever. I now need to take actions with my private key. I have to sign in order to be able to do that. When the Payment Services Directive 3 comes into play, it hasn't been published yet, but there's definitely going to be something that limits how self-custodial wallets can interact with the traditional financial world. So I think to assume that all good in self-custody is a real error for this industry, and I think we have to keep making sure that they don't just slip these things in and create this chasm, because if the self-custodial wallet gets cut off from the traditional financial services world, then this onboarding new users is going to become way harder. So I think actually like we have to be very aware that there are places in the world, including like Europe, where it's actually getting harder for self-custodial wallets.
Okay, well, that wraps up our UX hot take panel. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. We had some spicy hot takes there. Derek, I see you. I'm going to pick on you. What was your favorite hot take?
Let's see. I think it was actually hearing that MetaMask isn't really looking to bring in new users. That was interesting.
Might pick you on you later. Thank you, Derek. Dave. Thank you, Dave. We have next Derek on stage representing Reown. He's the CTO to give a presentation on WalletKit. The WalletKit keynote coming up next. Thank you, Derek.
Awesome, thank you. Thrilled to be here today. It's exciting to see so many builders, also so many users of our AppKit and WalletKit in the room today. And I really love the hot take. I think very concerned about self-custody going away and more regulations, so really love that. So my name's Derek, I'm the CTO here at Reown, and before I get into what's next for our WalletKit SDK, I want to remind myself and yourself of why I am here and why I believe many of you are here. So I'm here because I really love crypto, and to me that means the premises that crypto brought to the world of self-custody, ownership, control, and composability. And I really want to bring this to the masses, and I think you really want to bring this to the masses. And I don't just want to do that because I think it's the right thing to do. I want to do it because I think it's going to unlock unparalleled value. Especially the composability is going to unlock unparalleled value, I think. We've seen this a little bit with quote-unquote desktop apps like DeFi, and then aggregators seizing the composability and just building on top of that. But we haven't seen it for consumer yet. And at Reown, we believe that the reason why we haven't seen it for consumer yet is because there still remain so many UX problems. It's still too hard to build really delightful, awesome end-user applications. And we're obsessed with fixing this. So our mission is to make on-chain usable, to make on-chain awesome, and it needs to be better than Web 2. And we have two main products, AppKit and WalletKit. Joe, our head of product, was talking about AppKit earlier today, and I'm going to be focusing on WalletKit. And WalletKit, our SDK, is pretty much used by every single wallet that you use. And here are some stats. So we're serving millions of users. It's available and it's used by pretty much every network. And it's used by also thousands of applications that sit on top of WalletKit. One thing that we're especially proud of is the way we've approached this in an open way with open standards. So some standards that you might be aware of is the EIP 6963 that enabled users last year to use multiple browser extension wallets seamlessly, and it hence ushered in competition amongst the browser extension wallets, making them better. A standard that you might not be aware of is the CAPE 25 standard that did pretty much the same thing, but for mobile wallets, and enabled mobile wallets and also institutional wallets to be multi-chain. We think this open way and ushering more of these standards to make Web3 UX better than Web2 UX is now more important than ever with self-custody under threat, and it's now more important than ever to empower the on-chain community, which is you. All right, so what am I going to talk about today? What's next for WalletKit? We're thrilled to announce the work that we're doing in chain abstraction and gas abstraction that we think are pretty much the next biggest imminent UX problems. And I'm also going to be touching on these other points. But let's start with chain abstraction and gas abstraction. So chain abstraction is a hot buzzword. It's also the most obvious problem, I think. And it seems like there's a really simple solution. But yet, we haven't seen that. And maybe zooming out a little bit on chain abstraction, like how did we actually get here? I think crypto or Web3 sort of started with just Ethereum, and you had to have one gas token and your assets were in one network. At the time, the biggest UX problem were the high gas fees. A couple years ago, minting a safe or creating an ENS record was so expensive, you know, it was really terrible. And then L2s came along and alternative L1s like Solana or Polygon came along to fix the high gas fee problem. But unfortunately, we introduced new problems. One of the problems is that my assets are now fragmented across networks. Another problem is that I have to have native gas token on all of these networks. I need to learn what a bridge is as an end user. I need to learn what a network is. It's a terrible end user experience. And happy day, Reown are fixing this in our WalletKit SDK. The way we're doing it is a phased approach. So we're going to market with a solution that works for 100% of accounts. It works for EOAs as well as smart accounts. It also works for EVM and non-EVM. We're going to market just with EVM in the beginning. And you're going to be able to use an app that's deployed on Polygon. Let's take DPay as an example. You're going to be able to use a Polygon app, and you're going to be able to spend USDC there, even if you don't have any USDC on Polygon. Even if you only have USDT on Optimism and Arbitrum, for instance, you can spend USDC on Polygon. The way this works is pretty naive and simple. We're introducing a new screen in the wallet transaction flow that just checks, does the end user have enough funds on the target network, in the target asset, and if not, if possible, if the user has assets on another network, gives them the option to source from these networks. Under the hood, this is using proven infrastructure. So we're partnered up with Socket and Across, going to add more bridges in the future, and going to market with this, supporting 100% of accounts in crypto. What's the catch? Like, this sounds too good to be true, and it is. And the catch is that the latency is not going to be awesome. So it's the source chain finality plus target chain finality. So then in order to improve this, we're excited. We're going to ride the wave of some tailwinds. So the 7702 standard in Ethereum, that's going to enable session keys, going to make the experience better. And then also resource lock experiences, ultimately to make this experience better, improve the latency. And in the last phase, we think we also really have an edge here and can also solve privacy with these approaches in a new transaction flow. How exactly is a little bit unclear. We have ideas that we're battle testing, but we hope that we can get pseudonymous or even completely anonymous transactions, and also enabling users to draw funds from custodial sources, kind of like the magic spend idea. Next, a gasless future. So gas is a terrible term in the first place, and no end user wants to learn what gas is. Like, fees are okay, and as an end user, I'm probably also okay to pay fees, but I definitely don't want to have to onboard into native gas token and have little dust balances on all my networks. So happy day in EVM, the EIP 7702 standard that's going to land in Pectra roughly mid next year is going to enable wallets or end users to pay gas fees in any ERC20. So we're enabling wallets to seize that. And then we're also going to enable wallets to support dApp-sponsored transactions through the EIP 5792 and 7677 standards that landed this year. Okay. Next, link mode, improving latency for wallets, basically sitting on top of universal links. Here you can see Zerion wallet that's already live with that. So it's a latency improvement. Also, end users don't need internet in order to connect wallets. This is only available for native applications such as Pay, Orb, or OpenSea. Also, we're very proud that Verify API is now adopted by all the certified wallets. What that means is that end users can have a more anxiety-free experience when they connect to apps. We have more than 14,000 apps that verified their domains, so we can show the end user that they're actually connecting to uniswap.com and not some other app. Plus, we provide wallets, or these wallets also show whether Uniswap.com or eviluniswap.com are a scam app and whether they need to be careful. The last thing that we announced today is round 1 of WalletConnect Certified. We're really thrilled about that because in round 1, the theme was It Just Works, which means that wallets need to pass a tight QA test that we provided, basically making sure that if you're in the elevator and the internet is bad, the end user sees a loading indicator while connecting, or if the internet drops completely, that the end user sees an error message. Also, that deep links are supported so you can automatically redirect back into the wallet and back into the app from the wallet. And yeah, sounds like small things, but really excited about that. Better, it just works. And we're also excited to work on round 2 with the wallet partners. And that's what's next for WalletKit. Thank you all.
Thank you, Derek of Reown. So I just wanted to remind everyone that there is a workshop that's happening for BTC builders. For those that are interested in BTC Builders Workshop, just head to the library. Up next, we have a keynote by Flexa. So Dave Hoover, hi Dave, CTO at Flexa, to give a product keynote. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Just want to say real quick, I'm going to be reading this, mostly because I'm pretty darn jet-lagged and my brain is a bit scrambled. So just wanted to give you a heads up, as you'll notice. All right. First, a bit about my background. I've been a software engineer for 24 years. I've spent a decade focused on developing software developers. As one of the co-founders of Dev Bootcamp, and before that, co-author of Apprenticeship Patterns. Almost a decade ago, like many people in this room, I fell down the crypto rabbit hole and joined Consensus, writing another book for O'Reilly a couple years later, this time on smart contract development. I eventually went independent and started my own crypto-friendly dev shop called Red Squirrel. Along the way, I worked closely with the founders of Flexa before they started Flexa. And eventually the stars aligned to allow me to step away from Red Squirrel and rejoin them to work on the most ambitious product of my career. A product that fuses perhaps the most important real-world use case of our modern life with a technology that many of us recognize as the most important invention in the history of money. And that use case is payments. Now, some of you may be thinking, when I send money on Ethereum, that's a payment, right? And in certain ways it could be, but if you take one thing away from this talk today, it's this. Transfers are not payments. In fact, one of the major paradoxes of the current state of affairs is that we have these modern retail payments, which are great at getting you and your merchandise out of the store quickly, but really lousy at actually moving money. When I make a payment at a store, it's not actually moving money from my card to the merchant. The money doesn't arrive until 2 days later over ACH rails. It's as slow as a paper check. But on the other hand, we have blockchains, which are amazing at moving money very, very quickly by comparison, but they're horrible at letting you and your merchandise walk out of the store because there isn't an intuitive interface for either side of the retail digital currency payment. But what do I mean by payments? Well, payments as the world knows, are loaded with all these implicit assumptions, and they mean so much more than just moving money. When you're buying something, it really comes down to a few things. Who you're paying, how much you're paying, and what you're paying with. And can you use the thing you're paying with to make a payment at this particular store? But on the seller side, it means so much more than that. It means authorizing the payment, integrations with legacy and existing payments, hardware and software. It means clearing, batching, fraud. It means a whole laundry list of things that merchants have to keep track of when they're accepting payments. And this list only gets longer when you add digital currencies into the mix. And at Flexa, we've spent the last 7 years building enterprise-grade infrastructure to empower merchants to accept digital assets while their customers move quickly through checkout and they, the merchants, receive funds much more quickly. And so we're proud to count some of the biggest brands in the world as our customers. Everything from Chipotle to Kiln to GameStop to Banco Agricola, the largest bank in El Salvador, for whom we handle all their Bitcoin processing. And for sellers, the merchants like these, we offer some of what we think are the best payment products in the world. There we go. We have everything from QR codes to payment links and hosted payments pages. These payment acceptance products are designed to help merchants integrate digital assets with their existing hardware and software as easily as they possibly can. We have a goal at Flexa to try to make it as easy as possible for every business to accept digital assets. And so we go out of our way to make sure they don't have to do anything when it comes to incorporating digital assets into their payment flow. And just a few months ago, we introduced a new set of tools called Components that helps app developers improve the experience of digital asset payments for buyers, the users of their apps. We've been working on Components for many years now, and it's really just a way for wallets to interact and communicate more closely with the merchant payment infrastructure we've been building. It's all on chain. It doesn't require any special cards or metal or plastic tags or anything like that. It's a pure digital currency payment rail. And this is a set of tools we've been developed for wallet developers and app developers to allow them to integrate with the merchant points of sale. To build Components, we've spent a lot of time interviewing and holding focus groups with wallet developers to understand what are the key components and capabilities that maybe aren't at the top of their roadmap right now. Ultimately, we want to ensure merchants have a better experience accepting payments from digital currency wallets. We want to make it easier for app developers to integrate digital currency payments and all the complexity of what I was just describing. And so one thing we've found from talking to all these app developers was there was one UI element that was constantly at the bottom of the top 10 features on a wallet team's roadmap, which is not revenue generating, and yet it's a core feature. It's a feature that most customers expect to see on the launch screen of every app. I don't know if you can see it here. I'll highlight it. It's the scanner. Consistently, we heard from developers that the scanner was like the 8th, 9th, or 10th priority on their roadmap, and we understand why. There's no revenue that comes out of this element, and yet it's something that every customer expects. And so that's when we realized that we were in a position to do something about this. We could help build a better scanning UI for any number of customers across a number of different wallets, and it would provide a better experience for our merchant partners. So today, after years of hard work, we're happy and proud to announce our upcoming scan component. It's open source, it's extremely privacy preserving, and allows customers to scan payment codes, QR codes, and payment requests. Also, it's coming with WalletConnect built in to help you connect with desktop dApps. Our components are regularly audited by leading researchers, and best of all, it's completely free. This new scan component is something we're incredibly excited about because it's an easy way for developers to radically improve the scanning experience in their app with very little effort. It also paves the way to becoming WalletConnect certified. So by integrating our scan component and enabling the WalletConnect built-in functionality, you can get much closer to WalletConnect certified as part of the wallet guide that Reown is putting together. If you're interested, and we're excited to make this available later this year. You can visit this link to sign up for early access before the public release. If you're interested in discussing anything I've just shared, or joining us for our workshop, where you'll get a sneak preview of the scan component, we invite you to drop by today around 3 o'clock or whatever the schedule allows. And again, if anything I just shared interests you, or if you're curious about how to make payments work better in the digital asset ecosystem, I encourage you to join us. I'm really excited about the path forward. Thank you. Again, my name's Dave, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Big shout out to Reown for running this great conference.
Thank you, Dave. Get early access to Flexa Scan and reach out to Dave if you have any questions. Up next, we have a very exciting panel as the chairs are getting set up behind me. It's consumer and community focused. So for all of you that are deep in the space, you know consumer is the next big trend that everyone's focusing on, right? So you want to stick around for this.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. Great crowd. Yes, please clap. Beautiful. We're going to start with intros. And then I have a bunch of questions about how to build communities in crypto and what we can learn from Web2 companies and brands. So we can all go around. I can go first. I'm Jane, and I work at A16Z as an investor, mostly focused on protocols, but ideally protocols that somehow directly touch the end user.
I'm Steven Dalshimaskio. I'm the CMO of Reown. We create toolkits for builders. Prior to my Web3 life, I ran brand marketing at consumer brands like Nike and Sonos. So super excited to be here and talk about culture and community. It's been core to my whole career.
My name is Alex Xu. You might know me as Zagabond. I'm the CEO and founder of Azuki.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rekha. Most of my career, I've been a founder and a CMO, mostly in crypto. I've built social media businesses before in Web2, but most recently, I've built Guild XYZ for community management, and I've been advising the top companies in crypto how to build and strategize their communities.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriel. I'm the Deputy CEO of ARC. We are a private member club for people in Asia who work, or rather say invest in crypto. I've been around for the last couple of years and based in Singapore, used to be in Bangkok. Always great to be back. Thank you.
So as you guys can see, we have a very credentialed group here from all around the world. So let's get into it. We're going to start today by talking about the intersection of commerce and communities writ large, and then we're going to move on to building communities and culture in Web3 specifically. Over the past 10 years, it seems like every company and brand, regardless of what they're selling, has been more aggressively articulating their values and trying to build communities for their customers. I'm going to do every question popcorn style, so I don't put anyone on the spot. So first one is, what do you think caused this shift from corporates as pure sellers in a marketplace to trying to be builders and dictators of culture?
The internet. I think with Web2, like it became all about data and selling stuff, and going to basically getting your customer profiles from Facebook and Google, and I think we're seeing that break down in Web3 where we actually have to rebuild, brands have to rebuild through their audience and actually really get to know their customer all over again. And I think we're seeing the crux of that happen in our industry, and everybody on this panel knows that super well because they're actually community-led versus consumer-led, and now we're trying to figure out the other way. How do we make the consumer feel part of the community?
I can add on to that. I think the lifestyle boom in the 2010s, facilitated by the internet and social media, really tried to build culture, but rather put brands in the existing cultural context where they would be most profitable and most sellable. And I think what we're trying to do now in the 2020s is reverse that a little bit. And especially in crypto, we see that we're trying to build culture first, and that becomes part of the product. You could see this with DAOs becoming a thing, and tokenized communities in general. And yeah, I think that's a really interesting shift.
What to each of you is the strongest example of a corporate community or brand that you've seen out in the wild, and what stands out to you?
Can it be niche?
Oh, totally. It can be completely
One of them
niche.
is Patagonia. I don't know if you guys, their tagline is, I think, leave no trace, which is a value alignment tagline. And they've really successfully put themselves into the core of the outdoorsy community to the point where their whole company culture is also built around this. So they have, like more normal companies these days, they have unlimited paid time off, and they actually encourage their company members to be outside. But not only, they really have elements around their culture, in their routines, in their aesthetics, in their habits that they incorporated. And they've been really, really successful at owning that brand. I think they had a trial to branch out of this, but the culture and the community around it was so strong that they just stuck with where they are.
There's a brand I like based out of Seoul. It's called Thug Club. It's a fairly new brand, but the founder was a YouTuber in his previous career. And he's really good at like engaging the community. It really reminds me of like founder-led marketing when it comes to Web3. And he takes his community to this journey of like what it takes to build a successful brand. And a win for Thug Club feels like a win for the community. And they do pop-ups and really just build a brand in a pretty fresh way. So when you asked that question, that brand came up. Yeah.
I think a couple of brands come to mind, one of which I'm not really a participant, indirectly. My brother is Rafa, the cycling club. I think that's a very good example of how do you convince a bunch of 50-year-olds to buy a $20,000 bicycle and bring it all over the bloody world in like spandex and tights, which is like double the price of what you buy at Lululemon, right? And like almost every...
That's amazing because that's exactly how I see cycling as a sport.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, do you even see people cycling in Bangkok? It's like a fucking car crash, right? Like literally. And, people, do it, right? They don't care about anything. And it's like, it's amazing. I thought the Rafa thing would probably die post-COVID because, after that we've got so much to do, but it's actually grown even stronger and everything. I actually know about them because, I actually didn't know it was such a big deal until they came out on this Korean magazine. It's called B, that really covers different brands and does case studies on that. So that's one example that really, really comes to mind. Another one, is also a middle-aged example, is the guys in Asia who do High Rocks, I think from Australia. So they've got this workout gyms. It's called BFT, Body Fit Training or something. That one's also another one. They've got it's kind of like copying the F45 without all the nuts shouting and everything like that. And basically they do like meets all over the world, Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, etc., etc. And I just joined it for fun. But after I realized there's actually a whole community around it, like just trying to get people better and everything. And yeah, it's been going great. These are like two examples when you talk about community and culture.
I'd say for me, right now it's nothing. I think if you're going to disrupt the smartphone space, you have to do something completely different in the way they've kind of traversed fashion, hardware, and being really community-led in terms of how they they gave shares to their initial cohort of buyers. It's to me nothing like Mischief, which is born just out of internet and meme culture, and bringing that into hype culture. I think it's really those are the two for me right now.
I have one more, and it's really showing how brand affiliation can help another brand grow and reposition themselves. What I want to talk about is Namelia. They are a Berlin-based, leathery, darky, very authentic, very Gen Z, young millennial club culture fashion brand. And they have done really, really well for themselves in that type of community. And what we can see is they are strategically super open to being associated with more traditional celebrities that are trying to rebrand to appeal towards this demographic, the more queer, alternative, young party culture with Brad Summer and everything going on. Specifically with Namelia, they have had a collaboration with Kylie Jenner when she just launched her new fashion brand. It went tragically, but she tried to tap into, through brand association, to this market, and it went, the clothes people didn't love, but it was actually a good shot. And now Katy Perry is doing something similar, where she is trying to make a comeback, reposition herself as a much more youthful, much more authentic, dark-haired again, and being trying to be a pop princess again, and the way to that is through this community. And Nemilia has been very open to supporting this journey, and it's really, really interesting to see how you can pay yourself into being affiliated with a culture, so that might be worth for debate later.
One thing that we see every cycle is traditional brands trying to come into crypto. What do you think the best, most obvious type of partner is, or partnership is, between a crypto product or brand and a large traditional brand? And like, are there any examples that have worked really well historically?
None. Okay, one. I mean, like, do you even call that successful? I don't know. I'm not from that part of the world. But like when Tiff & Co did the thing with punks,
That was pretty successful.
that was kind of successful
Yeah.
as a one-off. Other than that, I don't know. Shit, I shouldn't say this.
That one was cool because Alex is a punk holder, right? So he's kind
Yeah.
of part of both communities.
Yeah,
He's
but it's
running
kind
one
of also
company.
like, I don't know, profit extraction. It's not really.
But it feels like a valuable luxury good that is exclusive that they're giving only to those holders. So it felt
Yeah.
pretty authentic.
But it's kind of like access to the holders, but you still have to pay a ton of money to get it, right?
And it didn't like grow the community at all, which is
It
usually
didn't,
the point of
right?
these
It didn't,
things.
right? I mean, I believe a handful of them probably pawned it to buy Bitcoin or something after that, or maybe an Azuki. But like, I don't know. Like, I actually I don't know the answer to this question. I don't know. Like every single brand I know, and like even at the capacity of ARC, there's so many Web2 brands who come to us, and they want to work with us, but it's just value extraction. I've got everything. Just a random example. I had Steinway call me and Elroy about selling pianos because JJ is a founder, right? And I like who the hell plays a piano above 15 nowadays? So like, I don't know. I really don't know the answer to this question. Maybe you guys have. I'd be very keen to hear.
I'm curious what you think, because you've probably gotten approached by everyone about this.
Yeah, we've done a few. We've done one with this Japanese fashion brand called Ambush, and that's run by Verbal and Yoon, and they're pretty active in Web3, right? So I think we were able to introduce a new technology called the physical back token into
Oh yeah, you guys did something with
apparel.
Mahomes as well. Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
or something.
Patrick Mahomes had so a lot of times when these celebrities or companies want to do something with us, it's because they also have an initiative that they want to grow their community for. So I think, but that one worked out well because for our community, we get to support, one of the best quarterbacks of all time, and they get something. And then the Museum of Mahomes community, which is his kind of trading card collectible thing that he was launching, they get some Azuki support as well. So I think that worked pretty well. We also did a partnership with Red Bull Racing in 2022 for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Got the Azuki on the car. And I think it just makes our community feel proud, right? And somehow we ended up with all these winners, right? Mahomes, Red Bulls, and that makes our community feel good. So yeah, I think it's got to be like a win-win. But yeah, those are kind of rare to find.
I know one more. You guys are all over crypto Twitter every single day, right? Like me. And you all use Uniswap, I assume, like most of us. They just did a partnership with Kid Super Studios. Not crypto at all. Honestly, I'm into fashion. I have not went along the lines of knowing Kid Super Studios before. It's just not my niche. But because of this, it became one. And I know they worked many months on making that partnership real. And mostly within New York, they had many, many activations together with this fashion brand. I know it's partially because they have personal relationships with them, but the thing is that they align themselves with this style specifically and with the type of person who would buy Kid Super Studios. And I think the launch went super well. It was super well fitting towards what we think Uniswap's culture and vibe and aesthetics already are. I think an honorable mention to talk more about use cases is POAP has been working many years, even though we don't use it anymore in events these days, but they've been working many years in like more corporate BD to onboard luxury brands into more on the side of authenticity proving, because a lot of luxury goods already, they have NFC chips in them so you can check authenticity. And so to incorporate NFTs into it, and POAP has been working a lot on that. So I think it's worth mentioning them and shouting them out.
Yeah, I think POAP and IYK have both done a really good job with that. Okay, we are running out of time a little bit, so let's move on to talk about crypto communities. Do you each ascribe to the idea that every successful community needs to be led by a messiah or originated by a messiah figure? Or do you think grassroots communities of evangelists can be just as successful? So basically wondering like how much a unified, centralized vision matters from the beginning, or if DAOs can be effective here to drive cultures that have longevity.
I mean, FWB, baby. Friends with Benefits community has been around since 2020, maybe even earlier, but it really picked up in 2020. There's not one central messiah. We all know the founders. There's like really core partakers in it, but it really is a decentralized culture hub.
Could you argue, though, that Trevor was the original person? You think it's really like
when
20
I got
people
into
came
it, I
together?
didn't even know Trevor.
Yeah.
I knew Rayhan after
That's
a while.
a really powerful example then.
Yes. But yes, they're both, and more of them also, like more people who've been really core to FWB initially have been huge in shaping it and being the leaders and the realigning the culture that they've created. It was super elemental, but there wasn't like one religion leader. If you look at the layer one ecosystems, what they're doing right now more is all of them, if you talk with them more privately, they will say that we're building a cult or a religion. And it's much more apparent that they do use one central figure and they create what you really need for culture. And it isn't just community. Community is a huge part of it, but they create the aesthetics, the habits. Even Celestia has lazy Sundays when they like post together. Monad has gym pictures every time they go lifting, especially for squats. Also, Movement Chain has their founder Rushi's also like always talking about the gym. They are building their culture around the one central figure, and it's done really, really well for them because it's easy to identify and easier to set the tone of the community and build culture around it. I don't know about the longevity though. Like that's very risky in my opinion, because you asked about the longevity of how long this can last. And I've been also face of a company before, and it's been really hard to transition from that because it's a liability on that one person. I think while you're establishing the community to have its organic strength, it's really powerful, and to create that super aligned culture. But after that, it kind of has to decentralize a little bit, otherwise it won't survive.
What do you guys think? One individual leader or DAO approach?
I think it kind of boils down to the idea. I think like the core of it is still like branding, identity. When I look at FWB, they have this just amazing identity that attracts you if you're into certain things, and I think that's kind of something that often gets forgotten about in our space, is like consistency, ideas, like sticking to that central idea, branding, design. Like these are really important things that what built the brands that we all love and kind of are referencing. And yeah, I think that's a key part of it to me.
So my take is that if it depends on what kind of company or project you're talking about. If it's more like a community, friend base or a club, then I don't think that's necessary. Like the culture, you develop it collectively. But if you wanted a pump, I think that one person, you either need the one person or you need a MERT, right? So get yourself a MERT, but that's very hard too, right? So, but that's ideal, right? Is it critical? I think it's very hard without, but that's kind of what I've observed.
No, I just agree. I mean, I think everybody's got quite valid points. It really depends on the type of community which you're building. And also culturally, where is the starting point of where you're building as well. I think FWB works because culturally it's a US first thing, right? If you were to try to start it from the ground up again and do it in Singapore, where I'm based, I would put my head out there and say it's probably not going to work, right? Like democracy is one of the most overrated things in Southeast Asia. And we need the high proud. It's just that we all naturally gravitate to a leader, whether is it to get direction, whether is it to get inspiration, leadership, whatever. I mean, you look at some of the more successful communities, even in Thailand. Those of you who actually live here, you've definitely heard of Pimu running Whale Ground. That's a very good example of a very Web2, a little bit Web3 community that's very led by someone who's had a lot of success in the Web2 space prior to Web3. and a lot of people gravitate towards him because there's that certain trust factor, right? And now they're getting, they're not say their hands dirty, but getting exposed to, I think, various opportunities in the crypto space they probably would not have gotten if they had started as a collective together as well. That's personally what I think. I think, like, here in Asia, it's very much gravitating towards a certain individual, but I do agree with Reka. Then the question is, how do you transition from that individual, and who's a little bit immortalized in a way, and to something like, who's the next person, that goes on and goes on, and who carries on the mandate and everything like that. I think that's a challenge.
Makes sense. We have a couple questions left. So last long form, and then we're going to move to rapid fire. So I wonder, things get messier when money's involved, definitely. I wonder what role you guys think incentives play in long-term versus short-term retention of community members. Like, so you've built a community, you have a culture, then, you have to do an airdrop if you're building a protocol. I feel like often it's hard to sort through which users are there for incentives or trying to be long-term users of the product. How do you guys view that strategy, like getting money involved without making the culture change significantly?
I think it's really hard because we're so early and we're all trying these new tactics. But I think the incentives, I'm worried that we're trying to gamify everything right now and we're just going to burn people out because just send them on these kind of rat race tasks. And it's hard to tell right now because I think we're trying a lot of different things collectively in like Web3 marketing, but I think I don't know if we can gamify every single thing or incentivize every single thing and keep people. I feel like you're just gonna run out and have to come up with a new thing to do. It's hard to say.
So the Azuki community, we have NFTs so far. We don't have a fungible token yet. The way I look at it is that the token incentives should really amplify the culture that you're creating as a brand and community, and it shouldn't be the only reason why people are there, because the moment they get it and they're out, right? So, specifically for us, we really care about anime as an art form. We're growing the IP by creating authentic Japanese anime, and we also have grown a community of artists that are doing commission art within our community. Some have even made it their full-time jobs just to do commission art for Azuki holders. That's how kind of powerful, having a value like this for a community could be. And so I think we always try to keep that value true to our brand as we continue to grow. And I think without that, and people are just here for an airdrop, I think that's not, there's no longevity there. So you got to think about like what the long-term vision is and what your values are. I think a lot of people, when they join a community, it's not just for the money. I think a lot of people just want to be recognized for the contribution, and you can do that in many different ways. It could be as simple as the team sending them like a little swag box saying like, hey, thanks for what you do. It could be sending them a message. It could be posting their art on your website, whatever it may be. And I think you'll be surprised at how much of an impact something like that can be.
Actually, one good example is you yourself retweeting some of the things your members post, or when somebody buys a Azuki.
Yeah, like
I think
some
that,
sort
that
of
first
recognition.
Step, that first step is like always
money.
something I recognize. Like even before we first met, that was one of the first things I noticed about you doing. It's 2 seconds to click a button, right? But people really appreciate it. So kudos to that.
I think it's what you just said too. It's like values over incentives. Like the values are what become the incentives versus the incentives leading the way.
Kind of like the balance between intangibles and tangibles. Yeah.
Okay, rapid fire, since I think we're over time. Looking into the future, if you had to name one brand, it can't be the brand of anyone on this panel, that will be pervasive and break into the mainstream in the next 2 years, that is a crypto company or brand. One word from each of you.
One brand in crypto, any brand, that will break mainstream. QCP Capital. They just got their Abu Dhabi license. They just got a Singapore license. They're doing a lot of cool shit.
Wait. One word.
Okay, one word. Bye. Sorry.
Everyone else.
I think Zora has a good chance. They already do.
Phantom.
I was going to say Phantom as well.
And then, is there a dominant or relatively dominant crypto brand in the space that you think will die over the next 2 years? We have to end with a hot take.
Die in the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Like maybe someone got ahead of themselves, did an airdrop token too quickly. I don't know.
Or maybe not a brand, but I think in the next 2 years, a very household significant protocol, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, will close down. They'll just run out of money, or they'll just say, fuck it, I don't want to do it anymore.
I'm way too mid-curve wholesome for this. I'm not going to say anything.
I feel like communities, like, they don't truly die in Web3. There's always, like, I was looking up Loot Project the other day, and there's still a community doing stuff with Loot. So, yeah, that's a hard question.
Nobody wants to put their head on the line.
I mean, probably something SocialFi related. There's just too much of it. Like, it's too early to make.
Friend tech.
No, SocialFi can't die. SocialFi can't die if it doesn't even have traction in the first place. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to wrap up with that. Thank you, guys.
Pleats is a culture, if you're not realized. I just fucking realized.
Matching.
Yeah, we're all matching this thing. I think, Steve, come on, man. Like, Jane, come on, right? Like, you didn't get the memo. Didn't read the messages.
Get with the culture.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. That was a very insightful and exciting panel. I think if I hear of another layer 2 launching soon, I'm going to shoot myself. Also, something that was not spoken about, the Bearer chain community. Like, for all those bearers and bearer deep in the ecosystem out there, I think that's another really good one that's created in an entire community that's deep in the trenches. Also Monad, which they did mention. So thank you so much for the panel, guys. Right now, we have a 15-minute break, so go ahead and network downstairs. There's also the Bitcoin workshop that's happening in the library. Yep, take 15. Thanks, guys.
Tu viens me retrouver. N'oublie pas mes petits souliers. Si tu viens me retrouver. N'oublie pas mes petits souliers. N'oublie pas de les lacer serrés. Tes chevilles en travers. Oh, qu'est-ce que tu me plais. À tes pieds je serai. À tes pieds je m'allongerai. Le froid du carrelage contre mon corps. Écrasé d'amour. Je t'adore. Je qu'est-ce que tu vas faire de moi? C'est toi qui décideras si tu me laisses pas là ou quoi. Oh, c'est toi qui choisiras comment tu m'aimeras. C'est toi qui l'as décidé. En effet, ces histoires-là t'ont ennuyé. C'est pas comme ça que tu voulais m'aimer. Toi, tu voulais de gentils baisers, plein de tendresse. Tu voulais le plein de tendresse. Tu préfères tricoter des étoiles de soie contre la solitude.
Hey, how is everyone holding up? We're on the final stretch and the conference is booming. So thank you so much for taking the time to be here today, and we're almost there. I have a very exciting speaker coming up next, Arjun at Mesh, to give a product keynote. So let's welcome Arjun.
Will I have to scream? Okay, here we go. Hey, everyone. Very excited to be here. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'll tell you a little bit about the company Mesh. I'll tell you a little bit about one of our products that we're building in partnership with the great team at Reown. And hopefully, I'll be able to wake you up from the afternoon stupor. All right, next slide, please. Oh, it's on me. About me, I'm the CTO at a Web3 company based out of San Francisco, California called Mesh. Before Mesh, I was at multiple different companies. I spent a few years at Coinbase. I spent a few years at Goldman Sachs before that. So hopefully I can represent both sides of the equation, traditional finance as well as crypto. I've built payment systems, electronic trading engines, and I advise Web3 and fintech startups. Now, a little bit about Mesh. What we pride ourselves in is we pride ourselves in being the connectivity layer for crypto. And what does that mean? I'll start with the problem. I'm sure all of you will recognize the problem of liquidity fragmentation. What that is the average crypto user probably has 8 to 10 different accounts. And across these different accounts, they have many different assets, but in a very, very fragmented manner. So what that means is when they want to use their assets, it's very, very difficult to do so. So we at Mesh pride ourselves in taking these assets and making it available to the end user and allowing them to use it how they see fit. What does connectivity really mean? Given any 2 points in the crypto ecosystem, centralized exchanges, self-custody wallets, dApps, Mesh has figured out how to connect them and expose them through a single unified API. Now, we talked about the fragmentation problem. The other problem here is also the problem of Web3 builders having to reinvent the wheel. So a lot of us, we're exposed to L1s and L2s and chains of chains and whatnot. And in each of these ecosystems, individual ecosystems, maybe larger ecosystems, you find yourself having to rebuild payments. You find yourself having to rebuild identity. You find yourself having to rebuild data. And why should you have to? Shouldn't you just want to have to build value? As Web3 builders, you want to build value. You don't want to have to rebuild the wheel every time. And that's where Mesh comes in also. Mesh provides products such as payments, verification. And on that note, that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about a new product called Mesh Verify. And how do we build Mesh Verify? In partnership, like I said, with the amazing team at Reown. We've been working with the team at Reown and wallets across the cryptosphere specifically to build value so that you don't have to. The Mesh Verify product, plug and play, B2B, B2B2C, right? And a little bit about Mesh Verify. So we are ushering in, by we I mean the crypto ecosystem as a whole, we're ushering in an era of compliance. We're seeing more regulation, hopefully more thoughtful regulation, but irrespective, compliance is going to be a big need. Many of us have probably in the recent past worked on projects that are maybe close to EBA, travel rule, MiCA in some sorts. And again, it's the same theme. Why should you have to rebuild every time? Why should all of us have to rebuild every time? Shouldn't a solution already just exist? That's what Mesh brings, right? So Mesh Verify, in a nutshell, helps you stay compliant with the regulations out there, specifically some regulations around self-custody wallet ownership and centralized exchange account ownership. We get data from attestations from self-custody wallets and data, KYC-like data, from centralized exchanges so that you can prove cryptographically and very, very concretely that you indeed are an owner of a wallet, owner of an account. All right, so I'm gonna, this doesn't look great on screen, but I'm gonna set up the demo for you, and then I'll play the video. So the demo is, envision that you are an end user. You are in your favorite platform. That platform could be a centralized exchange, it could be a broker-dealer, it could be a payments application. Obviously, I'm still talking crypto, right? And now all of these platforms have the need to be compliant. They have the need to be compliant with some of the new regulations around travel rule and EBA. And that compliance burden now falls on the platform and thus onto you. Let me take that burden from you, or let Mesh take that burden from you. So what you're going to see is a simulation of, assuming you're in that application, you want to attest to your self-custody wallet. Here we're using the Trust Wallet. You want to attest that you as a user indeed own that wallet. And the big part here is, not that this can't be done, with the great tools that Reown has built, this can indeed be done, but think about this in the conjunction of many different products such as embedded transfers. So what you'll see is a user trying to move assets from their Trust Wallet to, let's say, the centralized exchange account, and in thus doing so, they first have to attest to owning the Trust Wallet, and then in an embedded fashion, moving assets from Trust Wallet to the account. All right, I've set it up, so without further ado, let's see if this works. So that's assume you're now in the centralized exchange account. You're using Mesh, which is an embedded platform. You're approving the connection to your Trust Wallet. You've all seen this before. Now, you're pausing for a second because you need to verify. You need to attest that you actually own this wallet. You got a message on your Trust Wallet that says, this is gasless, this is free, and I do own this wallet. You signed that message. I can't pause. And in the same theme, now as soon as you've attested to owning the wallet, you have now moved on to moving assets. Note, you attested the wallet, you verified ownership, and you moved assets all in a singular user journey, all in an embedded fashion. You never had to leave the primary platform, and now you just moved assets in a compliant manner to your centralized exchange account. Right? So that is Mesh Verify in a nutshell. We are going to make it available across our partner ecosystem. It's going to be used for self-custody wallets as well as centralized exchange accounts. And if you find the need to build such verification, please reach out to us. Don't reinvent the wheel. One last thing. Now, we talk a lot about the EVM world. And as much as we love the EVM world, we really, really do. Mesh Verify will also be available across the UTXO assets, and so you'll be able to use a similar verification flow, not similar, almost exactly the same verification flow for Bitcoin as well. This hasn't been done before, but in partnership with Reown, we're going to make that happen as well. So that's it from me. If you want to learn more about Mesh, please visit our website at meshconnect.com. I'll be hanging out if you want to reach out to me. Some of my colleagues are here as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Arjun. So that's huge news for the enterprises in Europe looking to stay compliant. I think there's more to come from that partnership. So feel free to reach out to Arjun if you have any more questions. Up next, as we're rolling along here, Nina Doan. You're Nina. Okay, please come to the stage. Awesome. We can get you mic'd up. Nina Jonan, who's business development at Coin98, is up next for a keynote.
It will play when you come up to your slide.
Round of applause for Nina, please. Thank you.
Thank you. GM, guys. I'm Nina. I'm BD for Coin98 Super Wallet. First and foremost, I would like to thank WalletConnect for having us today, together with many amazing wallet friends in the market. And I believe every wallet has their own ways to onboard users and get them stick around. They have different product features, delivery focus. They have different kinds of collaborative campaigns and events with different types of partners. And for Coin98, we have been in the market since 2017. Through 3 cycles, we have been empowered users on-chain experience with we have empowered them with diverse, secure, non-custodial wallets. We allow them to create hardware wallet where they are the owners of their funds and access. We also allow users to connect with top-tier hardware wallet in the market like Ledger and Trezor for them to secure their access safely with cold storage. Last year, we have also been worked on more solutions to give users more convenience, but they have security at the same time. Firstly is social login wallet. I believe you guys have already familiar with this. It's used MPC technology to allow users to create self-custodial wallet just by logging in with Facebook, Twitter, and Telegram, etc. And we also have introduced ZenCard wallet, which is a hybrid wallet. It combines the high-level security of hardware wallet and the convenience of hot wallet. It's hard to show you here, but actually it's the card behind my phone. It's the NFC card, and it uses key split technology so that you got the convenience. It's easier to bring with you everywhere, and you leverage from the security at the same time. As the commitment to be the gateway for users to the open internet, we have been constantly support most popular blockchains in the market and even new blockchains to get them more access to more opportunities in the market. We have supported more than 120 blockchains so far, including both EVMs and non-EVMs blockchains. We also providing them with powerful tools for them to seamlessly access the open internet, such as built-in the app browser, built-in DEX, and many power tools for Web3 like cloud backup, Vault, purchase crypto with fiat, etc. We also have been continuously worked with diverse partners for collaborative events and campaigns for 3 wins: win for the partners, win for the users, and win for Coin98. These are some milestones of us over the past 3 months. So in order to constantly deliver best experience for users, it's important to have in mind the questions, what's is the like the changing in the market that we have to catch up with, and how can we be prepared for the next millions, even billions users coming from Web 2 to Web 3? We do believe that we are coming closer to mass adoption. Maybe the good signal is with the recently trends like meme coins, Telegram mini apps, or Trump got elected with the support for crypto, or the Bitcoin got all-time high lately. We can see many like users, retailers coming to Web3. So that's why we have worked for months to launch Contestable Wallet version 15 with 2 key features. Firstly, is Cypher's AI assistant. We do believe that AI will be to be integrated to Web3 products will make on-chain experience seamless. Since launch in 2020, we always be proud to have like well-trained support team to support our partners. We have helping them like concern regarding product, also regarding the market. But let's imagine if there are many like millions and billions users coming to Web3, how can we adapt all of them at the same time? So we need like personal like tutor or companion for them to get educated and to be thrive in Web3. So newcomers will leverage from the knowledge trained personalizedly for Web3 so that they can understand difficult Web3 terms and understand Web3 products. And for the regions, they will be able to leverage this knowledge to have their own personalized finance strategy. Together with the AI assistant, we also have introduced in-app chat in the way that not sure if you use some like WeChat or some other payment application in Web 2 that you can chat with your friend. You can request them to send you some certain amount of and they can transfer the fund to you seamlessly, and you also can transfer the access to them right within the chat. So we have introduced that kind of familiar Web 2 experience, but on-chain in Contestable Wallet. To give you a better view of these two experiences, let's have a look at a quick video.
All within your chat. Oh, feeling lost with all the information? No worries. Cypher's assistant is here to make your crypto journey easy, quick, and simple. Just ask. Cypher will suggest the features you need. But that's not all. Explore Web3 with a sleek new design crafted neatly just for you. It's simple, easy to use, and smooth. A wallet for all your Web3 needs. Get Coin98 Super Wallet today.
Okay, since launch last month, we have been received like active response from the community and how they enjoy the companion of AI assistant, and also how seamless and minimal steps that they can enjoy through the in-app messenger. So that's what's new. And what's next for Core98 with the commitment to be the gateway for the open internet. We will be constantly delivering more like powerful tools and features for people to thrive in Web3, including we will be advanced the AI assistant in a way that users can command the bot to do their swap or other transaction. And also another thing that we are bullish about is to introduce more ways that users can adopt crypto in real life. So there will be a crypto Visa card within the app and also Core98 Telegram wallet. So if you guys have, and I think that's it for my keynote. If you like to chat with us, feel free to reach out to us and let's build and thrive together. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you, Nina at Coin98. Feel free to reach out to her if you have any questions. So moving on here, we're almost wrapping up soon. We actually have Charles Guillemet from Ledger to speak as the CTO. Thank you so much. Woo!
Thank you. GM, everyone. How is it going in Bangkok? Woo! So little woo! So my name is Charles Guillemet. I'm CTO at Ledger, and I'm going to talk about a Ledger initiative that is called ClearSign All the Things. So I guess if you care about security, you have a hardware wallet, you have a Ledger device, but your secrets are properly generated in the device, then they never leave the device because the cryptography is implemented inside. However, sometimes you have like this blind, there's hashes, and you are required to blind-sign them. How do you make sure that this is a legitimate operation? How do you make sure this is the correct smart contract, the one you want to call? How can you be sure it's not a malicious payload? So this is something that is very important, because if you don't pay attention to what you sign, you might sign away your wallet. This is equivalent, like signing this kind of hash is equivalent to signing a blank check. So maybe this check will be used by the correct person with the right amount, but maybe you are signing away your asset, and this is a big problem. So this is something we really need to fight. And this is not like something completely hypothetical, because we see more and more sophisticated attacks on the field. I remember in 2016, 2017, most of the hacks were like simple phishing attacks where attackers were tricking users into inputting them the 24 words into the website. This is more and more rare because users understood, got more educated, and this kind of attacks works really, really less. So what attackers do is to create more sophisticated attacks. We see more and more drainers that input malware into your computer or into your desktop. If you simply have a software wallet, they drain directly your 24 words and drain your wallet. And if you are using a hardware wallet, they will try to trick you into signing a malicious transaction. And this is not hypothetical. In the couple of months ago, we had WazirX that has been drained for 250 millions. Only 2 weeks ago, Radiant Capital was hacked for 15 millions. And in this case, they were using hardware wallet, but they got a malware on their computer, and they blindly signed a malicious transaction, and they got hacked. So these attacks are not theoretical anymore, unfortunately. This is our reality, and we need to solve this problem as an industry. So this is what we did this year, focusing on clear signing, making this possible for the future. And the idea of clear signing is pretty simple. Instead of blindly signing a hash, we want the user to have all the information before consenting a transaction or not. So here you have like a swap on one-each fusion, and you have all the information to decide if you want to swap your MATIC to a USDT. You also have the fees, who will receive the transaction, and then you decide if you want to sign the message. And clear signing doesn't tell you if it's safe or not to sign transaction. It simply tells you what this transaction will do. So this is something that is really important, and as a user in self-custody, you will decide. And the idea of clear signing is to have like something very transparent, human-friendly, because if it's only complex hexadecimal stuff, it's really difficult to understand. And also the idea is to empower users. Again, at the end, the user will decide if he wants to consent and sign this transaction or not. This is not something that Ledger will do for you in the future. How does it work? So to start with a little context, this is not something completely new. We are trying to clear sign all the transactions from the beginning of Ledger. At the beginning, we had only the Nano S. On the Nano S, you have a screen. And at the beginning, we were only supporting Bitcoin. And on Bitcoin, we clear sign all the traditional, all the standard transaction. When you send 0.1 Bitcoin to the specific address, everything is written on the screen. When you want to receive Bitcoin, you have a screen to verify your address. So everything is properly clear signed. We implemented Ethereum in 2016, and that was about the same because at the beginning, Ethereum was simply send and receive. After that, the ERC20 happened, and then we started to clear sign ERC20. Then the different message standard with EIP 191. In 2021, we understood that more and more execution happens on-chain, and we decided to create a plugin framework where dApps needed to create a plugin to support the interaction with their dApp. It works pretty well. It allows to clear sign plenty of different dApps. However, it doesn't scale well because it requires dApp to write a plugin in C language in order to interface with their smart contract. In 2022, we implemented the EIP 712 because it became the standard for message signing, deprecating the 191. And this year, we worked a lot into improving the way we are clear signing different interaction in the EVM ecosystem. When you think about it, what you would need to clear sign a transaction is the ABI. The device receives a raw payload, and the device doesn't have the context to understand how to parse the payload. So what you would need is the ABI. So the ABI allows the device to parse the transaction. Unfortunately, the ABI is not enough because it's not very human-friendly. Here, it's difficult to understand what's the intent, what's the token address. The amount is not in the right base unit, and there might be different parameters that are not useful for the users. So what we created is the following. We are creating JSON files that are completely declarative and that allows to interpret the ABI so that the device understands what it will sign. The JSON file is made to create all the things very human readable. It's very lightweight and efficient. Again, flexible and extensible, and the idea is to be something completely data-driven, declarative. There is no logic in this JSON file. The key components for the clear signing initiatives are the following. So first of all, we need to create a standardized JSON, and also we have created different tools to create this JSON file. These tools allow developers to understand what will be displayed on the device. As soon as we have this JSON file, they will be uploaded in some public registry that is available to anyone. And then any wallet can decide to trust or not a specific JSON file. And Ledger will be a trusted authority for Ledger devices, and we will decide to sign specific JSON so that whenever you will interact with a dApp, you get your transaction payload along with this JSON file that is trusted by Ledger and that allows the device to properly parse the transaction. And finally, the last step is to integrate this mechanism in different wallets. Obviously, it will be implemented within Ledger Live. It's already partly in Ledger Live. But the idea is also to implement it in all the wallets that we have in the ecosystem, such that Trust Wallet, Wabi, MetaMask, all the wallets, Zerion, all the wallets that are supporting Ledger devices. And we have created a device management kit for that. So, to summarize, in order to implement clear signing, what we need from dApps is that they create this JSON file that describe how to interact with their dApp and with their smart contract. Again, for a dApp developer, it's really simple. It requires 10 minutes or something like this. And for wallets, the idea is to use the new wallet management kit that allows to manage the device, but also to get clear signing for free. The new device management kit is really, really easy to use. It will manage your devices. It allows to discover devices, to connect your wallet with the hardware wallet. It also allows to exchange data from your wallet to the hardware wallet. There is a state management that allows your wallet to know where is the device, also different OS command. But it's very easy to integrate. In the past, we were using Ledger.js, and that was pretty difficult for wallets to integrate Ledger devices, but with the device management kit, it's really easier. Also, as I mentioned, we have created a visualization tool that allows dApp to specify how to interact with their smart contract. Again, something that is very easy. You will simply input the name of your method and what are the parameters, and you will see on the device what will be displayed. So this initiative was a big focus for Ledger in 2024. We announced the white paper at the beginning of the year at East Denver. Then in Q2, we did some RFC in order to collect the different feedback from the community. And we also refined a little bit our specification. We created an ERC, which is the 7730. In Q3, at ETC in Brussels, we did the first demo with EIP 712. And now we are supporting EIP 712 even for complex use case. And we have the clear signing with this. And we started to make the adoption for different wallets. Also, we worked on permits and approvals. So now we are in the situation where we are supporting most of the dangerous interaction. Today we are in a situation where we have a public registry, the JSON edition tools, and today at WalletCon we are announcing the first release of the Ledger Device Management Kit and the Ledger Signer Kit, and it allows wallets to integrate Ledger devices very easily with clear signing for free. By the end of the year, we will have the generic parser that allows to do what I mentioned for a device. Whenever you want to sign a transaction, you have the raw transaction payload along with this JSON file, and the generic parser allows to parse this transaction. So again, this is not the end of the story. Clear signing all the things is a long journey. We have focused a lot our effort on Ethereum this year and on EVM in general, but we need to clear sign all the things on all the ecosystem, including Solana, Bitcoin, obviously, because there are new interaction at the Bitcoin level, and other chains. So this is something we are working on. Also, we are considering different ways with transaction simulation on devices and this kind of thing. So again, security is a journey, and we need to always raise the bar for security and and having, as a user, having all the information to decide if you want to sign a transaction or not is really important. And again, this is not something that is ledger specific. This is an ecosystem-wide effort. We all need to contribute to fight against scams and hacks because we need to build the trust in the ecosystem. You probably noticed that the market is heading north, let's say. So we will see more and more scams and hacks. So we need to support this open and collaborative initiative. As Ledger, we demonstrate against our commitment to security best practices, and again, this is only the beginning. I give you a couple of useful links to collaborate and to contribute in this ecosystem and initiative. You have the developer portal, the Clear Signing homepage, the GitHub repository, and there are blog posts also if you want to have a high-level view of what is Clear Signing. Take your photos and you will have the QR code for that. And I think that's it. Thank you for your attention, and I count on you to help us fighting against these scams and hacks and making Clear Signing a reality. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Charles, for keeping us safe with your Ledger Wallet expertise. Up next, we have Solomon, whose last name I cannot pronounce, so I won't butcher, I promised him. He will be speaking on behalf of Solana Foundation, as he is the infra lead, and give a product keynote for us. Let's give a round of applause for Solomon.
All right. Hope you guys are all having a good afternoon. I'm Solomon. Here's a nice picture for me. I lead product at the foundation and then also work on engineering. I've been working at the Solana Foundation for around a year and a half. Before that was in the Ethereum ecosystem, and then before that ran payments at a bunch of interesting fintech companies. But today I'm going to talk about the state of Solana. This is really Ethereum focused. We're at DevCon. So I'm kind of just start to talk about Solana one-on-one, sort of explain some of the nuances about the programming models, like all the new state of the world, and then talk more about how to build really interesting consumer products on Solana using a lot of the new primitives that we're building. So some key facts here. We have around 4,000 nodes globally distributed around the world. Accumulates non-voting validators, voting validators, and RPCs that participate in Gossip. 40 million plus daily transactions, 4 billion in daily on-chain volume, and pretty low median fees. Fast confirmation time, so you get a supermajority of consensus voting on your transaction and actually getting it confirmed in a second or two. And then 0 to 2% slot latency. Slot latency is pretty important because when you send a transaction to RPC, you want that RPC to include that transaction in the next block when it sends it to the validator. And usually, sometimes in mempool type situations, it takes quite a while for your transaction to get confirmed. But here, that's actually very easy for you to send a transaction, get it included, and then get it distributed across all these 4,000 nodes. Because it's an Ethereum conference, I'm going to sort of explain some nuances between the Solana programming model and the Ethereum programming model. First thing, no mempool. Transactions are streamed to the leader. So basically what happens is you send a transaction to an RPC, that RPC finds that the current leader, the current validator that's actually producing those blocks, and then timestamps that transaction. So Solana takes advantage of this very interesting cryptographic primitive called proof of history, which is a recursive SHA-256 hash function that basically passes time. So you know that it takes the average CPU like 3 microseconds to do a SHA-256 hash, and you keep recursively hashing new input data over and over again until you hit around 400 milliseconds. So Solana slots are 400 milliseconds. On average, you get 1 block per slot. We have parallelized transaction execution. One very interesting thing in Solana is you actually write all of your state up front as opposed to the Ethereum programming model. So in Solana, you basically write all your accounts. You say, these are the accounts that I'm writing to, these are the accounts that I'm reading to, and these are my instructions. And then the transaction scheduler is able to parallelize these transactions because it knows which transactions to lock and then which transactions to have to include in the next slot. We also have no global gas. We actually have a thing called local fee markets. So when you want to access hot state, when there's a really interesting airdrop over here and a really hot NFT mint over here, and you want your protocol's transactions to go through, you are just paying fees for your protocol, right? So you only care about the fees for your state. So when you have priority fees, it's basically a 5,000 Lamport base fee, so every signature you include has a fee. Then you have this sort of nuanced priority fee that is based off of how hot the state you're accessing is. Programs are stateless, so the one thing here is compute and data are separate as opposed to the Ethereum model where you have a big hash map for your protocol. So programs own accounts, users have accounts, tokens are accounts, everything on Solana is an account. And so that means that we can have these like factory contracts where you don't have to have multiple types of ERC20 instances or interfaces. We have one interface called the Solana SPL program called TokenKeg, and you're able to issue a bunch of tokens through that. And you see like teams like Pump.Fun be able to issue 50,000 new tokens per day that are able to get that like within Radium pools when the bonding curve hits max. And then the one interesting piece here is because we're using a forked Rust compiler, you're able to write programs in any arbitrary language. So you can write in Rust and C++ and Python and Zig and TypeScript and a whole host of languages, which makes it very easy for new devs to come over. Like even if you don't know Solidity, you can use any one of these languages and get onboarded fairly quickly. Just to add here, like local fee markets, it's really important to note that like you do not have to pay a global gas fee. If there's contention for any hot state and you are not interacting with a hot state, you do not have to pay some arbitrarily high fee. A lot of people who come over to the Solana ecosystem from the Ethereum ecosystem do think like, oh, okay, like if I have to do like 1,000 transactions per second for my protocol, that I'm going to pay like super high fees. That is just not the case in Solana. And then last note, at least in the 101 piece, Solana is designed for fast, cheap payments. Fast finality, there's never been a transaction on Solana that has been rolled back. So when you get a supermajority of consensus vote on a transaction, you know that that transaction will likely not get reorged and your funds are safe. We also have some very interesting primitives like Solana Pay, where you're able to scan a QR code or send an NFC payment or something, and people are able to partially sign your transactions and get fees through. So like Shopify, POS terminals are all able to take advantage of Solana Pay transaction requests, which allow you to be able to get paid like very easily. And then some things here like account abstraction and then transaction parallelization, which we talked earlier about. And so one really interesting thing here is there's a lot of teams, at least in the Ethereum ecosystems, who want to mass produce NFTs. They want to issue millions of NFTs for very, very low fees. In Solana, we take advantage of this thing called state compression, where we're able to issue millions of NFTs that are composable for very, very low costs. So today, I think we've had around 600 million NFTs issued since the beginning of these token programs. And you can see here, like it's actually very cheap to issue a bunch. So $1,000 just for a million NFTs, and these are able to compose with on-chain transactions. But that's not enough, right? Like, okay, you have the Solana 101, and now you're saying, okay, like I want to build a net new consumer product in Solana. I want to add Solana support. I want to migrate over. Let's talk about the interesting products that you actually need to support. One thing is NFT compression that I just touched on earlier. If you want to issue millions of NFTs in Solana, it is very, very cheap to do so. You can mass migrate NFTs, you can create net new NFTs, you can map your token metadata to Arweave or Iris or whatever arbitrary data store you want, but it is very, very cheap to do this. And we take advantage of this thing called concurrent Merkle trees, which is your NFTs are actually leafs in a Merkle tree that live off-chain in the Solana ledger, and the roots themselves are verifiable and accessible on-chain. So as long as you have access to the ledger, you can recompute the state transitions and actually create all of the balance differences. And so a large majority of NFTs are actually issued through this compressed model, and they are composable. You're able to interact with other programs on-chain, and you're also able to get full verifiability because these roots are on-chain and you have all the data. So as opposed to the data living on a validator in the current hot account state, the data actually lives in the Solana ledger. So as long as you have access to the Solana ledger, you can recompute all of the state transitions. The next thing we have is called account compression. So this is a very new primitive that was launched at our conference called Breakpoint like a couple months ago, built by the Light Protocol team, who's the top ZK team in Solana, and Helios, which is one of the top RPCs in Solana. And so the key piece here to bank on the account compression piece is compute is cheap On Solana, computer's cheap on most L1s, but storage is really expensive, right? Because you have to replicate that storage across every validator or every full node across the ecosystem. And you have to store that in RAM disk, and RAM is pretty expensive, and so nobody wants to do that to get high-performant nodes. So what you do is that you actually push all of the ledger data off-chain, and you're able to verify those state transitions on-chain. So for instance, rather than having a token program or token account that stores your data, you actually store the data off-chain. And when you send transactions, you're just updating leafs in a Merkle root odd chain. And then you're able to write a ZK proof to verify a Gros16 snark with 128 bits of security on-chain. So you basically have this off-chain data that you can verify the integrity of on-chain. So you know your balances are safe and you're able to transfer them. I'm talking a lot, so I'm going to skip through this. Let's talk about the use cases that you're able to support. So we have this new primitive called token extensions, which is the ability for you to add hooks into your transactions. This means that you can have confidential transfers, fully private payments, transfer fees, transfer hooks, permanent delegate. A lot of institutions are able to do some pretty interesting things. We have smart contract wallets because accounts are the native programming model, so you're able to take advantage of all of these smart contract initiatives that people are building on other chains. It's very easy to create accounts. It's also very easy to pay for transactions for anybody. Here's an example of Fuse. And then one last thing, we'll skip the video, which is we have these things called blinks. Blinks are this new primitive where you can actually create transaction request on Twitter, on Gmail, on email, or any other site across the web. And you're able to interact with any program on chain. And so that means you don't have to write an IDL. You don't have to sort of write an SK for your program. You write a JSON spec. And then anybody on the internet is able to interact with your program, which makes it very easy. And then I think I'm at time. So here's some interesting folks that are building on Solana, like Privy, like Robinhood, who just launched their Solana wallet for European users. And we have a lot of new stuff cooking. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solomon, for your speed run of that. You talk a little fast, but I think we're intelligent people here that can ingest that. So I think we're moving along here. There's only 2 more sessions left. And I wanted to welcome a panel. It's going to be our last panel of the day for designing digital ownership. So if I can have the panelists come to the stage. Back here.
Who else is on the panel? Anybody else on the panel? Those are just 2.
Okay. The coconut water here is really good. You should try it. Stay hydrated.
Thanks for your patience, guys. I think we're waiting for one more. Yes. Yes. Awesome. Okay, round of applause for our panel on stage.
GM. Hello.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming to our panel today. We're going to be talking about digital ownership. My name's Nitch, I'm with OKX, we're an early stage fund, and I'm on the investment side, focused on all things UX, infrastructure, wallet infrastructure. And yeah, really excited to have our panelists today all the way from all over the world, from consumer applications to hardware wallets to developer infrastructure. So I think we can start by going around and take a few minutes to introduce yourselves, but also talk a little bit about what digital ownership means to you and how that translates into your work for your respective projects. Let's start with MP.
All right. Hi, I'm Maria Paula, or MP. I work at Avara. That's the parent company for Ave, Lens, and Family. And digital ownership means to me basically owning access to your digital person, which is so connected to your RL person right now. It's inseparable.
Hello, my name is Antoni. I am co-founder of Privado. Privado is the result of the merge between Polygon ID and Tisco. And yes, regarding digital ownership, I think that for us it's self-sovereign identity. I mean, our idea is to create this middleware where you have the ownership of your data and you only disclose in a certain way the data that you want to make public. No? That's basically our objective.
Hi everyone, this is Veronica, CEO and co-founder at SafePal, a non-custodial wallet brand serving the market since 2018. Before that, I was working in a Fortune 500 tech company who specialize in data monetizations. So it's a very interesting panel that I'm attending here today about data ownership, because back in the Web 2.0 era, consumers don't own their data. Consumers don't monetize based on their data. The monopoly police and also the Web2 platforms are taking advantage of the consumer data. Where we are very strong advocates of data ownership since 2018. And till now, we've been serving close to 18 million users global-wide, supporting cross-chains, and also have a full span of hardware wallet, mobile wallet, and browser extension. Thanks.
Hey, my name's Derek. I'm the CTO here at Reown. And yeah, two takes on digital ownership. One is, before I was at Reown, I was at Venmo, a PayPal subsidiary, one of the biggest fintechs. And in 2021, PayPal updated their terms of service, saying that if you disagree with PayPal's political opinion, then they're going to seize your assets. And that was insane. And so that's one take. And the other is, I think, crypto is obviously the solution to it, but now we're under threat, not just from regulatory, but also from technical innovations. For instance, smart accounts are one of the solutions to crypto's biggest UX problems. But at the same time, if not done right, we're going to vendor lock in end users into particular wallets. So that's a massive technical challenge that we're going to contribute to keeping interoperable.
So it sounds like we've all been operating in the space for a few years, at least since 2018. So let's take it back 5 or 6 years. How far do you think we've come in Web3 when it comes to realizing this vision? Do you think we're making good progress towards that in terms of how people are discovering and onboarding onto crypto today? And what are the sort of adoption patterns do you think we need to be wary about when it comes to things like vendor lock-in?
Well, I mean, like 5 or 6 years ago, it took me about 2-3 hours to work any kind of dApp. That considering that I was just dog fooding and just doing it to give feedback and be nice. With developers, I wasn't doing it for anything particularly useful for myself because apps weren't there. So I do, and right now I use crypto on my daily life. I find it very, very useful. And I think things go relatively smooth compared to, online banks or any kind of online platform where you do your paperwork. I think we are in a much better place UX-wise. If you check banks, their UX is generally horrifying. So I think all of those things have evolved quite impressively and really, really fast. Now we have AI agents as well. Obviously a future where AI agents are able to operate our liquidity pools and are able to operate our DeFi markets is coming very fast as well. So I think we can say it's evolved. I think we're pushing our own standards and our own boundaries, and that's fantastic because we see bad UX and we understand that this is a really big adoption stopper. So we continue to iterate. That doesn't happen in the Web2 world. They assume that things are in a way, and there's not much iteration. If you enter Instagram, for example, the patterns are still quite annoying, and they change them. They're not intuitive. It's a new behavior. So I think we're very self-conscious, and that's a really, really good thing. With regards to developer locking, we haven't been doing really a good job. I see a lot of platforms that, like either like they're decentralized, but then they lock in their developers via like a closed app, or like on the smart account world, it's still not fully open. So yeah, but it's a work in progress.
Yes, I think continuing this rationale from Maria Paula, no? When we started 6 years ago, IDEN 3 was empty. Now it's fully in production. This means that you can onboard totally online. The ZKP technology is totally ready. We are using that for proof of age, proof of humanity, for airdrops. I mean, this is up and running. I think this is a very good point, and I agree that we are ready. Maybe the next wave that we are already expecting or researching is related with multi-party computation or homomorphic encryption that will allow us to add a layer of privacy to all this AI analysis. But, well, this is still in a very early stage. And I think a very good point also was about the standards, no? That so far, maybe the governments are starting to consider this seriously. In the last year, we have been addressed by different regulators around the world. They want to understand ZKP, what it can be done. Also, in this sense, I should say that although we received a grant from the Ethereum Foundation, they are very agnostic. They are not pushing for any specific standard. They are quite open to that. But at the same time, in the industry, what we see is that as this can be a waste of resources and also of motivation because you need to maintain 2-3 teams developing the same thing in parallel with different standards. This could be very painful for them. Then between the industry, with our partners, with why not competitors, but that we are in one stage that we are not yet competitors. We are still, it's so early that it's more that, okay, we cooperate because we have a bigger target. No? Then there I see that there is an alignment on standards in a very natural way. And yes, I am very optimistic when I see what has happened from 6 years ago to now and where we can be in 6 years.
I think when it comes to data ownership in the last decades, we have asset ownership on chain, but not data ownership yet, because it's pretty early to say that we have plenty of data that enough for mining, monetization, and building ecosystem on top. So I think for data ownership, it's pretty early stage so far. It was not until this year that, starting from DeFi summer, people realized how important it is to be self-custodial. Before that, 2017, during the ICO boom, during the Ethereum ecosystem growth, people are mostly managing their assets in centralized chains. So it's a gradual evolution process until this year when the Bitcoin ETF approval happened, and people are starting to build RWA and other real-world assets mirroring on-chain, that all of a sudden people started to explore different ideas about deeping, for example, having your health data on-chain, about having your accounting data on-chain. These are the data that we are actually talking about, the data, the new oil of the blockchain technology and ecosystem. So I think we are right now at the dawn of the data ownership era, but before that it's mostly about asset ownership, people having their money taken full control. But this year we are seeing a lot of products building their own data layer, for example, scoring and reputational system. This is some ideas that we find pretty intriguing and would see substantial growth in the coming 2-3 years. Yeah.
Just want to double tap into that a little bit. So when you think about the catalysts that made people do a flight into self-custody over the past few years, it's things like the FTX hack, right? Where you see a lot of inflows of funds into things like Safe, hardware wallet sales going up. When it comes to data sovereignty, data ownership, what do you think might be the catalyst there besides like data breaches? Is it regulation? Is it like a 0-to-1 use case where you're onboarding onto a DApp and you're owning your data and being able to do things that you weren't able to before? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we've been approached by a lot of data providers and data connectors reaching out to wallets, saying that they can build a data layer on top of our wallet and we can actually contribute to that. And users can get token incentives by contributing their data. So this is some dilemma that we're facing with, that actually users who are using SafePay Wallet, they advocate privacy, they advocate on-chain anonymous. So it means that when it comes to data ownership, it has to be consented by the users themselves. That would be one of the biggest challenges that we are seeing when we are trying to improve the data insights for users. For example, giving them the analytics that we need. For example, when I heard one of the speakers just now talking about AI agents in the wallet, that is actually another scenario that we're having a lot of debates internally. Then when you're exposing the data, when you're exposing these endpoints to AI agents, is it safe, or would there be any counterparty risk involved? So I think this is an ongoing debate. There's not clear conclusions surrounding this yet.
Gotcha. So Derek, as the sort of middleware layer operating between, like you're working with both dApps and wallets, how are you working with both parties to ensure that we have really good UX, but at the same time users remain in control of their assets and data?
Yeah, so first of all, we don't have really good UX yet, I think. Maybe we can agree on that. But I think one thing to mention is right now a lot of users get onboarded through these app-specific wallets. And that's amazing. You can use a social login or something to log in. But then actually you have an app-specific wallet. And not just are you as an end user logged into that app, but also the app builder is actually vendor logged into that vendor. So we took a different approach, and that's the approach we're promoting, not just with apps, but with wallets, where you get a smart account wallet in our onboarding SDK app kit, and then ultimately the idea is that the user can graduate into a real self-custody wallet. So currently you can export a private key, it's sort of a crutch, and import into SafePal, but then we're working on that you can just add SafePal as a signer, and now you own this account in SafePal as you have more funds. And then in the future, the idea is that as you migrate, as you graduate into a self-custody wallet, you also add a spending policy and this kind of stuff. So these are all things that I think are going to be trends for next year. On the data piece, what are we doing there and what's going to be interesting? I think tactical UX improvements, such as like what's coming out online now with Mica in January, that you can, in your wallet, manage a KYC credential or something. The dApp, as you connect your wallet, you can one-click, KYC login. So those are standards that, for this KYC example, there's no standard yet, but those are standards that we're exploring. And then, we work with the apps and the wallets. SafePal is always very eager to team up, so love what Veronica and team are doing. But those are some of the things. So specify a standard, get apps and wallets to agree, and then remove clicks in their experience. So for the KYC example, for instance, that not every time you check out in crypto, you have to do a thumbs up Face ID, but you do that once in SafePal wallet, and then the app just requests it. And if you don't have the credential, SafePal wallet would make you do the KYC, and then you can connect.
Awesome. So from Avara's perspective, for your family of products, so you have a consumer wallet with family, is that right? And then Aave itself. And you also have Connect Kit as well.
Yeah, and Lens.
And what do you think are the bottlenecks that you have to sort of overcome in the ecosystem right now to get to the UX that we probably want?
So obviously, when we're thinking of onboarding people, everyone here has pinpointed, some abstract ways to approach that. I think we have to take a step back and understand why people actually migrate. It's not because there's incentives. It's not because there's great UX. It's mostly because of anger. So if you come to think about blockchain, about Bitcoin, and you come to think of the Occupy Wall Street movement, where it all started. If you come to think about the migratory waves from Twitter to Blue Sky or to decentralized social, it's because Twitter is letting people down as well. When markets crash, when apps let you down, when we discover that Facebook is mining our data, those are the moments when we start migrating. And of course, there's UX challenges on all of those things, but I think that when there's anger and there's conviction, then the user tries to overcome all of those. It's very nice though, and it's absolutely necessary that we think of incentives, we think of UX, because that way we are already being better than our predecessors. And the way that we are approaching everything in Avara is from this humanistic perspective, understanding why people do what they do, understanding why people need access to loans, for example, and on the other perspective, understanding what would it mean to have a fully digital and decentralized financial landscape, where DeFi is the backbone of all finance, and finance just tends to TradFi tends to plug into DeFi for particular purposes. And then, of course, we do have a team of some of the best designers in the industry. Some of them have really good reputations. So we try to take an approach that already deeply understands the user, but also tries to introduce critical but invisible UX transformations in all of the apps. So I've been an Aave user, and I work there. But I've been an Aave user before I was working there. And for Aave V1, I had no idea what I was doing, and I'm a crypto native. I have no idea what I was doing. I was looking up things, and then I stopped using it for one reason for another, because I believe that other apps provided me with better UX. For example, DeFi Saver was a fantastic way for me to use all of the apps across the board. And then this year I started going into Aave again, and then I understood, magically I deposit any asset, and that becomes part of like a unified liquidity position. And those are the things that click. You know, when the apps become so magical that you don't think about things, but things make your life better. And that's what we're trying to do with every app.
Awesome. So from Privado's perspective, I'm curious, for the enterprises and the businesses that are adopting Privado's identity SDKs, what are their motivations for going with decentralized identity stack as opposed to sticking to the status quo?
Yes, I think that what we see is that, obviously Web3 are the first adopters, no? Especially gaming, DeFi, as I explained. But it's also true that what they see, here we have two things. Enterprise, they see that they cannot be left behind, and a very clear use case could be, for example, banks with KYC. They see that here they have a huge opportunity, and they can create an ecosystem where they can benefit all of them, and to change from a position of a cost center to a revenue center. No? Then it's also true that what is very useful for us are the integration channels, no? Because they are the ones who know the customer. Here we are more middleware, and we are connecting with apps, with wallets. Then we are working on obviously in a web browser option and mobile client SDK, but this is also maybe more Web3 related. And this is one part. They are trying to present something to the final user that it's mainstream, where the user doesn't know that there is blockchain behind. Okay. And the other aspect that I think is very important is governments. And governments, the reason why is because they understand the economy, the technology. They would be the biggest issuers in the world for obvious reasons. But also the danger that they have is that they can be discontinued, in the sense that you will book your hotel with your Google account. No? Then this is one danger that they know that they are facing, and also they are trying to be or to readapt some UX that they already have with the layer of blockchain behind. Okay, then these are, I think that the idea for all of them is to keep as much as they can as they are today, but with this layer of blockchain below.
Gotcha. What about from the hardware wallet perspective? What are you seeing in terms of adoption as you're launching new products and services? What are the motivations of the people who are buying these hardware wallets as you see time goes on?
Yeah, currently we are seeing 3 types of users using our product. First type of user would be holders, people who are holding Bitcoin, they put it as a new asset category for long-term investment in holding. These are the initial group of people that we acquired back in 2019 when we opened up the sales for our first hardware wallet. And then during 2020, when the DeFi summer came along, we have our mobile app, also have a mobile wallet inside. And then we welcome the second category of users coming in, which are very active DeFi miners and DeFi yielding assets users. So these people want to capture the growth of the blockchain ecosystem and also the on-chain asset category. While this year, along with the Bitcoin approval happened, we are seeing a group wave of new users joining in with very bare minimum know-how and knowledge about blockchain technology. These people were very curious. They want to explore the potential of crypto. They have seen the promise made by Bitcoin, made by the cryptocurrencies. They want to explore it as a new potential asset category for them to capture the growth, especially when we are under the huge uncertainty of the global financial system. And also this year, as the regulation comes along, we are seeing a wider adoption of stablecoins, which is also great because it's bridging the reality world and the crypto utilities. And we just read the news today, Tether actually made the first oil large sum order, which is one of the biggest application of stablecoins in history. So we are going to see this as the first, but definitely not the last. So it's the penetration rate is definitely higher and higher. For example, 2 weeks ago, Binance announced that they have reached 233 million users registered, which is a milestone number because if we add on with Coinbase, with a lot of other centralized exchanges, with wallets altogether, we're probably looking at about 400 to 500 million users compared to 4 billion internet users. That is about 10% penetration rate. So we have gone quite a long way. I still remember the data is roughly about 1 or 2% 6 years ago. So we have actually made a long way. It's pretty encouraging, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we've seen centralized exchanges being the best top of funnel so far for people going into Web3, and the percentage of people who actually funnel from centralized exchanges to self-custody wallets is actually a very small percentage. So with things like embedded wallets, account abstraction, there's a lot more room for that to grow, right? So we only have 2 minutes left. One last sort of quick fire question for everyone on the panel is, what do you think has been the biggest win for digital ownership this past year? It could be within your products. It could be within the ecosystem itself.
I would say RWAs.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I think it's RWAs, also loyalty programs, I think, and far engagement, payments for sure. Yeah, this.
I think it's more fun to use wallets, and we are closing the UX gap. I'm less scared to use a transaction simulation or some features on the wallet side. So yeah, I'm feeling more confident to make my mom use crypto, and I'm sending more. I use an app called Peanut a lot. I'm onboarding more and more taxi drivers and whatnot onto crypto because I feel confident making them use crypto. So yeah, I think UX has come a long way, so I'll pick that.
Nice. On that note, that concludes our panel. Thanks so much for listening, and we'll be around the event if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you to our panelists. Up next, we have a fireside chat presented by our very own Jess and Jenny at Paxos. Please give a round of applause for the last fireside chat.
Hello? Hello? Oh, it is working. Thanks, Michelle. Hi, everybody. This is the last fireside chat, the last actual event of WalletCon. We're going to have a couple of words from Pedro before we maybe all head downstairs for some drinks in a minute. But it's very much like last, but definitely not least. I've been very excited. So,
Me too.
Mostly because Michelle and I had a wonderful chat last night. And so I'm hoping...
Over drinks.
Over a glass of wine.
It always gets better over drinks.
We could have had a glass of wine.
I know.
Next time,
it's almost 5 p.m.
Next time I bring you on stage, I will have a bottle of wine here.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I'm really excited about this because one of the big trends I think that's happening right now is in the stablecoin space. We've just seen the first billion-dollar acquisition of a crypto company, and that's to do with stablecoins. We have seen so much demand. On the panel a minute ago, we were talking about the Tether using stablecoins to buy oil. This is one of the spaces that, for me, crypto truly has product market fit right now. And so I'm really excited to dive into that. Michelle, I've spoken a lot for the last 30 seconds. Tell us who you are.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I know it's 4 p.m. and one of the last fireside chats, so I'll make this hopefully fruitful and exciting for most of you or some of you. So my name is Jeannie Lim. I'm based in Singapore and the executive director for Paxos, running APAC in Singapore. But not new to cryptocurrency. I just joined 5 months ago, but previously I was at Meta. I ran Novi Wallet. I know, it was such an exciting project at the time with Libra network and all. And unfortunately, during my days, it got deprecated. But hey, I'm here at Paxos running a whole new network, whole new distribution partner. So I'm very, very excited to share. Probably not details right now, but then over drinks. And then I have Tim, my product manager, who built this whole product. So yeah, kudos to him. A lot of sleepless nights. But yeah, happy to chat more.
And you had another really exciting announcement this week in Singapore. Tell us maybe a little bit more about that. Personally, I love it, and I'll tell you why, but let's hear what it is.
Sure. So you may have heard at Singapore FinTech Festival, we launched GDN, so it's Global Dollar Network, or USDG. The US basically is our new listing. So what does that mean? Because we have USDP, which is more of a US dollar-based stablecoin product, and then we also launched USDL, which is Live Dollar. That is a yield product, mainly targeting for users in the emerging markets that don't have access to US dollar bank accounts or T-bills. And then we also have PaxG, which is truly digital gold. I'm actually personally very excited about that product. So anybody that cannot afford to buy a whole gold bar, we have PaxG, which is like a tokenized digital gold, which is amazing. And again, providing access to folks in the world that cannot afford the whole thing. And then most recently we had PYUSD, which is a PayPal US dollar stablecoin. And who knew that a traditional finance company would be interested in launching a stablecoin with us? So with the partnership with our help, we white labeled that product for them. We hit $1 billion market cap this year and a few months ago, and super excited for that. And now, GDN. So what does that mean? And what's the difference between all the other products and this one? So GDN or USDG, we decided to change the commercial economics for the whole ecosystem. And as you can see, our competitors like USDT, USDC, they're all great stablecoins. And the total volume today is about $170 billion if you think about it. So obviously there's a use case. But I'm pretty sure that majority of the revenue is pretty much kept by the issuer today with USDC and USDT. So what we decided to do is to do a little bit differently, to basically bringing all our partners, like payments companies like Nuvei, Robinhood, Galaxy, you name it. Whoever wants to join us in the distribution partner network, we decided to share majority of our revenue back and distribute to our partners. For the fact that you are minting, burning, distributing, accepting, all along the ecosystem, basically we're going to be rewarding you. So that is the major difference between the new product and all the other products out there today.
That's awesome. I think it's awesome for a couple of reasons. Personally, I think that we have a ton of different assets, right? We've talked actually all day about fragmentation, about chain abstraction, about gas abstraction. I think like at some point somebody's going to need to do stablecoin abstraction because we'll have so many. And so what I really love about this is the main motivation for most people to launch their stablecoin is because they earn the yield, right? Like that's how every other stablecoin works. And so what I like about this is that I think it creates incentives for people to say, actually, I can get pretty much the same, if not, you know, maybe it's marginally less, but like pretty much the same economics from like launching my own stablecoin as I can from participating in the global dollar network. And I think that that's really important, not only because I think it solves this sort of fragmentation issue, and there are some technical solutions to that. Like maybe you could say it's fine to have 1,000 different stable coins in a chain abstracted world because we'll be able to use them all kind of interoperably. But I think the key difference is for the end user, for new consumers, it's going to become really confusing. Like, what is the difference between USDC? How are they going to kind of identify all of this? And so I love the idea that you've brought all of these partners together to launch USDG. So congratulations.
Thank you. And many more to come. So I think ever since we launched in the SFF, Singapore FinTech Festival last week, if for those of you who joined us, you would have seen the amount of buzz and excitement. The different partners now want to join us, whether it's asset managers, payments company, TradFi, or what I call traditional finance, traditional payments folks, wanted to get in now to join us because A, they don't know what it is, but they want to know how they can get in on the stablecoin project or pay in to disrupt the traditional Visa, MasterCards of the world. So I think that's a huge success for us.
Okay, this is where it gets spicy. You just said we're going to disrupt the Visa and MasterCard networks of the world. How are we going to do that and why?
So this is not a Paxos opinion, this is a genie's opinion.
Don't
so I
quote
think so the reason why I joined Paxos or joined a crypto firm away from a very comfortable lifestyle at Meta, Google, is because I truly believe that in the world of payments, and I've been in payments for a long time. I'm not going to age myself, but it's been a long time. I worked for WorldPays, I worked for First Data, and our key partners are the networks, what you call the regime of Visa, MasterCard, American Express. They're great. But at the same time, when I started my career in payments, I was a pricing analyst. When I studied interchange, and what that means is when Visa charges a fee to accept, for a merchant to accept debit card or a credit card, I couldn't understand why it's up to 3.5% for the merchant, right? So to me, it just logically, from a mathematics point of view, is if you are going to pay a merchant cash, debit card, which is directly coming out from your bank account, why should the merchant, your Amazons of the world, why do they have to pay 1.8 to 3.5%? Versus a credit card, which I understand the concept of it is just borrowing money, but why? And why do Visa and MasterCard get majority of the revenue back into the pocket while the SMB, the small and medium businesses in the United States, Australia, and even worse, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, you're talking emerging markets, they don't get the most money in their pocket. And consumers have to suffer, right? Have to pay more for goods.
I mean, I think that's one of the reasons that I love crypto so much, because when you take that and you're like, how can they charge that? Why do people pay that? The answer is trust, right? Like, people are prepared to pay that for convenience, because it means anybody out there with a Visa or a MasterCard can come. They're not, you're not trying to use many, many different payment methods. And then trust, because the money doesn't instantly make it from someone's bank account into the merchant's bank account, but the merchant says, actually, this is okay. I'm okay with the delay because I trust Visa and I trust MasterCard.
Absolutely. They trust the Visa, MasterCard, and they trust the bank that's funding them.
Correct. And this is the beauty of this technology that we have here, is it's trustless, right? Like, Firstly, it's instantaneous. We can move money instantly. But secondly, we don't need a trusted third party. And so this whole concept of being able to extract 3% rent on a transaction should disappear. And you're right. I think like that's what makes it so exciting, because when businesses are operating on super thin margins, payments actually makes a wild difference. Like when I was operating in payments, we had this realization that we used to sort of like sell to the tech people in the room, like it's better technology, Actually, then you realize, sell to the CFO, because if you're like, I can increase your payment acceptance by this much, or your pricing by this much, it makes a huge difference. And I think that we're about to see like wild disruption on that front here.
I totally agree. And I think, can I share the recent partnership with Stripe? So this is, and then Tim will know about this as well. So recent partnership with Stripe that actually made them buy Bridge, separate company. What they do is very different. So what we have learned with our Stripe partnership is we have like so much interest, and this is United States. We're testing in this in United States only. Even within a couple of months, we saw organic movement into the stablecoins pay-in. So meaning that all the gaming merchants, as an example, are telling the consumers, we want you to pay in with USDP. We don't even care if it's USDC, to be honest, because we're providing the platform to do that. And a lot of them have migrated, consumers have migrated onto to buy from the merchant for two reasons. A, from the merchant, they don't pay Visa, MasterCard interchange. It's like 1.8% for domestic. If it's international, it's like north of 3% from all these cross-border frickin' fees, right? Two, it basically taps into new users that domestic US merchants have never been able to tap, because stablecoins are borderless, right? Someone from Egypt or India, if they have a wallet and they want to basically buy from a US merchant, they can through Stripe.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I'm also really, side note, because I'm going to ask you another question in a second, but I also think that the payouts use case is really exciting, because these are people who maybe don't have crypto today, but they also maybe struggle to get a bank account in some places. And so they're on creator platforms. They find it hard to get money off. Their $100 that they've made on a creator platform, by the time it makes them to their bank account in a cross-border way, is now like $74 or something, because it's gone through the 3 different networks in 5 days, and it's a bank holiday, so they just can't get that cash. Like, this is going to happen instantly, and I think it's super exciting.
Absolutely. And not only, like if you think about a client, to your point, payout, right? In the United States, okay, ACH takes 2 to 3 days, right? In addition to the payment processor, they hold their yield and they take your money and they hold it for a few more days. Okay, maybe T+2. If you're talking to a merchant in Vietnam, that might take 21 days. And this is verified with a very credible source, one of the biggest retailer, I'm not going to name who. And that was our problem to solve. They came to us and say, Jeannie, can Paxos help me solve payout issues in this country? Because we have so many sellers, as you know. There's so many Vietnamese designers that go there and they want to sell their product to the world, and they use this platform, but they don't get paid until 21 days later. It's crazy, yeah.
It's crazy. The question I'm going to ask you, though, is like, launching a stablecoin isn't easy, right? It's actually pretty challenging. Because there's this regulatory landscape out there. Where do you launch? How do you launch it? Who do you partner with? There's lots of things kind of behind the scenes. I'm curious, like you obviously have operated in this part of the world for a very long time. Singapore has emerged as like a real hub for doing that. Can you share like some of those learnings about launching this in Singapore, why you chose there, and how that's been?
Sure. So I have clients asking me, what's the difference between you and USDT? And I go, very simple. We're regulated. And he goes, what do you mean? What does that really mean? So I explained. I said, well, Paxos is not only regulated in New York DFS, which is very difficult license to get. When I was at Meta, no Vietnamese used to get that. That was the whole reason why I got deprecated. Then we're also regulated at MAS because Chad, our founder, thought it's not enough just to focus in US. His goal of why he even wants to implement USDG was the fact that he wants to make it the global dollar. And if you truly want to be global, you can't just be regulated out of just New York DFS. So we looked outside and we thought MAS, Singapore regulatory environment is actually very crypto friendly and forward thinking. So had a conversation with them a couple years ago. We got it recently this year to launch Global Dollar Network. That's how we got it. And then previously, also this year, we launched USDL out of Abu Dhabi. So we got the friendly crypto regulators covered. But then we are basically regulatory first to basically tell our clients that protecting consumer funds is key to us. We do not want to be FTX. We don't want to be all the other, like the Silicon Valley Bank. So we decided to diverse not only our governments, but also banking partnerships as well to ensure that if a bank collapses on one end, we're always going to have backup in terms of liquidity to do any kind of funding back to the consumers if anything happens.
And like this interaction, I think, is what's so important because if we're really going to onboard people, if we're really going to bring this technology to so many people, they really need to be able to trust it. And knowing that it's backed by some of the best regulators in the world, I think really helps support this feeling of trust. I'm going to change tack a little bit. Sure. We've been talking about user experience all day, and like stablecoins, I think, were one of the big challenges and one of the big solutions to a user experience issue. Like, I'm trading crypto. I don't want to go back into fiat and then back into crypto. I want to create something stable. So that's sort of actually where the origin of stable coins come from. If I fast forward 3 or 4 years, what's the user experience around stablecoins going to be? Where are we going to see it? Where do you think that adoption is going to be fastest? What's exciting for you about the next couple of years in the stablecoin space?
I think I'm really looking forward for more of a unified experience like what your company is bringing to the table here. Because even as a consumer, even when I want to try to use different wallets to pay for different goods, I have trouble understanding okay, which one should I use? Which blockchain should I be cashing this in for? What are the different gas fees? There's not enough transparencies for that. So I'm really excited to basically increase the global adoption for stablecoins, or even honestly, other cryptocurrencies, not just with stablecoin. I just feel that stablecoins is like what I call as the Web 2.5, like the stepping stone for TradFis to be comfortable. It's like, okay, I don't know Bitcoin, and I don't know Dogecoin, but I know USD, PLG in this case, and I'm okay with that because there's a fiat currency that's backed by it. And I think that will be the very important convergence. And along with better UX, UI for consumers and financial institutions to do the swaps, that will be, in my opinion, would be the real convergence between TradFi and DeFi.
I think it's really important. And I think we touched earlier on this, where do these two worlds meet? And how does that happen in a compliant way, in a secure way, but that doesn't create this isolation of self-custodial worlds and means that they can interact really smoothly. And I think it's really important to have people like Paxos working at the intersection of these two worlds and making sure that they really do interact really, really seamlessly.
Yeah, and I also think that education is the key, right? I mean, we started educating our own governments before we get regulated. They want to know what is stablecoins. How should they look at compliance? How should they look at KYC? Should they look at the traditional way of how banks look at it, or should they conform into new different ways? So Paxos actually is part of forming that stablecoin framework for MAS in Singapore. We sign up for it. So we always get questions by the government. It's like, what are you guys doing? What is this USDG? How are you going to provide governance, making sure that there's liquidity and the partners that you're working with are all compliant? So that's part of how I think Paxos is in my opinion, the consultant and the educator between the both worlds.
Super important. We're coming near to the end. But so we've talked a little bit about where we're going in the future. If you could change one thing today, you had a magic wish, what would that be? What would that be within like the crypto world? What would you hope for?
Again, this is not Paxo's advice.
She's going to say something good.
I believe in the DeFi world where money should be moved everywhere, cheap, in a cheap way, transparent and safe, without intermediaries intervening unnecessarily. So if I could change that immediately, that's where I would go for. I would sign up for the next wallet to move money around the world, trade crypto around the world, borderless, truly borderless. So that would be my wish.
I think it's a great wish. I think when I got off the plane in Bangkok here, I was telling Jeannie this last night, I saw this like infinite line of taxis and taxi drivers waiting, and there was no queue of people waiting for taxis. And on the other side, I saw 500 people waiting for a Grab. Yeah. And it was like the most stark scene of the fact that payments are like truly broken today because the demand and the supply like couldn't meet each other. And the reason that they couldn't meet each other is because of regulation, technology, education, appetite. And I think that like we're at this pivotal moment where if you sit, as you say, if we can remove that, we can make it really, really easy to move money around, then I think we change the whole dynamic of how supply and demand around the world can operate with each other. And yeah, for me, that's incredibly exciting. So
I totally agree. And you know what? If I'm one of those taxi drivers, imagine if everyone is coming for DEF CON and the taxi driver goes, crypto wallet accept here. And I feel that line would change dramatically.
Like Derek, who was our CTO, said earlier, he's onboarding one taxi driver after the other using peanuts. And
let's do it.
Maybe we can all take up this mission to onboard more people to crypto.
Yeah.
Jeannie, thank you so much for joining us. There is going to be a USDG kind of workshop, mini hackathon, starting at 5, I think, up here. So stick around for that if you want to participate. You can also bring drinks from downstairs and come and listen to some of that as well. And we have one more talk, I think. I'm going to hand over to Michelle. I'm not the MC. I'm going to let Michelle do her job. We've got one more talk. Please stick around. Also, the team is downstairs and will be downstairs later. So hang around. Thank you so much. Thanks, Jeannie.
Thank you. I hope everyone's trading crypto this week, by the way.
Thank you so much, Jesse and Jess. Jenny and Jess. It's a long day, guys. So thank you for your patience. And that was awesome. Let's get more females out here. Awesome fireside chat. So what we have for our final, Yevgeny. He taught me how to say his name. It's Russian. Is it Russian?
Yes, it is.
Okay, confirm it's Russian. For our final, Zerion, now CEO and co-founder, to give the last and final presentation. So Yevgeny, take it away. Thank you.
Thanks.
Applause, please.
Thank you. Excited to be here. First of all, my name is Yevgeny. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Zerion. How many of you know what Zerion does? Let's do a quick show of hands. Yeah, a lot of you, okay. But there's still some people who haven't heard of it. So just by means of introduction, Zerion is the wallet for people who want to be early. So whether that's like catching the next meme coin or getting like this airdrop or farming some points somewhere, Zerion is your best companion to do that. And in terms of the features themselves, Zerion is like what MetaMask was supposed to be in some sense. So we do much better in tracking your positions as well as securing your transacting experience. But today I really wanted to talk about the on-chain transacting experience and specifically about gas. And I'll talk a little more about why I've decided to call the presentation Zero Gas. You'll see in a moment. So obviously, we've noticed that in the past year that Ethereum really scaled. And I'm citing the statistics here that the TPS and number of transactions across the Ethereum ecosystem grew over 10 times, which is an impressive growth. And the gas costs themselves is the major factor in this equation. So all of us, we know that bringing the costs down and allowing more transactions to happen on chain creates way more applications. And this is what we've been witnessing at Zerion firsthand, because running a wallet means that we are supporting many, many chains. And we see how people are actually shifting towards transacting on layer 2s. Obviously, this is connected to the cost of that, but also all the developers are building on all of these new different layer 2s. As I mentioned previously, gas is the major factor that contributed to this huge growth of the ecosystem and expansion in TPS. This is citing from A16Z recent report from September 2024, how Ethereum cost got, like the transfer of USDC was, the cost of transferring USDC was reduced by over 99%. And here the obvious question is, so now it's like in cents range, but why is it not zero? Why haven't we moved the full way? Like, why haven't we actually done this last step? And I wanted to talk about the problems that this still creates for the end user experience. Users still need to pay for every action and every transaction when they do stuff on chain. This creates a fully fragmented user experience, because you need to know, okay, I'm on this new layer 2. This is the gas token that I need to be using. I need to bridge every time, not just say USDC to transfer to a friend if they're using a different network, but also you need to bridge the Ethereum or maybe some other token that you haven't heard of to actually start transacting on chain. And we know that gas is like serving the purpose, and the main purpose is really protecting against spam. So here comes the real on-chain dilemma. So obviously lower gas costs creates much more spam on the network. And if we look at Base, for example, where Uniswap is accounting for roughly 50% of all transactions, 60% of all of them are spammy transactions. And this is obviously some meme coins and bots creating fake engagement or creating fake meme coin buyer demand, and et cetera, et cetera. And this is not even talking about kind of more legitimate use cases or more bots that are meant, like, say, AI bots or different bots that are just doing trading themselves for profit or arbitrage taking. So the share of spam is actually growing. You can see that this is, now it's like 60, but for chains with lower gas costs, it's even higher than that. And the same report by A16Z shows that about 14 to 27%, only 14 to 27% of all addresses that are monthly active on chain are real users. So this all got us thinking. The reason why this is a problem still, because this is fundamentally not possible to solve in separation. So if we look at the chains, they obviously rely on the gas cost as first their source of income. But second of all, this is protection against spam, as I mentioned previously. And when we talk about wallets and dApps, they would want to create a better user experience, but first, users are already paying for the gas cost, and you're not ready to just, say, I'm like now start sponsoring these transactions for end users. And the second issue with that is they don't know who these users are. Some of them are bots. They cannot really control who they're subsidizing and what kind of actions they're actually spending their marketing money on, essentially. So about a year ago, we at Zerion started thinking, how do we solve this problem on a more fundamental level? How do we eliminate the fees to actually make this final leap and cross the chasm of the crypto industry to kind of make it feel like online while fighting spam and not creating just tons of block space that we are paying for? And this is really how the idea for Zero was born. This is I guess, like, first time I'm doing this publicly, announcing this is like pure alpha to all of you. We're now in the private mainnet, so I expect a lot of things to be broken. Our team is like hard at work every day for the last couple of weeks just to keep it up and running and to make sure that everything works as expected. So Zero is aiming to to be not just the app chain or a generalized chain. So we call it internally a wallet chain, and this idea has been circulating for some time in the industry. So, for example, it's citation from Ryan when he's mentioning that there's a possibility for a full stack layer 2, and this is how we see that as well. So our belief is that we can combine the knowledge that we have on the interface level, being the wallet, combining that with the layer 2 experience, we can create something truly magical. And this is what the ultimate user experience on chain looks like to us. So first we start with gas fees. We are completely eliminating them, so you don't need to worry every time you're making a transaction. Second, it's built on top of account abstraction, and this is needed for not needing to migrate to a new type of account. So you can continue using your same EOA wallet with zero and not pay any fees. Last thing, one more thing is the rewards for on-chain actions. I think this is currently done by usually points, but this is not tracked on-chain. So it's not possible really to attribute specific actions in the wallet to your on-chain transactions. And this is becoming possible with Zero. And the last two things are currently not built, but this is something that we are moving in the direction that we're going to. So chain abstraction would allow you to start transacting from zero and do any kind of action on other chains without paying the fee on zero. And second one is the recovery. And this is based on the native account abstraction, as mentioned previously, and it allows you to recover your account from the chain directly. And just to briefly cover how exactly we want to design that. So as I mentioned, we're built on the ZK stack, ZK Sync stack, and it features native account abstraction that allows us to essentially bypass the account abstraction smart contracts flow, and we can directly use your EOA to sign transactions, and as soon as you have the signature, your transaction can go for free. And this is extendable to transactions on other chain, and I think the most important point here is that this is still permissionless. So if you want to transact without having Zerion to sponsor your transactions, you can still do that, because we still have the gas as a baked-in primitive on the chain level. But for most transactions and most users of Zerion, this will not be an issue, and they would feel this magical experience, and they could start with just nothing on their wallet and start growing it. And this last component of the system, as I mentioned previously, fighting spam is an important problem in this direction. And we're upgrading what is called DNA. So DNA stands for Dynamic NFT Avatar, and this is the collection that we launched about 2 years ago. It had a pretty wild success. So it's over 400,000 people who have minted this collection. And this collection is really tracking your on-chain actions in a visual form. So DNA has been evolving quite a bit, and we're now making one more step in the DNA journey. So DNA now becomes your on-chain humanity identificator. And this allows, we're adding the level to the DNA, allowing it to, and this is existing on-chain, allowing it to be representation of your humanness in some sense, which we are relying ourselves on, as well as other applications can rely on too. So this is it. Thanks again for a warm welcome of Zero to this world, and excited for you to try the first free NFT on Zero. If you have the Zerion wallet, it should work as expected. Let me know if this is not the case. But we are having the final, really launch party and announcement tomorrow. So if you're interested, join us for the launch party. And I see you around. Thanks.
Thank you, Evgeny. So you may find him now that he's off stage for any other further questions. And I think that's pretty much the close of the conference. Hopefully you've gained some insightful answers to your questions or learned about new projects that have presented on stage, or whether you attended the workshop that's been going on all day, or you've learned and paid attention to the talks. I would like to now invite Jess back up on stage to give closing remarks, to summarize everything, encapsulate everything if you have any questions for her. So, Jess.
Thanks. Thank you, Michelle. Pedro's coming with me.
And Pedro.
Two more minutes just to wrap up, and then we'll all head downstairs. So over to you.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for everyone who came. It's really great to have our second edition of WalletCon with so many great people. Like, I spent the whole day talking, and I say that like with great happiness that all of the conversations that I had were extremely intellectual and really interesting. Also really happy to see how people have received the news about the WalletConnect network, the foundation, and the token going live on November 26th. And most importantly, the workshop that we had with the wallet partners to set the tone for what's going to be a very strong future for wallets with certified round 2. So really happy. This was like a monumental event, and I'm really glad to work together with the WalletConnect Foundation and the Reown team on this event. And thank you for coming. So I hand over to you, Jess.
Thank you. I thank you everybody for being here today. This is my first WalletCon, and it's been epic. I want to also say thank you to Pedro and to the WalletConnect Foundation, because it's been awesome to go through this year as partners as we've made this massive change. But I'm very, very excited about 2025. I think we all are. Today, I hope that you've taken away some insights around really what we think the future of UX on-chain is going to be all about. We've had a lot about gas abstraction, about chain abstraction, about different wallets. The call to action, though, which I think each and every one of us have, is that like we have to take user experience really, really seriously. It doesn't just happen. And that call to action is really an invitation to all of you to participate with us in developing that future and in building the new internet, whether that's working with the foundation on other standards and how we can create better experiences across the board, working with us at Reown on building better tooling for developers. This is all, it's like a piece of Play-Doh right now. We have everything to play for. We can change things. We can build it. And I'm very excited to do that with you all. So thank you for joining us. Please stick around. Everybody is downstairs. There's some drinks and things. There's an epic DJ, I've been told. We have more workshop on USDG hanging around for the next little while as well. And yeah, thank you. It's been great.
Woo! See you next year.
See you for the next one.